Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and baby, at where I'm at.
I can hear the barbecue sizzling from here as things are starting to heat up in good old Dallas, Texas. That's right, everybody. It is day 1 of the Call of Duty League Major 1 Challengers Open. My name's Dandro, of course, joined by Enigma here, kickstarting our day. Players are in the venue, they're sitting down at their setups, and they are getting ready to hop into their first set of matches. Enigma, we have a lot of Call of Duty this weekend. How excited are you to watch it all go down?
Oh, my friend, the gauntlet begins. Good old school competitive Call of Duty. We started it like this in the halls, managing to run through countless teams loading up in front of us. So yeah, this is going to be a hell of a weekend. There's been a lot of stories in Challengers this year, and we're just going to be adding to them, maybe closing a few chapters, maybe opening some new ones right now.
Well, let's take a look at some of the matches that we have going on here today. Brackets still getting all filled on out, but we'll give you a little bit of an update on the schedule of what we have for you here today. It's a lot of matches that are going to be going on out. We're going to be trying to do our best to cover all of them. And you can see there, we actually have our first game ready to slot on in. It is going to be Drake May taking on Atlantis Esports. And this will fill out over the day. Do not worry. Right? Because like we said, we have so many games that are going on throughout the day. This competition is huge. We've felt the tension online in Challengers brewing and brewing. We just wrapped up Season Elite 1, and now that we have our players finally able to play on land, it is definitely a new leaf for some of these teams. But they're not just here playing for glory here, Enigma. They have a little bit other things on the line.
They most certainly do, and it'll be $30,000 up there for first. Top left, that's the spot that everyone's going to be vying for. Second, $18,000, $12,000 for third, $6,000 for fourth, $3,000 apiece if you're fifth, sixth, and then $1,500 for seventh, eighth. Everyone else, you got yourself a decent amount of Challengers points, sure. You won't be walking away with your pockets lined with money. We're saving that for our very best, as they deserve, considering everything that they'll have beaten to get there.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a worthwhile. I mean, $30,000 for first place, for being able to go to Dallas, Texas, play some Call of Duty is going to be really, really great, right? To be able to say, hey, we came in, we were the best Challengers team this weekend on land. And not only do you get a little bit of that pride, there's some extra cash in your pocket. But we do have our first matchup getting ready to kickstart our day. Anyway, let's go ahead and let's talk about it. We have Drake May versus Atlantis Esports. It is going to be a very fun game. Now, obviously, maybe some players that we're not super, familiar with, right? That we're going to see here. L2, Zepox, Dare, and Koala for Drake May coming on in. And well, let's check out who we got on the Atlantis side, my friend, because I'm literally looking at some of these players and I don't know, do you recognize any of these names?
No, this will be on the Atlantis for Crimtex, Rayrus, T7, Vin, and AT. I don't know any of these names. I mean, fleetingly seen them around the space, but that's the beauty of Challengers. We get the opportunity to take a real deep dive in our space, take a look exactly at how they're going to compete, why we should recognize them. And in order to do that, we need a couple of maps and modes to figure out what is the difference between these two sides. We're going to start off with a Scar hardpoint, move to a Den S&D, and then should we need it, to Scar Overload to close things out. The bands down there at the bottom say a couple of things. And initially, looks like we're trying to miss out a lot of Blackheart here. So definitely teams not wanting those fast-paced bang-out maps. They want to set up some of those fundamentals on our Scar.
Yeah, reminder, folks, here on Winners Round 1, it's going to be all best of threes here, okay? So you got at least just have to win 2 out of those 3 maps if you want to try and move on in. But I love that you bring it up, my friend, because I said the exact same thing when we're banning Blackheart and Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. These teams, I think they want to take it on maybe some maps they're just more familiar with, right? A little bit more straight up. When I'm looking at these maps, right, when you're playing both Scar and both the Hardpoint and Overload, we all know and love Scar. It's a pretty kind of more classic, straightforward map. It feels like Den players are going to have a lot of reps on it, right? So not a lot of opportunity, I think, for maybe some of those surprises. It kind of will really feel like a true test of maybe the more talented team coming out on top, being able to move on.
Certainly does, and we will get off and underway then. So, to kick off, your Challengers Open, your first of 2026 here in Dallas. Drake May, Atlantis Esports. course, for many of you, this will be names that you do not recognize. But that's, again, the beauty of the opens. That old school classic COD feeling. Get a good look here as Drake May, they find the early break and get themselves into the point.
You love to see it. Just early rotations, early ability to come on out, get on in here and just try and hold this P1, get as many points as you can. But for Drake May, it's some early time, but Atlantis Esports are going to come off the spawns here at Enigma. They'll be able to push on to the point. They'll get a little bit of this scrap time, but you also are setting yourself up great for P2.
Certainly are. Going to actually contest a little bit here towards Wood. I think is a cautious approach. If you're Drake May, you will have Challenge 04, which is, of course, not their real name. It's one of the competitors on Atlantis Esports just lining up, and, well, everything in orange is cut down before it even gets close. And Drake May will have Derry tucked inside. The nades will flush him out, and allows a re-hit, and, well, AT decides to take it all on his own shoulders, finds 2, breaks in. That's 4 dead, an opportunity to set yourself up.
Yeah, really like the hold that we're seeing out of Atlantis Esports there. Just being able to kind of bang it out from the front. You push on through. It's a couple of key kills that go your way, but Drake May, they're going to not let this happen just that easily. They're going to be able to cut on back, cut down a couple of those players from Atlantis Esports, make their way onto this P1, and you are trying to hold back Atlantis for the time being. Get a couple of those final few kills going your way, and then, but you got to start thinking about this P2, or P3 rather, Enigma. You're looking over towards that plane side, and I'm looking at number 5. They've already made their way into the back.
Yeah, well, Koala actually does very well here. Reads the rotation coming in, plays through mid-cut, finds a few kills, and gets the close spawns for his teammates. However, Atlantis, as you said, you had number 5 and number 6 spread at different points, which meant you had complete control over the north side of the map, and that will get you in first. L2 in the top, teammates trying to find a route in, but it's looking good early for the Atlantis squad.
Guns up. Looking to hold the line here. Drake May, it was a little bit of a slip, but they've managed to find their way onto P3. You got Koala here, top lane, just looking at that heady, just trying to stop any of these members of Atlantis Esports in their tracks, but you've managed to slip on up. If you are this player, the trades will come on through. I like this L2. Hits from the back. You find one. You find Crimtext as well. And you're just going to hold this little bit of a rock side. It feels like Enigma that we're seeing a nice little sort of, it feels like a back and forth, but at the end of every single hill, Drake May seems to be the team coming out on top with the majority of these points. That's how they're starting to build some of this lead.
Yeah, Atlantis is certainly in the conversation, but just not doing enough when it comes to sticking with what Drake May are getting, especially early, and later portions of the hill. Look at number 2, L2. He's going to actually slip through the backside. Should he get in uncontested, it's going to allow Pinch to come through. All on Atlantis to hold this, but you're losing the fights.
7 up towards the top. At least it's going to cut the player hopping on through, but Dare's going to be able to cut you on down. This hill can get mixy if you haven't had a chance to watch a nice little Scar hardpoint, right? So many different areas that you can try and make your way on through. We're starting to see one of them. It's up through the top. You cut down the player on the stairs, but the trades are in from AT. We've been having such a great map so far, 11 and 10. Make that 12 and 10, leading the team that is there. You're really going to need, I think, to kick up the firepower if you want, though, because I'm looking at that other side, and Koala is 17 and 11 here, Enigma, and probably a large reason why Atlantis just can't get anywhere near any of these hard points.
Yeah, definitely a big part of it, and making important plays. As I said earlier for that P3, big on the rotation. Also, that we're being very impactful, not just making your scoreboard look pretty. I will say it was a better hill from Atlantis. They have been a much stronger job of holding. And now you've also found the opening kill on this rotation to 4. So it's far from comfortable. If you're the team in white, that trophy will help you. But, well, most of the feed's going to be orange. And this kill, if you can get it on Derry, stood up top. Ooh. Well, would have been lovely. But Derry finds the 2-piece. Will have Floods in support. And as such, Drake May will bat away the first wave.
Yeah, I mean, that just looked like so clinical from Atlantis. And then all of a sudden, a couple kills drop your way. And it gets all thrown to the wayside. So you're just keeping this one, battling it on out. You're getting these close spawns if you are Drake May, and you are just trying to get in onto the point. L2 from the top, though. You catch Tevin trying to jump up through the window. You take down Crimtex on the point as well. That's going to buy you the time for your team to come off spawn and start to backfill. So as this P5 gets ready to wrap up here, we're turning our eyes towards P1, and you can already see Atlantis. They're starting to move on forward. I think they want to kind of try and flip these spawns if they can, because you'd love to be able to hit this P1 from the front, but also set yourself up for P2.
And great shots and reads out of Vin here. Knows exactly what he wants to try and achieve. Lines up a third as well. That's onto the Z-box. So he's going to be in the back. And the problem that Drake may have is, do you go and clean him out first? Looks like they are on the hunt for now. So he's buying time for his team. but will be eventually cleaned up. So 4v3 to try and hit this if you're Drake May. Crimtex, well, he does very well to snap onto the first. Second's going to be there. The support is in. And, well, opportunity for a hold then. As long as you pick up L2, who's wrapping through wood, and you do.
You just need to play your life here. That's all you got to do. Be the objective man. I think you've done the job. You're still down 40 points overall, but at least getting some of this time on the second set of rotations, this P1 is a great way to put yourself right back into the game. Drake May, they look so good on our first set. Can they replicate a lot of the success they've seen here on the second set of rotations? They've been able to clear out Atlantis Esports for the time being, and you've actually managed to flip. So you can already start to see Dare on fire this game, already trying to be the front man, leading the charge here, cutting down these players, not allowing any of Atlantis to get close to this P2. And you've already set on up for the new hill to pop. You are starting to run away with this.
Looking pretty good as Derry continues here. Free spree. Set his team up. Big kill here for Zepox. Should you be able to get it? Crimtex does his best, but that means your backside is protected. So you gotta just hit from the front of your team in orange, and that's never an easy thing to do here for P2.
Koala 27-17. Looking so good on this map number 1 here on the Scar Hardpoint. Finding some huge kills. And I like the patience that we see out of Koala there, Enigma. Just understanding when you got to activate, when you got to push on through. But unfortunately, while you are just trying to maybe get those spawns to flip on through, maybe you want to hold this for the P3 side, a couple of your teammates will go on down in Atlantis to start trying to maybe hold through mid, catch some of these Drake May players on rotation.
Well, AT does well to at least find 2 and give his team a semblance of a rotation. It needs to be a great hold, though, as well. Drake May have assembled themselves a 113-point lead. And at this marker, that means that Drake May are not very far from closing this out. For Atlantis, it was a solid start, but you're at arm's length now. What have you got in the tank? Well, Zepoc's going to find the first. Oh, and then get slammed for the second, so at least you hold for now.
You're just looking at these next couple hills, and I think if you're Drake May, you're happy just to, I think, just play a little bit of defense, make sure that they're not getting this lead back onto their side. You'll take any time that you can, but like you mentioned, when you only have 40 more points needed on the board, you can definitely fly on through and just kind of get your little bit of scrap time here and there, and you can find yourself a map number win. P3 might be the spot, though, that they can get pretty close. You've backed down all of Atlantis into this backside. They really don't have any opportunity to move forward, especially when Koala is finding the right times to activate like that. You're just keeping them in this back spawn. You're not allowing them to move. But I think if you are Atlantis, you can see number 5 already trying to play and hold this back spawn here. It doesn't want to let Drake May get on through here, but they will. And just like that, you've managed to flip Atlantis on out, and you might be able to close this map number 1 here if you're Drake May.
Yeah, and that kill through the middle signals that everybody's got a sprint, and I don't even think he'll get close even then. T7 Vin's gonna try and fly through the front, finds one, can't get there, will not touch, and it's easy as you like. Well, I will say, from the early stages, it felt like we had a little bit of a game on. Winners round 1, always going to be an interesting matchup to try and, see how these teams square up against one another. And I thought, all right, we got ourselves a solid series, potentially. 2 closely seeded teams in the relevance of winners round 1. But, yeah, as soon as you had Koala and the boys get a hold of it through that second set of rotations, never looked like letting it go.
No, I think that's really what it was. It felt like every single time Atlantis was able to get in close to that point, Drake May, they were just going to be able to bounce back on in, get some of those kills to go their way, and then start trying to be able to roll that one onto their side. Let's take a look at some of those stats, man, because one of my favorite ththings about challengers, right? We said, hey, we don't really know a lot of these players coming on in, and this is a way to make your name known. I'm looking at Mr. Koala himself there. 28 and 19, 24 non-traded, over 3,300 damage, all with a minute 20 in the hill time. This guy kind of felt like he was doing everything, my friend. It was looking good, but we are keeping the action moving here in Challengers. We're hopping on over to our Bravo stream as we have what we're calling Team Library going against ABS.
We certainly did, and, well, it's over before you know it. So
wow.
I'll be honest, I didn't really catch on to much there. It looked like ABS were doing great, and we get best play here coming out of TJ Squiz. So I'm going to assume that it was ABS taking map 1 against, we're going to call them the Library because it's one of the longest team names I've seen in my entire life. But, well, might be a little bit quiet over there if you've just dropped map 1. Considering, oh no, we're gonna get a look, and yeah, ABS, they were the team in orange in the end. Weird color flip situation, but ABS come out on top. So great job there. Looks like a 250 to 189, so closer than the matchup that we got to see over on Alpha. And again, a series there as we're trying to figure out who's going to play who in winners round one of, well, maybe we got a hotly contested one considering how close that matchup was.
Yeah, no, I think what interesting thing there as we come on into another Scar hardpoint Enigma. I kind of wonder earlier on in these rounds, right? Do we see some of these teams? Well, when we talked about, of course, the maps and modes of that Drake May Atlantis Esports, we were positing about what some of these teams might go ahead try to ban, try and be able to try and play there. And it feels like Scar might be a map that we see a lot in this winners round one, right? Just from what I mentioned, it's everybody knows how to play it. It doesn't feel like a bad map for probably a lot of teams, right? It's pretty like you understand what hills are we trying to flip, where are we trying to hold on in. We'll have to wait and see. But let's talk a little bit of those highlights from that Drake May Atlantis Esports. What kind of came out to you from Drake May that helped them seal this map number one, and not just like a little bit of a fashion, but they had a pretty substantial lead?
I think the player that you called out in Koala, he was a hugely impactful player. We talked quite early. It looked like all the rest of his team were pretty much 8-8, something around there. Koala's putting up like 17-11, so he's great pace, putting up the hill time, but also big kills on rotation. It meant that his team were at least able to contest it. They'd be second to that rotation. They were able to at least make it mixy, whereas when they got in for a solid hold, they were able to hold Atlantis at that arm's length and give themselves at least a buffer. So that, for me, the difference maker, and that is often how it can be. Just one player either hot on his day or just a little bit above the rest can certainly be the difference maker.
I mean, I think that these first couple rounds, you might have the opportunity to have one of your boys to start to fry out and maybe carry you to victory. I don't know if that's necessarily can be your strategy when you get deeper into this bracket, because it only gets tougher, right? Every round after round, your opponents, they only get better. That's here. So for maybe some of these teams in these early best of threes, a little bit of warm up here, start feeling good. But you also give a little bit of info to any of your future opponents where they might be looking at this and saying, hey, Koala seems to be their superstar player. If we can shut him down, we might be able to make these games go a little bit easier for ourselves. And I'm kind of very curious about what they'll be able to do. A nice little look, though, at the venue here, Enigma. Everybody locked on in. I saw some stuff on social media of a lot of the energy pre, kind of the doors opening. Feeling good. Love seeing that. I love seeing everybody get active here at Major One.
Yeah, that camera angle right there shows us it's already quite packed, and you know what a passion pit's like. Nothing better than it in Call of Duty esports. We're taking a look back at our Drake May v Atlantis esports series, and a reminder of the rest of this series. It is a best of three, so should this den be won by Drake May, they will progress on to winners round two. Atlantis, you'll be knocked down into that lower bracket. Don't worry, you still got a life, you can play through that. However, should that continue, should we end up with a tied series after the S&D, we move to a Scar overload. And one of the beautiful things, I think, my friend, about Call of Duty is a team can be dominant in the respawns, sure, but S&D, that changes pretty much everything.
Yeah, we always talk about S&D as this momentum reset, right? It's kind of because it's a slower paced game mode. You only have that one life. It's just an opportunity where if you are Atlantis Esports, maybe say, hey guys, it's the first match of the day, right? Like, you're kind of shaking off some of the LAN rust, the LAN excitement. Hey, you're locked into the setup. You might be able to have your set strategies, have your set things that you need to do to try and take this den, search and destroy, to then help you go on to that overload. But it looks like we're already pretty deep in here into round number one, and a couple of deaths already. And as we come on through, it's just Tevin flying at the bomb already, and we're seeing Koala with a 4-0. Okay, you got to shut this man down because it seems like he's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we're about to see this final kill if we can hide the scoreboard for a second. I think Koala just absolutely dumpstered somebody. Yeah,
that's a little bit of a world star.
Is incredible. Okay, so yeah, we're right to highlight him as the standout player. Gets an ace, protected his bomb planter, put your 1-0 up in the round. Obviously, we missed the first half of that round. We've got a beautiful look of the scoreboard, of course. We'll say T7 Vin, 236 damage for just the one kill. Putting out the damage. Needs to finish his fights. And now it's a big A rollout. Hammering the rooftops if you are Atlantis.
Don't mind it. I think just matching a little bit of that aggression with some aggression definitely be the way. It feels like Drake May, they've just completely given up this A bomb site. I want to play a little bit of a retake through the back. Koala could be the front man here if they're not careful. You can see a couple players from Atlantis get dropped, but Tevin, he's going to be able to cut down Koala. In the meantime, trades are into those, so it's a 1 for 2. So if you are Atlantis, you only have 80 and Crimtex alive. Well, make that 80. As the rest of your team just kind of gets crumpled around you. You've made your way onto the bomb site. It's a 2v1. You might be able to split this. Do a series of 1v1, but they're double playing server right now. I might have spoke too soon, my friend. A couple little hop ups up over the wall, but nope. Zep going to be able to find the kill when you need to, give you your second round on the board.
Some good plays on good plays there. To be fair, Drake May, they do a wonderful job of recognizing quickly. We have bodies in mid. We have bodies off towards the south side. There's no one here, so we know what we need to do. They send Zepucks into the back spawn where they initially came out of. Then play a couple of players in through the attack spawn. Allow them to then set up that pinch, control one side, can squeeze up. But then I liked what AT was trying to do here. Just almost hit a re-wrap and throw off the timings. Does find one, and should he have managed to be a little bit cleaner with the movement, maybe a little bit better on the read, he may have had himself a 1v2 clutch. So great work, but it will be Drake May coming out on top, extending that lead. So we got a good look at the Drake May attack round. Atlantis, we saw the back half of yours last time. Sorry, defensive round. What's your answer here? It looks like a 1-1-2 split, prioritizing the south side. We got snipers.
Zep tries people to hit some of these shots on these players jumping around Dojo. And even though you manage, you don't hit anything there, you've sent a couple of the warning shots, right? So you see Atlantis, they kind of are very cautious about how they want to play this. And a nice little stun check up over the top lets Zep know, hey, they're still here. At least one player here, maybe not a wrap, as your teammates will push on forward. As you were just trying to hold on here. L2 is going to claim first blood, but that's not until a nade comes on through and we'll be able to get that trade. Zep understands somebody's in the back. It's a little bit of a shoulder. He understands that Kevin's trying to hit a wrap. Well, and now you've just gifted the sniper player an M15 as well. And that's going to be your moment to activate it for the rest of Drake May. Comes down to just AT. Last one alive. He'll be able to take Dare off the bomb, though. 35 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to work with here. And a 1v2, not out of the cards. We've seen crazier things in Call of Duty.
Oh, and you get a hit marker? What if you clipped him through there? Like AT was out in the open, but, well, he'll take it. Back up. That does provide you the room, though, to get the bomb down. What's AT's call? Instantly try and squeeze these players and not let them out of the sight?
Oh. Gotta wonder there, if he's looking at the left when he goes up through stone, he might be able to turn that into a 1v1 very quickly, but sometimes you just lose the 50-50, and, well, for Koala, he only has one angle to try and hold here, and you got a Dravik in hand. That fight becomes a little bit easier.
Definitely all credit over to Zepox there. He's trying to snipe forward. He's facing the front. He's got a lot to deal with as it is, but he reads. The pace is slow here. There's no attempt of a retake. They're not trying to hit us. They're trying to hold us. Why is the question that comes up. It's because Vin is on the wrap. He's gone all the way through the map, taking that long route. And should he have found the kill, it would have pinned Drake May into that bomb site. But he reads it, finds the kill, and takes over the round from there.
So far, pretty dominant performance. It continues here in round number 4. Zep, one of the last players alive in that game. And, well, okay, well, we're going to see one sniper life get taken on out as Tevin is going to at least be able to answer back. But you did the damage, I feel like, if you are Zep, right? You got that first blood on Crimtex. And even though you do get traded on out, you still keep this into a 3v3. It's still 2 players over towards A if you are Drake May. So L2 is just kind of, I think, trying to hold this side room. And that's your bomb carrier. Maybe the one flying on forward. You back them on down. There's a nade, and you've kind of been able to stave them off. And look at the mini-map here. This is going to be all you need to see from Drake May. We're already starting to see some of these players make their way on over to the bomb site.
L2 has scooped the sniper off of his teammate's corpse and puts it to instant effect. I believe it was Vin rocking the sniper earlier, so that's a counter. That's a drop of 1 life. And AT will rotate out with his duo. I'm gonna go to this A bomb site. I like the reposition. There should be some heads up movement coming in from Drake May pretty soon. And watch them head off in different positions here. They're trying to set up a pinch, ensure that these players are trapped inside.
Timing's gonna be important here. Koala, he's gonna be the one to open it on up, but thankfully trades are there. You hit the right timing, and you lose a sniper life in that, 4A, but you go up 4-0 in the round, and that might be a trade worth making.
100%. Do a great job. I believe the way the GA works is if your main sniper dies, you can pick it up inside the round, but then it counts as a life lost. I believe that's the way it works. Someone can fact check me on that one. But if so, then both snipers technically drop one there. You got to be wary of that, because obviously we know how effective Zepux has been. We saw Vin with a great opening blood in that last round. What's the answer here? For Atlantis, you've got to find one. Lost that hard point, 2 rounds from being dumped into the lower bracket. You don't want it to be with a whimper.
And just continually, Vin wants to hold down that B bomb site, but nobody's going to be home. L2 bounces the stun off the back of the teammate. Lat's a little bit too big for Koala, as he's been the carry for this team. But Crimtex, you might have found the timing, and you have. You're going to find Zep, and you're immediately getting on out of there. You put this into the 4v3. Bomb getting planted at A. You're not careful, though. All it takes is one more kill going your way to put this into the 3v3. See some of these shots going on out. Thankfully, the snipe will come on through. You drop Koala through server. As Vin starts to make his way out back through. Slides on out, pistol in hand, and just the members of Drake May dropping L2, last alive, runs directly into the gun of AT. And, well, that will finally be a round win on the board from Atlantis. Really solid retake.
Yeah, very clean. Don't lose a single soul amongst it. So that's much more like it from the squad in orange. We needed to see signs of life, quite frankly. This was becoming scary. Only one on the board, but it has to start with one if you're going to make that comeback. And it's the way in which the 4 players were happy to just swarm this site. Trap in from all different areas. Why some teams are very happy to give it up and play the retake. You can just pin these players in, leave them with nowhere to go, force them into fights quickly. And when you're winning them, it looks great. Crimtex with that opening blood as well ensured that roof control was theirs. So Atlantis, can you find some momentum off the back of that and make this more of a contest?
Definitely a possibility. I mean, Vin, you still have the sniper in hand. 5 and 4, so even though maybe you have gotten dropped most of these rounds, you've still done the damage in a lot of them. And as you start to fly on over towards that A bomb site, you'll back down 2 members from Drake May. You'll recollect here, and all I'm doing is I'm looking at AT, who's just on that B bomb site. You're kind of playing this in a 3v4 if you are Atlantis right now. You will get that bomb down, but I need to see some movement from AT here. Help your team out. Well, maybe you don't need it. Koala gets dropped, and, well, Atlantis are going to manage to hold the bomb site.
Vit'll drop one. This is just going to leave you with the frontal hit just over the shoulder. Zepbox does enough, but the trade is in from Ray. And L2 arrives far too late. You were right to call it. Atlantis were technically playing that 3v4 for a while. I understand what they're trying to do. They're watching for that big long wrap coming through because they want to plant the bomb and then take roof control. They don't want to risk what basically they did in the last round, which is that the opponent manages to get a blood and hold it and pin you in. But honestly, the fact that you just don't find any of the kills, is that, have you found, I mean, maybe one so far in the last 2 rounds if you are Drake May? So,
yeah.
Atlantis suddenly building themselves that momentum we talked about. Obviously, a long way to go yet, but brick by brick, it's coming together.
Really pivotal around here. Obviously, if you're Drake May, you kind of let that momentum swing back your way and you put yourself on series point, right? But if you are Atlantis, take this round, and all of a sudden you start to, I think, seed some doubt into the side of Atlantis. So Zep going to use that second life with the sniper. Pulls it on out. You're looking at platform. And he what are you going to move there? It's a lot of taxinades going on out, and you have managed to get this bomb down, but it's 3 members from Atlantis are now starting to wrap up through that backside. You have Zep here, but that's your sniper player. Is he going to be able to find anything? He gets the info that you're looking for. Stick. Trophy system there. Actually going to stick on top of the trophy system. You take down Crimtex, and now they're pushing through stone. Zep trying to hold the line, pistol in hand. Where's the help here from anybody with an automatic gun? See you later, AT. You're hopping off the map, and, well, it didn't look good, but, hey, Drake May, they're going to take that round, my friend.
Hey, last matchup, if we were saying Koala's the MVP, we're going to throw some over to Zepbox for now. Go back to what he did earlier, managing to pick up on that pinch with the pistol in hand. Goes even crazier here. The Semtex stick, sure, fortunate, but either way, he's got to deal with 3 players at his front door. Manages to trap one on the outside, just isolate them into individual fights, putting himself in a position to be covered by his teammates too, who go and find Ray tucked off in the back corner to put them on series point. Beautiful work by the team. Atlantis, you must answer the call, or you will be swept under.
Okay, well, Crimtex gonna try and answer back. Some signs of life here. And you have brought down Koala, who's been a driving force from Drake May inside these rounds. So not only is it a 4v3, but you've taken out a huge piece of the puzzle for that team. Have to play perfect search and destroy right here if you are Atlantis, because you're gonna let it go down. And that's exactly why. Dare gonna be able to take down Crimtex, bring this back into the 3v3. L2 doing a great job holding back these members. So it's a fast ride back to A here, Enigma. If they can get this bomb down, we've seen this before, then be able to hold this position could be a good round for Atlantis.
Could be. We've also seen successful retakes today so far. What I will, though, say is Drake May looking to hit this rather one-dimensionally. Typically, the successful retakes are coming in from all sorts of different places, ensuring Atlantis have no space. But, well, they're going to conga line it and hit the front door.
Well, gotta dance if you want to try and stay alive here. Hops on up through, but you are just getting cut on down. Dare slides on out, M15 in hand. At least going to be able to find AT. It's going to leave Vin and one other member of Atlantis still here. 23 seconds on the clock. You got to move. A little bit baited by a body in the corner, and with that little pop, they're gonna know he's still lurking around here. Doesn't go for the full wrap, and there's a Semtex back you down to 56 HP. And I mean, you're not gonna have any opportunity to hop this. Great line to hold if you are Atlantis.
Yeah, it's the problem with the A site. It's essentially a case of if you're trying to retake it, you manage to swarm it or surround it. It's a wonderful one to hit. You try and hit that through the front door, and you find out just how that works. You're basically walking into the lines then, and you will be mauled if you are this Drake May lineup. 5-3, certainly more respectful. Again, Atlantis have got a route to go. But don't count them out just yet. Hasn't exactly been a game where they've been blown apart. Drake May will get to dictate where this bomb goes. Last time, it was to B. Zepox was the star man. Change up here. They're hitting A, and they're going to be aggressive about it. Vin, what have you got in terms of a hold?
Yeah, this is going to be huge. I think if you're Vin, if you could find one, that's great. But you've got some early shots, and you're going to be able to back on out of here. So great job playing your life. If you are Vin, you're starting to see AT. Quick rotations on over. You've gained control of the bomb site if you are Drake May. For the time being, bomb starting to get planted. Will go down. 45 seconds on the clock. Koala trying to take some of these fights in through servers. But the rest of the team is dropping behind you, but you pop a huge two-piece. You try and reload. Your back is turned, and Cryptex is going to be the one to slide on out. A huge, monumental two-piece to keep you into the series.
Brave from Crimtex initially on the first, because Koala just absolutely dumpstered somebody, and we saw him do that all through map 1 too. So he was aware, I got to get in, I got to deal with that player. Smokes him, and then rips Zepox off the heady, who I think was checking the backside, a little bit worried about timings there.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah, he's looking at something. And what he's not doing enough is getting out of the way of Crimp, who slams him. 5-4. This game was a 4-all a moment ago. No doubt the boys in white right now just getting a little bit shaky, a little bit nervous. One eye over their shoulder. Atlantis are coming.
Yeah, I mean, I like the aggressive offensive play there to try and move your way on into that A bomb site, but it's just it becomes those post-plant situations that you really have to keep in mind. So we're going to see, I think, double trophy over on that A site. Maybe hoping that's there. And if you're Atlantis, I don't mind this. You have Crimtex, who's just flying his way on through. Does get spotted out by Zep, so maybe trying to hit a little bit of timing, hit a route, catch somebody by surprise, put this into a 4v3, but will get cut on down. And so maybe your hesitation to make some moves might be your undoing. Another player, AT, getting dropped as Dare is just holding this top mid side. Zep on the other angle. I mean, a 2v4 here to push to a round 11 would be quite miraculous.
Certainly would. Vin's been great all the way through this. This is a mountainous task in front of you. 35 seconds. Bombs dropped in mid. You have no map control, no awareness of the fact that Drake May are just sat deep. They're happy to let you plant this and retake with the numbers.
Oh, L2. He's at least going to be able to find one before getting traded out. That's Vin in the 1v3 now. 17 seconds. You don't have the bomb. Drake May. You can see the size of relief there on the left side of your screen as fist bumps go out. They lock it on. And we're up 4-0 at one point in that game, Enigma, like you mentioned. And it comes all the way back into a 5-4. Maybe it's the nerves. Maybe it's something else. No idea. All I know is that they managed to ice on up. They take Search and Destroy, and they take their first series of the Challengers Open.
They certainly do, and again, it was close. It gave us an interesting look at things, far more interesting than the second half, at least of the hard point, where we saw Drake May walk away with it. So it's great signs from Drake May. They're like a team that is hard in winners round one to really judge how these teams are going to look. Drake May, could we see you take maybe a few more scalps on that route through the upper bracket? But for Atlantis, it became figured out through lowers. What I will say, those signs of life in that team. It wasn't exactly a blowout. Yep. Hopefully we get the opportunity to find out how they're doing later on this match, in this tournament, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, hey, land nerves are a thing, man, and being able to maybe shake it off after that round will be huge. But look at some of the stats from that game. I mean, I'm looking at Dare from Drake May, 7 non-traded of the 9. Probably a big reason why they were able to come on through. And I'm looking at L2 with the 4 bombs planted as well. Really just trying to make sure that you are getting that bomb down when you need to. Koala started off pretty hot in that game, but he definitely kind of felt like it got shut down a little bit towards that back half. So, you know, would love to be able to kind of it's nice to see for Drake May. At least you have other people on this team who can really come alive, who can really kind of help pick up the pieces where maybe some of your superstar players aren't managing to hold it on down. But we keep the action moving here, ladies and gentlemen. We got to go check on in to our Charlie stream to see what's going on. It's Strike X taking on Orgless DTX, and we see a hard point getting ready to come on through. And I believe this is map number 1, so this series just getting started.
And we jump in just in time to see Shoku hit a lovely little 2-piece to ensure his team hold down spawns for P2 here. The problem you have is it all gets not P2, P4. Shoku's got a lot to do on the outside and will be cleaned up. Fame and Prof find enough on the roof. Radial will pick up another, and I'll be straight with you. This Strike X team are pretty good. Noisy, Radial, Fame, these are all names you should know. Prof, not one I'm certain of, but I wonder if that's actually someone playing under a different alias. But either way, the 15 and 5 out of Fame should tell you exactly why we know this guy. He's pretty damn good.
Yeah, just a little okay, right? I mean, listen, we know Noisy and Chris Radial as well as some very talented players. Gotta say, whoever Prof is, though, there's a reason they're on this team. A 14 and a 6 already here, as you can start to see a nice little lead getting built up for Strike X as we are on this P1 second set of rotations here on this Den hard point. Feels like maybe if you are Orgless, you are just struggling to maybe find any sense of, you know, a sort of area on the map that you can look to hold on through. It's going to be very, very tough. You're just kind of looking on this backside if you are Fame, looking to slide on out. Will get cut on down, but you're managing to get some time more on the board, continuing to run away with it. P1, oftentimes a lot of scrap time going your way, but for Strike X here, Enigma, they will continue to rack up the lead.
So they will. Radial will get the first and the second and the third. Good lord. Takes responsibility all by him damn self, and Prof gonna be in the brack. But, well, this has been a taste of Charlie, and Strike X are looking fantastic. But let's head over to the Delta stream, where Outbreak Gaming and Little Guppies are going to be squaring off in our S&D, and it's up 4-3 if you are Little Guppies. And you and me looked at the list of games that might be coming through. Favorite name by a mile.
Yeah, absolutely. Favorite game by a mile, but does look like, however, they have been on the receiving end of a loss at Outbreak Gaming. And obviously you can see no names on that Little Guppies roster, so I'd love to see maybe a chance for you to make a name for yourself, but all I see is Buddha popping a 2-piece, Slater sliding on out. Will be able to get the kills that you need, get the defuse, and be able to tie up this Search and Destroy series.
You say Buddha over in America? It's Buddha over here, but I mean, the Americans get it wrong all the time. It's all right, don't worry about it. Either way, Outbreak Gaming, they'll tie us up in the S&D. I'll take your silence as a yes. Outbreak Gaming, looking good. I agree with you in the sense the Little Guppy shows what you're made of here, because you're down 1-0 as it is. And again, these are best of 3s this early in the tournament. So you drop this S&D, and we'll see you in the lower bracket. We'll stay on board with Slater Cod for a second. It's a hit through Art. It's control over A side, looking for that ring presence.
Couple of early nades. Trying to maybe catch anybody. Pushing on that outside laundry push. TK is going to be the one to fly on forward, though. Some shots go their way, and I like this. You just go ahead. You back on up. Buddha, they'll be able to move on forward, at least find one before getting traded on out. TK slides back on, gets that bomb planted at A. This player, though, from Guppies, they might have found the timing. You're going back through ramp. You find Asylum. Slater cuts you on down. So some good trades right now from Outbreak, just to ensure that even though they're getting caught in some of these moments, it's not for free. As you still have the bomb down. 2 players from Guppies working together as you start to push through mid. Maybe you start going towards that pillar side. Slater might not get the timing to look on out of this, but TK and Top Laundry, they're looking on over. Finally, Slater will get glimpses of one player over in Art, and I like this. You immediately cut back through mid. You're trying to keep the team on your sights, and yeah, you try and hop the bomb if you are Guppies, but you still have TK and Laundry. Pops on up takes you on down, puts you on series point.
Yeah, great work by Slater Cod there. He finds that trade driveway, which ensures your backside's protected. The remainder of this opposing team just have to hit the front, essentially. But then he recognizes he can reposition into Zig and watch over that mid area. Just stops that flank, that attempted pinch coming through. So often the retake here on Raid. Great job out of him in particular. And 10 and 6 on a 4 spree. He's certainly been the impactful player, the leading man for that team. 1 round away from winners round 2. For little Guppies, we're seeing a sniper in play. Challenge 32 is going to scoop it and bring it towards B. I don't often see this. Oh no, never mind. He's changed over to the drawback. I was about to say.
For a good reason.
Yeah, apparently.
Scopes on up. Takes down Buddha. TK also trying to play within this smoke. Hits the pool. Nice little bit of a breaststroke to find his way on forward. And he's just keeping in the mix. He might be drawing a lot of this attention here. Can the rest of your team come on over to help? You hop on up. You take down another. So you're leaving the Tides up into the 3v3. Fortunately for you, Asylum gets found on out, as does TK. And that's just going to be Slater now left in the 1v3. Looks like for Guppies, it's a movement over towards B. They'll get this bomb down. Slater, it's going to be a really big ask to try and isolate this into a couple of 1v1s, but you find the first kill. That's huge for you. That's bomb trying to go on down, and well, you'll be able to do it. It will get immediately scooped by Guppies. They have 30 seconds on the clock, and you're going to see that plant start to now finally go on through, but you've now just made this round a lot easier for you.
Certainly more manageable, but most definitely still a tough task. Hoping to get that shoulder thrown. That's way too wide for challenge 30. Slater Cod rips his head. 1v1 then. 30 seconds left on the bomb. Just over 20 before you have to defuse. There's a reposition, though, to bottom bed and top bed. If you are challenge 29, Slater, you got to go and find him.
Wasn't the bomb planted for this side, though, is kind of my question here. So you might get an angle here to be able to look for it. And out of the top, though, you take a lot of damage. Slater, he's the one getting aggressive, flies on forward. Oh, man, I don't know if you necessarily needed to get that aggro, but I like the play. Slater almost 1v3s for the series win. But hey, Guppies, they're going to keep on swimming here.
Certainly will. Staying alive for an extra moment at the very least. Slater did a lot of things right. It's just that reposition that comes in from that challenge player. Heads up stuff. Means he can isolate the fight into one of 2 angles unless Slater's wrapped back behind him. But at the time all against him, Slater had to fly. 12 and 7. Looking at his teammates. Help me out in this round 11, gentlemen. Get us through without sweating a map 3.
Bit of a 2-2 split for Outbreak. As Guppies, they're slowly taking control of this ring side. You do have Slater here. Could be a nice line of defense. I don't know if they saw him as he kind of slid across that window. Buddha through the mid. You might be able to find the timing here. Catch that bomb carrier. And Asylum through mid is going to be able to open this one on up, but the trades start coming on through as players are flying at this ring side. You're looking over towards steps. You're going to be able to back that player down. Just, you don't have to get aggro if you are Guppies here. You've done the job of putting this back into a 3v3. You have a good idea of where these members of Outbreak are, and you will get the bomb down in all of that chaos. So you've put a timer on this round. TK playing through pillars. Maybe going to try and come on out, but he gets caught. And Slater tries to maybe slide on out. It's all onto Asylum. Slater almost pulled the 1v3 in that last round. Can you maybe match the intensity? You're not going to have the time, though. Couple seconds on the clock, you get cut down, and Lil Guppies, woo! They'll be able to secure an Enigma, and they take that search and destroy. Looks like they're going to be pushing that one to an overload. Love what we're seeing out of some of our teams here in the Challengers Open.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to witness, right? Winners round 1. Sometimes we get those blowouts. I know a couple of you are asking, where are our biggest names? Well, if they didn't get a bye, they're probably going to walk over some of their opposition. So we're looking for those teams that are looking to square up. It'd be a closer series. And we get one right in front of us here. Lil Guppies proving that they will not be the smallest fish in the pond for winners round 1. They at least tie us up. We'll send it to that overload. We don't know how close or far that map 1 was, so could be a very interesting series to watch close out. Challenge 29 there, 10 and 5, 1100 damage, doing a great job to be a part of absolutely everything towards that team's success. But I gotta say, I feel for Slater Cod. He was having himself a hell of a map. Every bit that we got to see, he was their man, but Well, he'll have to figure it out alongside his boys in that map 3.
Maybe a little bit of an overheat in that round number 10.
Yeah.
Might be thinking about that one and saying, hey, we could have just ended this series with a 1v3. That would have definitely gave you a lot of momentum heading into whatever your next round is. Some great clips for the timeline, making your name known, which is a big part of this Challengers Open, right? We have a lot of matches coming your way, though, okay? We have our next alpha match getting ready to get set up. It is between Legless Esports and Pot C's Angels. So we're going to go ahead, go to a quick break, and we come back. We're getting the heavy hitters in on this one. We got Bryson Tunn hopping on the desk to bring you all the action for that game. So do not go anywhere. The Challengers action continues after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is the Challengers at Major 1. My name is Bryce. Join me here for this next set of games, Chris Tunn.
Did you forget where we were for a second here, Brycey? It's the first major of the year, mate. I'm excited to get it. Don't tell me you forgot. We're excited. Everybody's here in Dallas. Our first Challengers line open as well, and it's going to be really interesting to be covering it, sadly from home, but covering nonetheless, alongside, obviously, Andy and Dandro, casting that first game, which was a fun one, and we have more Winners Round 1 madness coming up very, very shortly, don't we?
Yeah, we certainly do. It should be an interesting start to the bracket because, well, some of these teams we may not have seen before, but we'll certainly see them after this, and maybe, just maybe, we'll catch magic from an unknown player that may make waves of history. But more than likely, we'll just see some teams that are pretty good at COD having some good games.
Yeah, I mean, look, from the very first game that we've seen Koala starting to light up. That was some good work from him. Couple of names that, again, like Andy said, that, you know, we have seen in and around Challengers, in and around the space. But, yeah, for teams like that, it is an opportunity for you. Look, because, look, we don't want to be jumping in and going into games with Seed 1 against Seed 95, because what's the point? Because we'll just be there for 5 minutes. So we're trying to, you know, give some light to some of the others around the space who maybe don't get it that often. It is the opportune moment. But I believe we're going to be jumping over towards Charlie, which is currently ongoing, whilst we set up our alpha match, Brycey. I always remember, and this is the one I always go back to, of, oh, we're not too sure who these players are, and, you know, is this the first time they kind of live it? I remember Awakening showing up that time, once upon a time, and beating Mindfreak, I think it was, way back. This is, like, a long time ago, Al. So, that's the kind of moment that I love to see in these tournaments. Players like that coming up against teams that you really do know about and just coming out of the woodwork. I remember Awakening and his squad coming up and just bodying Mindfreak. We were like, who is this kid? This is what this kind of game's about.
Yeah, exactly that. Realistically, we could be seeing somebody amazing early on, and hopefully that's what we do see as we start to wind our way towards our alpha game. But at the moment, this looks like a pretty good S&D for Strike X. They are certainly having a fun time of it, as we'll see whether or not they put this one to bed very, very quickly. They're already up 1-0, so this could be over, and they could be through to the next round in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Strike X, I mean, there's a couple of names we are aware of on that side of things. Prof, Noisy, all these guys have been around for a relatively decent amount of time and would be expected to be getting through the winners bracket game. Again, you're going to come up against people who have been around for a long time. When, I mean, it would even happen to me, people who have like been to like 5 lands, and that wasn't like 1996, Pricey, when I last played. It wasn't that long ago. I'll give myself some credit there. But Reaper and Shoku will do well to find 2 back. It's 2 now. Awkward situation, but Sundown will find another 1v1.
Radial looking for this, keep his team alive in this half of the bracket. But this is all down to timing. They're going to see each other. Radial has seen him. Here comes a shutdown and almost goes for the pre-fire. Very, very close. You heard that headshot hit. Radial going for it again, and he might be able to get this. Sundown running for his life. Not going to be able to get it either. And that'll be easy for Strike X in the end. 1v1, all done 6-1.
Lovely stuff from Strike X. They will advance on through, and we will start concentrating on our alpha game. I think for a lot of these teams, it does kind of err into that side of things in the winners bracket round 1, where, you know, it is one-sided for the most part. We do get quite a lot of that, but we'll just be jumping through and covering what we can. Look, I think, you know, when these kind of tournaments do start off, though, it is about, sadly, for the people who get knocked out early, weeding some teams out. There are 96 teams there in Dallas, Pricey, squeezed into that little room. We're always excited to see how things go down in the pit.
Oh, we certainly are. We do know at the moment it's all a little bit chaotic as everybody tries to get their games through. If you've never been to an open event, I can assure you it's organised chaos. No matter how much prep work you put in, no matter how much time, things are going to go wrong. When you put that many bodies, that many PCs, and everybody trying to get the right way, things do tend to go wrong. If anything, we've had quite a smooth start. I know that was delayed by 10 minutes, but if you if you have close to 400 people piling into a room trying to play, well, obviously players go missing. I think we had some players missing for the very first game because, you know, when you travel all the way to an event, of course you're going to be late. But it should all go quite smoothly for us at the moment. And obviously, since we're still in the best of 3s, we get to jump around very, very quickly as the games are very, very fast. But I've been told this one has gone to its 3rd map. We're jumping over to Delta on the Overload ton.
This is a rare beast in winners round 1, isn't it? In map 3. Okay, so of course this was who we had. Little Guppies going up against Outbreak Gaming. We had this last time around. This is the second half that we've heading into the Overload. Outbreak Gaming, very, very good position here. Little Guppies managed to squeeze themselves through that search and destroy, though. Came down to that round 11. Always a good time when you got challenge 31, 29, 32, and 30 involved, right?
Well, I was going to say, I'll be honest with you, at this point, they're probably pretty glad they didn't put their names into the system. 5 and 14 as they're being slammed on Overload. So that was, oh no, I can't believe my account didn't work. Thank goodness that won't be broadcast all over the internet.
Oh yes, proper gutted about that one, am I?
It's just devastated. They'll never. It's been a team kill as well. This is not going brilliantly for them at the moment, as it does look like Outbreak Gaming will look to surge ahead once again. The positioning not perfect here from Little Guppies. You're going to have to try and get some control here before they push it through, or just fall like wheat before the scythe.
DK trying to get something going here over towards the field side, just trying to keep that pressure on upside towards the church. That is one of the benefits, I suppose, of not bringing the county deals along. Nobody has to know. Slater Cod trying to get a little bit of control through the middle of the map. They don't have control of shop, though, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They do now. Start running this one through. Slater, he's going to be able to find one. That might detract a little bit of attention away from the actual EMP site. Goes for the cuts. I like the play. Taking the time. This is nice from Outbreak.
Just keep pushing it here. If anything, I feel like they're being very, very aggressive. Just trying to get as many as possible. But a little bit of a wobble there through the fence, but Slater Card continuing to put the tempo through, as that's another score for them. They're going to try and just keep on racking this up, but it's not a terrible defense.
Nope.
Little Guppies managing to rebuff them to the middle of the map here.
3 minutes to go, though. 5-0 down. Less than ideal. Yeah, there's the artillery being called in as well. Hellstorm on its way. But it will take down 2. And again, these kind of moments, you just need to relay it together. They're on the stronger side, Bryce. They can make the push over towards Grandma's. But it's about trying to get these kills. I mean, between the two of you, kind of looking like some of my teammates online at this moment in time. 9 and 7 apiece with 22. Make it 20 deaths alongside of it as well. Never ideal. And just maybe rushing things a little bit. Did well on the search and destroy, but really are being put to the sword here, Bryce, so far in the respawn. And specifically on Overload.
Oh, I'll tell you something. From what I was expecting coming into this map, it has not been completely one way. Little bit of a bounce back from Little Guppies. Not great, but still a little bit of a bounce back. It hasn't been completely one-sided. It does look like, though, Outbreak Gaming should get another score here, but if anything, and I'm going to level some criticism at the team that's clearly winning, maybe playing a bit too individual with confidence.
Yeah, I think they would be probably screaming at each other at this stage, and will be shouting at their opposition, as they do currently lead very comfortably. And I think it's one of those moments where you're like, yeah, okay, we're on stream. I'm challenging. I'm showing off a little bit here. That's exactly what they're trying to do. But over towards this backside, just trying to keep that pressure on. But right now, nobody over towards the field on the side of Outbreak Gaming to get this EMP on the road. TK mid-map control can only find one. There's Butter and Cup once again. Just that game of to and fro in the middle of the map, you so often get on Overload right now. Nobody's really winning, but the score at the top very much leads for Outbreak Gaming 5-0.
Here we go. Looking for a cheeky little kill. Oh, he just waited. He's just waited. And that's all 3. Easy peasy. Nobody turning. Everybody wondering why on earth somebody's on the flank. Communication might be a slight issue here for Little Guppies. Communication is like, where did he come from?
But managing to find at least 5 there before he does eventually fall. This push now will come through over towards this field side, but this one has been done for a little while. Slater, Cod & Co. will probably just slay out this final 50 seconds. Shake hands, say GG's. What? Go.
Which one do you feel better about, right? Challenge 29, 16 and 29, or 12 and 25? Which one would you rather have?
I'd rather be 16 and 29 purely because interactions, and at least I can be like,
I
was trying.
I was pushing the pace, guys. I was really pushing the pace. That's it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right. But I mean, at the moment, still they've held them this side to 1. This is what I was speaking about. Like, I expected this game to already be over. They've done a really good job at rallying and putting it forward. I mean, Outbreak Gaming have been maybe a little more flashy and aggressive with some of their pushes, and that hasn't allowed them to kind of combine and put this in as much as they would like. I mean, Buddha has literally just been launching them at them over and over again. But they've held it down. This is going to go to 7-0 before that timer goes around. But they didn't get an early end, and hey, small victories.
Small victories indeed. They got 7-0. Anyway, that is that game over and done with. But as mentioned, more Winners Round 1 madness to come. We are covering quite a lot today. It's going to be all best out of threes all day long here on the stream. Every single block that we've got is very much best out of three. We're turning into best of fives tomorrow, though, Bryce. So that should be interesting. I mean, for some of these teams, best out of threes are kind of a bit of a different beast in a certain way. You really do have to be locked in on every single mode. You can't just be like, okay, well, it's our S&D map coming up in map number 5, or our hardpoint coming up map number 5 coming. But let's have a look at the maps and modes to see how things are going to play out between Potsy's Angels V2 and Legless Esports. We're back on hardpoint, Raid Search and Destroy, and Den Overload if we need to see it.
Well, let's find out how it does go. Obviously, the V1 version of this team wasn't able to make it to the event, so this is the second version. We'll see whether or not it's an upgrade, is what we're kind of looking for here as well. Legless Esports, of course, there's another interesting team. We'll see how they move through this one as well. I wonder if that's the same kind of Legless as it means in the UK. Do Americans use the same terminology for that?
I don't think.
Don't know why I'm asking you. I have no idea why I'm asking you. Maybe.
More than potentially. I don't think they do really use that term, to be honest with you. I can't say I've ever heard. Have you ever heard Jay Stud say, oh, dude, I was legless at the weekend? No, you never heard that in your life. And that sounded more like Ant, to be honest with you. That was more of a nameless impression from me, but we're irrelevant of that. Here we go. Into Potsy's Angels on Blackheart. Taking up about 15 or so seconds. Going to go their way here. Nice lockdown over towards P1.
Well, we'll see how these two teams start to tango as everybody just tries to get a bit of positioning here. But realistically, for the Angels, this is going well so far. A good glut of time already onto P1 as they start to push this tempo as much as they can. And already looking for that rotation. It's going to be a little bit tight, as you can see bodies on the minimap trying to get in position for this back spawn. But Frizzard of Oz, which is a wonderful name, was there to try and deflect.
Kills over towards the back, though, will be traded out. Spawns will be there for the illustrious P2 of Blackheart. R1 trying to get a little bit of a code here. I don't mind that play at all, but sadly the rest of the team are struggling to get through the middle of the map right now. Neb can find 1 second, doesn't fall his way. Eventually will fall for only the first time here today on Blackheart, as this score is getting run up rather quickly. It's a nice rotation over towards P2.
Well, definitely a difficult time now for Legless. A hard push in. You can see them trying to get that back spawn as well, but Vanish and Frizzard really holding it down. Vanish now going for another push here, and, well, that's easy for them. Critic also going to be on a 5 spree. This is one-sided to begin with, and they aren't going to push us. They are setting up at next.
Rotation with 25 to go over towards P2 is indicative of the scoreline, I would like to say, as that final 10 seconds will, of course, go over toward Potsy's Angels. Got over towards the backside here for Critic. We're going to try and find a breakthrough. I think the objective to try and beat them to 0 now is, well, about to be out the window, as Legless Esports have had an age to set themselves up. Over towards back P3. Whelmed. He'll find one on the Neb. This hold is solid so far. 50 seconds to go, and that's a pretty easy wipe.
I'll tell you something. We criticized the early rotation, but they have held this down now for like 40 seconds. They have not let them in. Eventually, Critic will break through the front door. More bodies now making this a little bit of a chaos come through. You can already see Potsy going for that spawn out towards the back here. Still going to spawn parallels across the map. And there's an out spawn there for Potsy's as well. They are not able to break this as easily as they would like. 25 seconds before they get in. That is a good job from Legless, if we're being honest.
No, very, very solid, all things considered. But as you say, when you rotate off so early, you can hold it down for 40 seconds, but, well, for 24 in the end, realistically. Yeah, okay, it's all very well having those spawns, it's all very well having that setup, but this time around, you don't have this rotation. You do relatively well. Now the rotation fully belongs to Potsy's Angels, and the potential other 60 seconds is on the cards. Good gunfight win coming in from Whelmed. It's now going to be a push coming through the back. To be honest, Bryce, I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Blackheart in Europe specifically. I'm sitting here thinking we have not cast a lot of Blackheart whatsoever. I'm enjoying it. It is actually one of my favorite maps as far as when the game first came out. We all rolling around Publix. Most of us were doing well. Some of us weren't.
Points. Everywhere else, nothing.
Not a sausage. And I'm wondering if Legless Esports really does mean what we were talking about, Brycey. I'm curious.
It might. It very well might, but they need to work out. They have the rotation again. This is a positive for them. They are going to be in a position to try and hold this down. Their last hold wasn't bad. They're already whelmed. just trying to back up there so he doesn't go through it. Unfortunately, there is a missile coming through the sky. You can see them already getting out.
Side does have a little bit of backup as well. Holding down these back spawns if he can, but the break's going to come through the middle of the map here. Kind of caught off guard. That's a nice break from Legless Esports. There's 15 seconds to play for.
Well, so far, not an awful lot to write home about. And being realistic, the slaying isn't like completely out of control. It's been a lot to do with the rotations and who wins those rotational battles. If Legless get there first, they do get some points onto the board. If they don't get there first, well, they haven't actually got anything from a break at any point in this game.
The point club is beckoning. There's Vanishing Course starting to work on the P1 hold once again with 50 seconds to go before we head on over towards P2, which I don't believe Legless Esports even got a sniff at. Shots coming in from Neb. Needs to stay alive though. I want to say Potsy's Angels, as they lead 207 to 46, have slowed down ever so slightly. It's just been difficult for Legless. They just seem a little one by one at this moment in time, Brycey. It's not working out for them.
Yeah, they're just going to win a couple of gunfights maybe and try to set up a proper hit. At the moment, here comes the split again. They're going to try and go on outside and jump in and go on the inside at the same time. And a player does manage to slip through. Reaper's got in here for the contest, and they get two here. That's actually exactly what they should be doing. They've done a great job for it at that moment. And now, with a little bit of scrap time coming through, can they get into P2?
You try and find a way through. Three of them through the front door. On the exit from P1, Reaper will find two. You get the spawn, so this is your opportunity for Legless Esports. The problem you've got, Potsy's Angels in the point, 15 seconds away. One last opportunity to try and find a break.
Whelmed, trying to get this last player. He might end up diving it once he puts a new magazine in. They're going to stay alive, and well, that works out for them. You're all right, maybe just a little bit of a slow start. It certainly has got a lot better over this. Unfortunately, we are possibly in the dying throes of this game. Reaper still finding two, almost a third. Maybe it was just a slow start, Ton.
Maybe. It also could be a case of just finding the break over towards the backside, but this is the last gunfight you really do need to win. R1 gets a hold of it. So that should prevent Potsy's Angels from closing it out here, and does so. So you've got an opportunity to find this rotation, which you have. It's a really good job there from R1 just to stay alive as long as he did. Frized now on the way over. He can only find the one. Maybe slow this one down. You know that it was a decent hold from Legless Esports last time, and there's nobody inside of the hill. Potsy's Angels just going to walk on through, and that is a 250 to 78 scoreline. Domination in map number 1.
Yeah, pretty one-sided though. I mean, there are some things we can take from it, of course. Maybe just a little bit of a slow start. It did get much better, admittedly, in the last two hills, but still a better time. There were some breaks coming through. There were some coordinated pushes coming through. Hopefully, it's just a case of kind of shaking the rust off and then getting into that game, because the first couple of hills, well, it wasn't pretty.
No, it wasn't pretty at all. I think, you know, when you're in that moment and find yourself that far behind in a hard point, things can be a little difficult to try to bring back. Yeah, for the majority of the players, though, on Potsy's Angels, a very, very easy time. Kind of a bit of a walk in the park, that one. 22 and 12 from Critic will be the standout. 10 objective kills to his name. On top of that, a very, very solid outing. As well as 2 minutes and 11 seconds inside the hill. My little hill kid, love to see it.
Well, we'll see as we go through the highlights here. It'll probably be a little bit one-sided. Frizzle did a really good job at holding some of those spawns down and getting into, but you know, for Potsy's Angels, it's very simple. When they rotated, they basically grabbed all of the time. When Legless Esports rotated, they had a good opportunity to get some. Unfortunately, it was about half, maybe splitting the hills at some of the times. Now, that does work, but does mean you probably need to work on the breaks a little bit more if you're not going to get in position.
Yeah, it's always difficult, you know, when you do go 85 to 0 down the space of a minute and a half. It is always difficult to then know what to concentrate on. You concentrate on these breaks to try and stem the tide to a certain degree. Or do you just stick to a rotation, make sure you get something going? It's easier said than done. Very clearly outclassed on the black hard point, but Raid Search and Destroy going to be coming up if we need to see it. Have a feeling we won't. Den Overload will be map number 3. So for Raid though, I mean, for a lot of these players, they would have played on Raid for a very, very long time. They'll know exactly what they're doing, albeit the mechanics ever so different yet. In Black Ops 7, let's see what they can bring to the table. But yeah, really, really good start there in the hard point specifically for Potsy's Angels. And we'll be looking to do the same thing here in map number 2, Bryce.
Yeah, 100%. Fortunately, S&D being the great equalizer means we have no idea what we get next. Maybe it's a very different turn of events, as it's not been a kind of unknown thing for teams to be S&D specialists. But while we wait for that S&D to load, we can head over to the Bravo stream and find out exactly what's happening on that station as well. And, well, here's Overtake Sector against Unk Squad 9.0.
Unk Squad 9.0. What's with all these V1s, V2s, 9.0s? What happened to versions 1 through 8?
Well, I mean, Challengers does go through a lot of roster changes.
You're not wrong.
Admittedly, to go through 9 this early in the season is quite impressive.
Well, Unk Squad very much showing up here. AJ Beam's 14 and 6 out of him so far, and it's also on Blackheart and also starting well. See what they can get going here over towards P3. Decent looking hole by the time that break's going to come through. 35 seconds to play.
Well, I've been told that this game will continue on Bravo, but we're going back to our alpha game to see how the S&D kicks off. Legless and Potsy's Angels, and that is a hit marker.
Oh, that's got a sting. That thing does not usually fail to find its target. And he didn't really, did he? He found the target, didn't kill him, though. Well, now I'm going to linger in and around the middle of the map, just trying to get something going here over towards B. That bomb is going down. The smokes are down. Neb might just get aggressive here. He might find one on exit at worst. Or might find nothing at all. Reaper will take him down. Bomb down, and a 4v3.
Well, revenge of the Legless, but it has gone down to a 3 versus 3. Starting the squeeze. Can they find anything for the Sniper Critic? Going out wide, Chowling. There's nobody here to trade him at the moment. This could be so dangerous. He's getting away with it. Prison's going to chow. Catches one. Now they're worried about the player hitting the flank at the same time. The rest of them trying to get into position. Critic already gets one. They are being squeezed from every direction. Just one left in ticket. They have no idea who's here. They could win this round, Hunt. Whelmed. 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 Oh,
Relax.
no, he's been seen. He's going to go for it. Hit it. Oh, no.
Oh. That's what I call getting the shaky leg. There was just so much panic in that gameplay. Just chill, dude, chill. Just needs to relax in that moment. It is a 1 versus 3, but sees they're not on the bomb. Take your time. Desk pops inside of Tiki, and they're like, oh, wait, hold on a second. He's just there. Let's all close in on him.
Yeah.
Had to get the job done, though. They did have to find that gunfight, and they do. So Potsy's Angels now 1 to the good here in this search and destroy.
Yeah, definitely did get overwhelmed.
Did you think Potsy's Angels are our version of Luti's Lions?
Possibly. We will have to ask. I mean, Luti's Lions doesn't have the V2 tag, so who knows?
Luti's Lions finished 2nd in Cup 5, by the way. I just want to point that out. They
No, I
actually
did see.
That was one I didn't see coming, and this is something you might not see coming if you're President of Oz. He is up high, though, so of course he won't see it coming, but Whelmed in a good position to do something about this. Needs to hit the shots, though. All of a sudden, no, he can really cause a lot of problems here. Yeah, you got to be expecting it, and he was. Oh, that's a tough one. Whelm doesn't find anything. The bomb is down, and Potsy's Angels have a 4v2 in their favour.
Neb has found one. Vapor having to just dip out of it. Critic. Oh, it's actually going to lose that gunfight. That opens it up ever so slightly. It's still not a great time for them. They're deep into this one. Vapor going to go down as well, and Reaper's like, well, I can't defuse with 3 people looking at me, and down they go.
Cruising so far. Potsy's Angels. I mean, that's just a moment, though, isn't it? If they can find the kill over towards top bedroom, you may be in a really good place, but it looks like Frizz is the one who just about shuts it down. And I think if you lose that gunfight to Whelms, it can maybe be around for Legless, but ultimately they do not. Critic sniper out again here in round number 3. Potsy's Angels looking to, well, get this one over and done with nice and quickly.
That's what you want. Nice, easy game through the first part of the bracket. We're going to make a deep run here. Of course, one of the issues is not every team has really consistent results. You can find a bit of a mismatch in that first round.
Big push over towards B. Here from Legless. Oh, there's nobody watching the middle map. This is a freebie. Yeah, thank you very much. R1 was already dealt with there, and now Critic will back them on down. Scope in hand, player very, very close to him. We know how good the pistol is. Not good enough in that gunfight. Vapor can find one. Surely is traded. Surely is. Yes, he is. And now, all of a sudden, a 1 versus 3 for Whelm. To make it a 1 versus 2. Gets out. Possible.
Redemption. Will they be able to pull this one off? I keep trying to make a dad joke about under are overwhelmed here, and I'm trying very hard to resist it. But still, the 1v3 on the cards. It's just difficult with no bomb.
I want to hear it.
Oh, we've made 2 of them already. You've missed them.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention to you, and that's something that happens quite often, to be fair. Well, now, in a really, really difficult spot. The thing is, he just needs to defend this bomb. If he can get it down, it's not going to happen. Yeah, really, really difficult. Frizz just going to jump over the top. Really nice shot coming through Potsy's Angels. 3 to the good. I really did miss them, to be honest with you. I was trying to get the bracket up. I've got access to it. All you on Twitter don't. Unlucky.
You can't say that to the people looking for the brackets. Look, the brackets will all be populated very, very soon. So if you are still waiting, it will be on its way. We just obviously have access to an admin one for obvious reasons on the broadcast. I cannot believe you just laughed at the people not being able to find.
Just
doesn't matter.
Gaslighting the viewers. It's fine.
Just going to ignore all of that and see how Reaper gets on with this sniper rifle.
Oh my goodness. Vanish. So aggressive, and R1's going to be caught again. 0 and 4 for him right now. Not looking too hot. Potsy's Angels just blitzing this one at the moment in time. Bryce so looking like the much better team. And I think it's always difficult, isn't it? When you do come up against such a stronger oppositions. And right now that is the case here for Legolas Esports. Reaper, Vapor, what have you got in the back pocket here in this 2 versus 4?
Reaper can maybe find something. Well, some more. I might have an opportunity, but I just don't feel like they're going to give him the time to get this one done. He'll be looking. We'll go out this window to try and find a pick. And, well, he sees a player, but not able to grab the kill. 15 seconds to go. They basically now have to hit the accelerator. They'll look for this one. Legless going straight forward as well. And, well, Reaper will find one, but they go for the double chow, and there's no time anyway. That's 4-0.
Cruise control springs to mind here. Neb and Co just looking indomitable at this moment in time. And this is the thing with best of 3s. You don't have time to turn it on. You don't have the time to find yourself a comeback. You have to lock in very, very quickly. And right now, Legolas Esports finding themselves 2 rounds away from dropping in the losers bracket at the earliest time. Very much possible. Reaper's not doing too bad, sitting at 4 and 4, but the rest of the team, 2 kills combined, is not going to cut it, unfortunately.
It's going up. Bit of aggressive, trying to take control here of 8. I think that player just to lock down middle a little bit. They have an opportunity here, Legless. Already a good amount taken down, but they are going to find themselves surrounded on all sides. It really depends on R1. I'm not entirely certain about this. They're splitting out looking for a pick, but time will go against them if they don't try and get this secure.
Concerned about the flank, but 2 of them watching it. Sometimes you just have to maybe take a roll of the dice. Reaper's the one with the SMG. He wants to get up aggressive. When it does come down to the push coming through Laundry, oh, and he's kind of being baited a little bit here. There should be at least a trade at best. Reaper is going to manage to find one, though. Surely that second player will come for the trade. It's Frizzard, and he's already got the Hellstorm out. That is bold, to say the least. Keeping him inside a Laundry. He knows exactly where he is. Well, chow that all day. Gets gunned. Reaper's done well. Now left in a 1v2.
Reaper. Just not able to get it. That goes down to a 5-0. We were hoping for maybe a more even game here on the S&D, but unfortunately, Team Legless really just not able to match up to the Angels.
Solid work so far, finding themselves 1 round away from going very much through to winners round 2. This one could be over as quickly as it possibly could be. Here in the Search and Destroy specifically anyway, it was a very, very convincing scoreline on the hard point as well. Do we see some sort of miraculous comeback, Bryce? I'm not too sure.
Anything can and will happen. And you just got to believe. For Legless Esports, this is not terrible. There is a huge push from Whelm round the back here. Got to check his corners before he does anything too mad. But this already depends. If this bomb goes down cleanly, it becomes a bit of a harder retake. Unless Legless can get in position. Already they're taking mid-map control. They're going for it as well. Great opportunity for them. They can now squeeze this. Unfortunately, they've already lost one direction.
Yeah, it was Whelm who found the push through Art. Couldn't find the pick though, and this kill will pretty much solidify the game as Vanish will find one more. 1 versus 3 needed for Reaper. He can find one. Don't you dare. Oh, he pulls the sniper out. I love to see the confidence. But that's a 6-0 for Potsy's Angels in the search and destroy, and a 2-0 in this series. Very, very convincing as they advance through their very first round there. Brycey, they're very much at a canter. Very, very impressive performance.
Oh, yeah, it certainly was. I mean, that's kind of what we sometimes expect in these round ones. Obviously, you've got players coming from all over the globe, technically, to kind of condense into this point. And sometimes you find a bit of a mismatch in it because, you know, it's like Seed 1 versus Seed 96, although the first 20 have got all buys. But yeah, sometimes you do find a little bit of a mismatch. That is going to be one of them. Hopefully, a little bit of redemption maybe for Legless as they go into the lower bracket here into this. Of course, not a great showing for them so far, but as I keep kind of tell you at home, it can be a little bit of a mismatch in round one.
I think there were some potentials in some of those rounds, right? A couple of 1v1s that didn't go their way. I would say a minimum of 2 there. You put it down to maybe a 4-2 scoreline if they managed to find those 1v1s. And then you look over towards the hard point, you just find yourself, what was it, 90 seconds down after 2 hills, and you are, well, consistently chasing your tail. Some of those rotations weren't too bad, so for them to just try and lock it in, heading into the loser's bracket, see what you can get going, but as mentioned, there's very much a gulf in class yet between these two squads. CDL Search and Destroy raid goes over towards Potsy's Angels, and the series does as well.
Well, we'll see how it all gets after that game, but before we go any further, I have been told that we are going over to Bravo as that game is going into a little bit of an S&D map that we can take a look at here, and it does seem to be resting right on this 1 versus 2.
2 lost with a recon in hand. Oh, take your time. Did he spot him on the cross? I'm not 100% sure. I think he did because Evoke's now come over, and as he's gone up over towards the dojo, it's a nice easy kill that comes through. Onk squad, 1 to the good.
Well, seems simple in the end. Always horrifying when you see that sniper rifle because you're just assuming, oh god, can I get the bullets down before I manage to get the bead fully on? And I'm going to see probably a lot of that actually in these first few games of the sniper rifles really dominating how teams tend to play these S&Ds. As we can see, I mean, that's really good there for the Unk squad. Obviously, lost that first hard point.
Wolfen's pushing forward. See if Unk squad can get something going, but the problem is for them is that they went over towards A of overtake sector, and this bomb will be going down. See, so with the plant, they lost with the coverage as they will find a way through lobby, and that's more than likely the angle they try for. Wolfen, oh my word. Not quite ships in the night, but ever so slightly past each other, but Wolfens will be cleared up over towards the rooftops now. A 2 versus 4 here for Hunk Squad.
Duffy alone with the sniper. Just getting out of there by the look of it. I think he's being chased. Still being chased. This is hide and seek now. Duffy. Oh, unfortunately not able to get out of it. Bit of a kind of a I'll run away and hope for the best here, but well, they knew.
Yeah, I think he had sniper in hand, you see, so he wants to make sure he keeps a hold of it, but yeah, scope on the back. Wiped out very, very quickly. And back now to an even game. Overtake sector looking to get things going here. Wasn't the best round 1. We've seen the back end of it. Can they close it out here in the search and destroy, or do we get to see another overload?
Both teams playing over that B push. Rampage already finds 1. Should be back to a 2 versus 3 on that site. 3v3 overall. They're not confident in planning here, Ton.
No, they're a little bit scared of the push coming through, but that's going to give them a little bit more information. Duffy thought about the turn on. Cecil, he can find one. Kill's been traded. Evoke and Rampage trying to do something here. They got AJ Beams to deal with, and Unk Squad will find another round. Definitely looking a little more proficient in the search and destroy here, Bryce. It was Overtake
certainly
Squad finding, the search and finding the hard point, I should say, and it was a pretty convincing lead for them at the time as well. But the search and destroy, as you say, things can change up very, very quickly.
We've spoken about this before. S&D is the great equalizer, depending on just how well you get your breaks and how you play around these bomb sites. At the moment, Unk Squad 9.0, I am not saying that every time, are having a bit of a better time. They were hesitant about planning, but they did still take control of that bomb site, and from there they executed. We'll see if that continues. This is all about mid-control at the moment here. Overtake sector going for it. Evoke could have been in a few issues.
More than a few issues, as AJ Beams all come straight over the top. Takes down Evoke, and now Duffy and Co. kind of backs against the wall a little bit here. They're trying to vie for a little bit more control over towards mid, but Beams, yep, he's going to get it done. Finds one. Kill's been traded, though. As all of a sudden made it a 1 versus 2 for Duffy. This is more than achievable. Some good timing or bad timing. I'm not sure which way to deduct it, but ultimately I think it's going to end up being bad here for Duffy. So this bomb will go down over towards A.
Timing. Oh, just not able to take the time and check every single corner. 2-2 now in the S&D.
Just have to be patient with that one. Wait for the push to come through. Catches them off guard. Nice and simple search and destroy round in the end. Just really, though, for both these two teams vying for control in the mid-map. Seems to be the battle that is, well, either winning or losing them the round. And to the next we go. 2-2 though. Very close search and destroy between these two squads.
Full B for overtake, but there's nobody home. A is left open. The Young Squad should be able to get this bomb down. If they just check the corner, they'll realise nobody's quite here yet. Unfortunately, they've already lost a body. Somebody kind of overstretched there. Rampage does get caught. How do we feel about this retake?
Can you find a way through? The first blood is so important. Wolfen's trying to hold the outside. Doesn't want to get too aggressive with it, but it is going to open a little bit of space here for Overtake Sector, who are going to eventually fall there. That's AJ Beam's heel drop. Good shots coming in from CISO, though. And all of a sudden, this bomb could be getting defused. Everybody had backed up. It's a very, very passive hold. And this is what can happen. Evoke is on his way. Evoke is dead. And that is an extremely easy retake by Overtake Sector.
Yeah, just got bodies in all the right places, really. And they would put the squeeze down when they needed to. This is a question of, was that just a good initial flurry here for Unk Squad? Can they keep transitioning in? They look very confident. I mean, the only criticism you could possibly give that one is when they were channeling it, you know, they didn't have the information and somehow still lost first blood. If they didn't lose that first blood, you feel way more confident about holding that push. But we'll see. How do they adapt? How does this continue? Obviously, Unk Squad will be on the defense this time around. Overtake Sector. Already going for a B hit.
The map control is going to make very little difference to this massive hit over towards B. Wolfen's trying to defend on this side. Look at that aggressive position though from AJ Beams. This is one of those positions where you want to make your move, but you have to be so careful. There's one. There's three of them. Get out as quickly as you can. He's done well to do so, but now he's in a little bit of a precarious spot, but the information is being gained. Duffy will find him. 3 versus 3. Bomb is down. Can they manage to hold it? Defenders here very, very closely to try and get this one back. Rampage will find one at 2 lost, and all of a sudden, you're left in the 2 versus 3 if you're Overtake Sector.
Maybe that will prove influential. That wide showers put them at a bit of a disadvantage. But Rizzy just trying to hold it for his teammate. They still have this in the 2 versus 2. He's worried about a flank. They don't know where all the players are. Wow, that's a wide shower. Go straight out for it at the same time. Down to a 1 versus 1. And you are going to have to make a move. Rizzy just has to keep shouldering it. That's all he has to do. Time burning. Lessons learning, and that'll be enough. Could have even run away there and still got it done, Ton. But hey, Overtake Sector, 4-2.
First real gap we've had between these two here in the search and destroy. And Rizzy just does what he needs to do there. Throwing the shoulders left and right. Take your time. Still just finds the kill onto Volk, which, I mean, to be honest, I don't think he would have been far off finding it himself, but I think it would have been hard to fuse either way. Great job. Yeah, from Overtake Sector, finding back-to-back rounds, putting themselves in a position to potentially close this one out. 2 rounds away from doing so here in this best of 3.
Big hit. Into B. Unks will already be. AJ Beams has a little bit of backup, but he's worried about all the nades coming through. Now trying to back up with his teammates, worried about any plays from the middle here as well. And, oh, it's dangerous. And somehow they get away with it.
Just landing those initial shots probably backed them down, and now they're getting aggressive, Bryce.
If Overtake Sector can hold on for a second, they're in a great position. I think that's what they're going to do. Technically, they have absolutely zero control over the bomb site. But Unk Squad don't know that. They do not know how close they are.
Tulot's going to find Duffy, though. He wrapped back round, presuming that the players would still be there, and now all of a sudden you're in a really, really tough spot here if you're Wuffens. They know exactly where you are. They've got a good read. Or do they? Hold on. Now they do. Yeah, spins. Oh, good shots coming out. And Overtake Sector will find another. 5-2 is the scoreline here in the Search and Destroy, which was very close until it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I was very confident actually in Unk Squad after those first couple of rounds, Ton, but maybe a little bit of hesitation creeping in, a little bit of experience maybe from the other side. But Overtake Sector have fully taken control of this game. Now as we go into it, is there a possibility of them riding this ship, taking this to an overload? As we can see, there is a huge push coming in. Overtake Sector are putting bodies towards A. This might even mean that Unk Squad pull their bodies back from B. They are leaving Rizzy alone on, but this is going to be a sneak plant. Please, please be a sneak plant.
What if he's maybe waiting for the flank to come through, but it's not really a position you can find everything. I mean, if somebody was just to come through double doors and then go through lobby, then it's a wrap. But you're right. The old bait and switch. The problem is, though, is that Unk Squad have taken over the min-map here, so they're going to be the ones that get there just a little bit quicker, and they get there just in time. The bomb doesn't go down, and the bait does not work. Overtakes Sector. Still 5-2 to the good, but they're down now in the 4 versus 3.
Rampage just making enough of a play. AJ Beams desperately trying to stay alive against Wuffens. And they have the advantage back in their pocket. Disappointment for Unk Squad there. They get the first blood. They push Overtake Sector into a very difficult situation, but it's now down to a 1 versus 3, a 1 versus 2. They're going to challenge as well. Good shots, not good enough. Overtake Sector, 6-2, 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, breezing through there. Nicely done from Overtake Sector. Seen plenty of good things from them. We'll keep an eye on how things are going in the bracket for these two squads. But yeah, winners round 1. Again, it can come down to these moments where it is one-sided. It does happen quite often. Don't get me wrong. We've been doing it for a while. I remember, when was it back? I mean, it might have been Black Ops 4. That was our first winners round 1 open bracket. And they're always interesting affairs. And affairs that kind of go a little bit like that consistently. Really good work there from Overtake Sector. Just showing they've got a lot more about them. For Rampage, that's a decent amount of damage being put down, but ultimately not quite enough. 6-2 is the scoreline here in Search and Destroy, 2-0, and you're advancing on through for Overtake Sector for Unk Squad. It's in the loser's bracket.
It is, and it's not the end of their story, so maybe, just maybe, we can see them make a little bit of a comeback. I mean, the S&D started off really, really positive. I'm gonna put that out there. I think some of the maybe hesitations coming through that could have cost them in support, and being honest, just losing a couple of 1v1s with no trades. That's really all it came down to in some of those rounds. Once they lost numbers, it never looked like they were in a position to kind of gain it back. So it's a tough loss. It is a tough loss. But while we're talking about that, we're going to move over to another stream here. I believe Charlie is running and rolling, so we can jump over straight into this game. CGMT versus Naya, and we'll see how this one's going. At the moment, it's pretty good.
At the moment?
It's pretty good. I've done my cutout just for you there.
I think you must have done just for me. You know what? Sometimes it's probably for the best price.
Yeah, we could probably mute each other the entire time. It'd be fine.
Do you think we could try and do that one day? Maybe just see if we can have a seamless cast and just predict. Have we been doing it long enough?
It would be awful. And no.
Maybe chaos. Utter chaos.
We've done it for a long time, but I don't think we've got to telepathy yet.
Maybe one day. Versailles. 19-8 from him. It's been a really, really nice start here from Knight. I believe still in winners round 1. Coverage of winners round 2 actually going to be coming up after this. Keeping these winning teams' streaks going. Or potentially ending them. A lot of the teams who were seeded within around the top 20 actually receiving buys. So they're in a great position to then be setting themselves up. But a lot to be said for some of these teams who did play in winners round 1. You come in with a little bit of momentum.
Having a very good time, really. Not an awful lot to write home about. I might even just end this one here. Having a pretty good time. Should not have won that second gunfight. That's outrageous, by the way. Just not enough damage done here as Josh looks to increase his score even more. 23-9, challenging with a pistol.
The movement strikes me as a player with confidence, Bryce.
Yeah.
Great shots coming in from Versailles as well. This one is pretty much done. I just don't think CGMT can get there in time. He might be able to contest just to send us to P3. And ultimately, though, I do not think it will matter. Versailles putting the shots down, the final shots of the map. And that is a 1-0 lead now. Really, really solid work. A lot of these teams showing what they're made of, though. There is seemingly a gulf in class across the board.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we kind of expect it, but we kind of go through all the games to see how teams are doing. A lot of the top seeds, I think it's like top 20 seeds, are all got buys in this first round, and those will probably be the names you're most familiar with if you've been watching Challengers all year, and if you haven't, why not? Well, we'll see. I mean, realistically, for some of these games, as we move into our next bracket as well, there'll be teams coming off of wins on both sides. That does mean the competition will tighten up all the way through, and then we'll go into our lower bracket and see what those teams are made of as well. But, Tan, I mean, right now, it's just a kind of a great showcase of a lot of the players who've turned up to play at the Major.
Yeah, everybody, paid their money to get themselves to Dallas, battled through those travel cancellations that were coming across the board. That's one thing I don't miss, Brycey, I'm absolutely honest. For a lot of these players, though, it's a big commitment for these guys to come up and show their passion for Call of Duty esports. So for all that, we do like to take the mick a little bit. We do appreciate everybody who does turn out and show up, kind of all being there. It's a real cool experience to get themselves online, and hopefully for some of these players, it's the start of something, or can they maybe just prove who they actually are and what they're really about.
Well, we will find out more action here from the Open Challengers at the Major coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Oh, all right. We're in a game here with Form G versus Torn Esports, and this is going on in Alpha right now. If you are wondering what is happening at the moment, the round 1 games are starting to taper off, and we're looking towards round 2. But since this is ongoing, we'll carry you through the rest of this S&D. And from what I saw of the very first one, it wasn't pretty in the hard point.
No, it really wasn't. And it is kind of following suit here into the Search and Destroy. Form G looking very, very solid. To what is going to be probably the closeout of winners round 1. We'll be heading to some winners round 2 games very, very shortly. But as we do close out winners round 1, we've had a few more to get through. Form G very much taking apart Torn Esports. I think it's always indicative. Unfortunately for players on Torn Esports, Butsy I think went 5-20 or something in map number 1. It's just kind of one of those games. Again, you're coming up against some opposition who really know what they're doing.
Yeah, it can just be a little bit of a mismatch, but hey, never say never. This could just be a couple of good breaks, and maybe they're right back into it at the moment. Gobbler is going straight through the middle of the map, and they do get the first blood here, Torn Esports have an opportunity.
Gobbler should be able to find something here, though. There you go, 3 versus 3 now. Back on down and progress over towards B. Seems to still be happening. Somebody in over towards the Tojo side, so this right now is as free as a bird. Just so deep from Torn Esports. Look at this. I mean, you know they're over towards B, but just one player so far back. You've got 0 control of the site right now.
This is all about this next push. Torn Esports have not split the map. They don't have any other pressure anywhere else. It's a headbutt push. They've got to worry about pressure from the mid. They don't have anything there either. Vinbron almost catches it in the teeth and already go down. They've all been pinned. He managed to get 1. That's a big trade from him because I thought he was done. But still 20 seconds left to go. 1 versus 2. Just not going to be good enough.
Couldn't find anything. It's unfortunate, to be honest with you, but they were so passive and just allowing that map control to go over towards Form G. Vicious will be there to very much pick up the pieces. Not much Vinbron can do from there, after some really good shots through the middle of the map, actually. Gobbler got taken down. 5-0, though, and 1-0 up. If you are Form G. Absolutely cruising here and winners round 1, as many teams have been.
Is there anything? Could we see a full tail? It might happen. Gobbler with a sniper rifle. Checking another angle. Oh, sees just a forearm and shoots maybe a little bit early there, Ton.
Just a little. Oh, finds the angle. Misses that one as well. Gobbler not quite getting it done with the sniper. His team now on a 3v4. As you said, the 4 sailors on the cards, but there's the one that you were saying was eluding him for a little while. Just continue to survive with his help of his teammate throughout the middle of the map. Wants to get aggressive, still looking over towards that side.
Bro, there's no idea. Oh! Gobbler!
Gobbler. Onto the ace here as well. Oh.
3?
Give it to me around number 6. 6-0 with the ace. You gotta be searching for it.
What's been called out? Don't you kill him! No!
Oh, you.
You've ruined the ace!
You.
Furious!
If I'm Gobbler, I am dashing my pad over his head. No, that's probably... violence is maybe not the question. Or the answer, I should say. But Form G, 6-0. In the Search and Destroy, they'll take that one away. That is a 2-0 victory for them on winners round 1. Which should just about conclude it. I know a lot of you home are looking for the bracket. That's going to get sorted out, hopefully, and we'll get along with that one. But winners round 2 is going to be coming up shortly, Brycey. We have weeded some people out into losers round 1, which we'll be covering later on. But winners round 2 should be incoming.
Yeah, it certainly should, of course. We'll see all these teams start to get into the mix. The interesting thing about this, of course, is if you kind of saw winners round 1, a lot of teams have buys. So it does mean that the teams that you may have seen in the elites are now entering the fray. So if you had a good time in winners round 1, you might not have a great time in winners round 2, but the games should be a bit more competitive as we put half of our bracket into the lower bracket to see how they get on.
yeah, it's going to be interesting for some of these teams who really did drop down. Kind of got smoked and now into losers round 1. See how you do on that side of things when we do move over towards it. But winners round 2 are going to be coming in shortly. And this is where things start to heat up a little bit more. We've got a couple of very recognizable names going up against each other soon. And then when we're talking about winners round 3, if teams do get through, that's when things really are going to start getting interesting. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on how things are going to go over the rest of today. But winners round 1 should be done and dusted.
Yeah, it should be, and we'll see how it's all going down in the pit as these games do progress. With winners round 2 coming up, of course, our lower round 1 teams will take a bit of a break before they get their games on. If you are curious of what the schedule looks like in that regard, it goes the winners round 2 games. It's about a 2-game cycle, so it's 2 lots of those. Then we're going to winners round 2. I think that's also going to be a bit of a 2-game cycle, and then we'll cover L round 1. So if you're looking for a team that has dropped already, you won't see them probably for about another hour and a half at least before they do come onto our screens. After that, we'll be going through the rest of the bracket. I think we get as far today as lower round 3. I just have to double check the schedule for it, but we are covering a lot of the games moving forward today.
Yeah, we're covering a lot of games today. I think it is I think it was 9 slots of different games that we got covering, and then we're going to be jumping around Bravo, Charlie, and Delta, which you can keep an eye on as things do continue. But winners round 2 should be coming up soon.
It certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a quick break now. When we come back, though, we will have winners round 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. This is Call of Duty Challengers at Major 1 in Dallas. We are now putting to bed our Winners Round 1 games, and we're moving on to Winners Round 2, Ton.
We are indeed, and this is where the competition starts to heat up a little bit. We started to bring in some of our higher seeded teams, and they are some of the teams we're going to be concentrating on as we move into Winners Round 2, give everyone a little taste of how some of our better teams here at this event are looking in their very first game. And again, look, I know we will talk about golf in class. We will talk about how, you know, both these two teams may have a bit of a difference between them, but some of these teams have had that Winners Round 1 game. They've had that opportunity to warm up, get used to the environment, straight into Winners Round 2 up against a team, albeit high seeded, but they haven't played a game yet. So you're going to bear that in mind when you come into this one. You cannot take anybody for granted at these events.
No, you certainly can't. And, well, this will be an interesting one to see if anybody's going to slip up a little bit from some impressive plays, not only in the Elite, but also the Cups. And, well, that situation's been a bit fluid, Ton, as well. We saw some of the teams in the Elite actually crash out a little bit earlier in some of the Cups.
Yeah.
So, kind of wondering how they're now going to perform at the Major, because that's where a lot of people will put the credit for how good these teams are this year.
Yeah, I think, you know, some of the Cups are especially interesting, especially Cup 5 for a lot of these teams, to see how that kind of played out in Europe. It was a bit of a strange one to see how, well, Clutch Train actually finished in 3rd in that one and coming in as the #1 seed for the entire tournament. That was a little bit of a surprise considering who they did drop down into 2nd up against. But that's maybe a story for later on in the tournament. We do get to see our #1 EMEA representation from our side of the pond, which will be coming up later in the tournament. But you know, for some of these teams, it is something to look towards. If you had a decent Cup #5, is that giving you something maybe heading into this one? I'm not too sure, but we do have one of our very first Winners Round 2 games coming up. It's Falcons Academy Green off the back of a relatively decent performance in the Elite, going up against ODY Esports. So, yeah, should be an interesting game, guys.
It certainly should. Of course, we get a triple scar as an interesting one. Well, the bans and picks have made it this, so we're going to see Scar over and over again in this one, but should be a good game. We're hoping that these two teams will be relatively close in terms of it, and we'll find out how that all starts to move forward. Of course, for these teams, if you are on the winner's side, as they do call it, it's always a bit of a cheat code, because every time you win one of these games, you kind of miss out on what can be quite a long slog through the lower bracket. So you really want to get as far as you can. Not only does it rapidly put your position up in terms of where you can potentially fall, but also does allow you to have maybe a little bit more relaxed schedule, is the way I would put it.
Yeah, and I think that's a real fair observation to make, because I think, you know, we think of it from our perspective is that, you know, the longer these days go on, sometimes your energy can be a little bit sapped. Think of the players who are sitting around waiting to play their games. It's a long old day on the challenger side of things. CDL guys have got it good. Maybe one game a day, you're chilling. But look, for a lot of these teams, you're going through a 96 team bracket. If you're dropping down early, that is not a good position to be in. But this one in particular, neither one of these two teams have lost. ODY Esports actually went on to beat Zoned Out Gaming in their very first round. They're coming in as number 57th seed, going up against Falcons Academy Green, who are 8th. So there is a disparity here, Bryce, in as far as the expectations go for both these two squads. But Falcons Academy Green, as mentioned, like, let's see how they do. I'd imagine they'll be coming in this one treating it as a nice warm-up, but cannot underestimate anybody here in Dallas.
No, they are the heavy favourites in this game, but you are right. Who knows? Who knows who is better? I mean, theoretically, the Academy team should be on top into this one, but when you get to land, maybe there's a bit of a comm issue. Maybe you're just not expecting this from ODY. I mean, obviously, they have had to win so far. Academy have been sitting, waiting for these games to kind of push through. But as we move on to this Scar hardpoint hunt, we will find out.
Yeah, and for Falcons Academy Green, somebody I just really want to keep an eye on is Rupert. He's somebody who impressed us. I think we casted over him in the very first tournament we actually casted this year in one of the Optic Showdowns. And he was on Kabbalah at the time and really, really impressed me. I think he's somebody who has a massive, massive future in this esport. And, well, if things continue to go the way they started in this initial break-off pricing, then that wouldn't surprise me too much at all.
It should be. I mean, Challenge 29 is a sim, so we should see a team just do what he's been so good at all the way through his career. P1, I'm not going to judge it too much onto this one, but it's still a very good start by Falcons Academy.
Yeah. And this is absolutely a game you would expect them to kind of walk through. For ODY coming into this, it's just the hardest possible, one of the hardest possible matchups you could go on to have. Very much a seasoned roster. One of the best in the entirety of North America as well. Not the very best, though. For Falcons Academy Green, it is going to be a case of like, kind of show what you can do. But I don't think, you know, as far as like them being, I don't want to say a relatively new roster, but, you know, they haven't necessarily been together from the get-go. There has been changes. There has been many things thrown at them. They will continue to get better over the season, as it seems teams often do. Coming with some new blood in here as well. Roxas, I mean, we know what to expect from him. As mentioned, we just talked about Rupert as well. And I mean, a lot of eyes on this man right now as well. 7-1 to kick things off.
So far, so good. Spawns have flipped. Now waiting just to hold this one down and doing a pretty good job with it. But there's a lot of pressure from both sides. They do lose out on the trades a little bit here. I see might chow this down low, but I suspect the better point would be to stay up top and try to give his teammates cover on the cross. Does exactly that. Finds another kill there. 6-2 now. And that's a full wipe ton.
Rotation going on over towards P3 as well, and that's a nice hold. Falcons Academy Green to get this one kicked off. 70 points and rising. Looking solid for it. The shot's coming out once again. Aston trying to find a flank here through the middle of the map, but I think you can always see, you know, so for some of these teams coming in and winners round one, they would have had a nice and easy warm-up, and I did kind of point out, okay, yeah, it's nice to be able to have that little bit of momentum come into it. You are playing a different ball game now.
Oh, that's a good push there from them. Looking for it as well as he tries to get the double here. A little bit 1-by-1 there by Falcons Academy. May have taken that a little bit light against them, and well, now they find themselves on the outside. Got to be careful though. The push is already incoming, and everybody just going for the chow here. Aston just not able to hold on to that position for a little bit longer.
Not too far away though here for ODY Esports. Okay, it's not necessarily the best of scorelines, but if they can hold down over towards Grandma's, then maybe they can get something going. But it's Asim who can break it wide open. Rupert is there to find a few more, and there's the break that came through. There's the potential for ODY if they could find a rotation over towards the hill and just, I mean, look, you can never count it out. When you're 115 to 25 down, yes, okay, it doesn't necessarily look too hot, but it's one of those situations. You find yourself getting a full 60 somewhere along the line, you can get yourself well and truly back into the game quite quickly.
What's going to try and do here? Split around this, and Rupert Skywalker not going to get it. There's just enough here. A good deflection going through as Odie start to slip further and further behind. And this is one of those points where you're like, well, if you don't start to see a turnaround soon, this game might be over no matter what you do.
Yeah, you need to start bringing something to the table very, very quickly. Rupert sending at 9-9, not necessarily setting the world on fire, but it's always been about these rotations. And once again, Falcons Academy have it. For ODY, you pick up what is quite literally the scraps of the time. Over towards P3, and now look at this setup. Frost trying to find a way through, and it's just every single angle is covered. They've got mid-map under lock and key from Asim. Rupert's holding the back. Aston can find two, though. Potential break could come on through, but Asim now through the middle of the map, able to relieve some of that pressure. Nice hold so far by Falcons Academy Green. 15 seconds gone.
Aston trying to just make a bit of a difference here. Can he find another kill? He cannot. Falcons Green are just winning the trades where they need to at the moment, and that's really keeping, oh my goodness, Odie away from this point. And I think Asim has started to hit the flow. You can see him just flying around this map, picking up the kills everywhere. Another one going through. He tracked that guy while he was throwing a nade and almost still got the kill. Is eventually going to be traded out and taken down here, but still, again, the trades for Falcons Academy Green is what is the difference maker.
Jeez.
And they are happy to even move forward into this P1.
I mean, Roxas sitting at 6-12. He's got his feet up right now. Everybody else doing what they need to. So Falcons Academy Green skipping through, and map number 1 here on Scar. 2 and, well, 3 if you do see it. Also, sticking around on Scar. I think this might be the first time I actually played Brycey on Black Ops 7. Not that anyone cares. What irrelevant of that. Streak's now being called in. I mean, this is just further pain coming through for ODY. Good job from Falcons Academy Green. This has been very much, as mentioned, Bryce, a walk in the park so far.
Well, like I said, it's a bit of a difficult one. Realistically, I don't think obviously they're a bad team, but Falcons Academy, their kind of journey so far is actually getting better over time. They came second in Cup 5. And they lost in the Elite to the two teams in the final. So there's no real shame losing to them at this point. Obviously, you would hope to have a little bit better of a scoreline going through, but this is one of the juggernauts in this bracket.
Absolutely. And again, we kind of touched on everybody here. We talked about Rupert in the sense that, you know, he's starting to come up. For Elim, I mean, he came up a long time ago. Roxas kind of, you know, plying his trade still. But for QK, I mean, again, he's somebody who's had a lot of hype around him this season already. 24-9 straight up the gate. Getting the M15 nice and warm. 20 seconds away from Falcons Academy taking map number 1 here. In this best of 3. Isn't 1-1 between these two teams. This is the very first map, which is looking like it's going to get closed out. Well, you would think shortly, but right now, ODY getting some decent time here over towards P2, but that is maybe short-lived, and maybe the caster curses come on through. Right now, it is just locked down by Falcons Academy Green. Should be able to close it out here, Bryce.
Does look like they're going to, but there might be a little bit of a contest. They throw their bodies into this point, and they do get in. Rupert going straight over the top, tries to just drill them down, and maybe a little bit of a crazy chows coming in as they try to kind of just muscle them out of this. It won't end on this hill. We are going over. Nobody's there.
Somehow do extend it. Elim is here, though, and causing a lot of problems. Good shots coming through. It's the team shots that come through. That will close out map number 1. Falcons Academy Green. Convincing, to say the least. And as expected, yeah, the map number 1 win. Looking to advance themselves through winners round 2 rather quickly, and if they keep it up like that, then, well, that's going to be no problem whatsoever. Q4 and Co just very much putting ODY to the sword there. Bryson, just having a look through the bracket again. I'm not going to actually rub it in that I do have access to this time. You know, I don't want to, you know, be that guy. But they could be going up with a relatively simple winners round 3 game as well, potentially. Going up against either TBF or Sweet Kittens. Some of the names never cease to amaze me.
Interesting names. Here's the statistics for that game. I mean, it's pretty much what you expected. Huge amounts of damage, massive amounts of non-traded kills, and a very good scoreline for Falcons Academy Green.
Yep, extremely impressive. QK 2 minutes in the hill, 17 objective kills, 32 kills, 27 non-traded. Yep, that'll do it. That will indeed do it. Just a really good performance. Just like kind of going over towards, again, something on the bracket that's going to be interesting. Clutch Rain have already advanced themselves through to winners round 3. They're to nobody's surprise. They're won their game quite comfortably in winners round 2. So they're into winners round 3. They could potentially be going up against Cabal Noir or Strike X. So that could be an interesting game, one that you would imagine Clutch Rain should advance on through from. But winners round 3 is when things do get a little bit more interesting. You potentially got Omit Noir going up against Light Unlimited. So Light Unlimited coming from EMEA, going up against Alpha Sensor and Co. So that should be interesting. Some other games potentially coming through. As mentioned, Falcons Academy Green could be going up against TBF or Sweet Kittens. Omit Brooklyn, Carolina Reapers could be something. Winners round 3 is when things really start to heat up. Like, everybody starts to get whittled down. That's when things start to get interesting, and I believe we'll be pretty much closing out today's broadcast with games around that sort of region in the bracket. So yeah, should be super interesting towards the last stage of the day, with some of these teams starting to match up, where some of the games really do start to matter.
They certainly will. And I think the next one as well should be a good game. Omit Noir going against Outbreak. We'll be coming up on Alpha, and we'll be following that game all the way through that. So that will be our main game on broadcast. Just a reminder, if you haven't been watching challenges before, there are currently 4 streams going on Alpha here. We tend to cover one game mainly and then jump around to the other 3 to give you coverage of everything going on, as well as any information that we may find out in the bracket. But if you want to watch dedicated games on Bravo through to Delta, you can do. Obviously, the commentary won't be there, and we might cover that game as well. So you have plenty of choice when watching challenges for today. Of course, at the moment, there's something like 32 games going on, so it's not always the easiest for us to cover every single one of them, but we do try to cover the majority here on this broadcast. If you haven't seen that before, well, I believe you can click out and kind of take a look at all 4 of them side by side. So we'll keep doing that as time goes on. We are going to go into our winners round 2 game very, very shortly onto Alpha, but we will dip back in and take a look at some of the other games, like the Academy game we just saw.
Yeah, dipping around, and as mentioned, if you did want to check any of those out, Price is right. You can go on without casters. I don't want to give any of you really more reason to go on Charlie, Bravo, and Delta, but you know, you don't have to listen to us at the same time. But we are going to go over towards Search and Destroy in this series. Falcons Academy Green looking very, very solid in map number 1, trying to kick off things here in map number 2 in the same kind of fashion as seen with 2 already. 3v2 in favor of Falcons Academy.
At the moment, just holding. That bomb is back in base. We're looking for it. Unfortunately, it's now a 1 versus 3. Bio just trying to see if he could get the wall bang gone down, and they're not actually going for this bomb. This is egregious. They're going for the trade. He finds one. Trying to back off. Trying to go around. Oh, almost a snap onto the second. But it will be Falcons Academy Green that take that one home.
Solid effort. We're not able to get it done. 3 in the round for a seam. Feel bad for the guy. He's just a reaper of challenges every single year. He is actually, if anything, the Vortex of North America. Are we vouching for this? Is this a good comparison?
I don't know.
You weren't listening to what I said, were you?
I was listening to you trying to make another analogy that, quite frankly, is probably too soon to tell in winners round 2.
What about a seam beat? I don't care. I'm going to semi-disagree with you here. Either way, looking for a seam to kick off the Search and Destroy, and we'll immediately get caught out in the middle of the map. QK making his way forward. They're trying to find plenty, but this is pretty much run at them, gun them, and win a round so far. B up, now left in a 1 versus 3. Oh my god.
Yes! Now get the sniper back out.
Do him. Oh, that was your moment. If he finds that, puts himself in a 1 versus 1. Your name goes up in lights. Oh, I tell you what. Oh, you see him up top as well. Take your time. There's one. Dips out. I mean, sensational work here. Now left in a 1 versus 1.
Where does he go? Going to commit to A here. At this point, no information on where the other player is going to be. We'll check this bomb site. Oh, he's going to be seen. See Chow, he's going for it. He goes all the way around. He's going to try and chase the player. The player's still running away. Got to get there in time. The player's laying down and he's going to get caught sprinting. It could have been glorious, but it is not the way it ends here. Falcon Academy up 2-0 in the S&D ton.
Yeah, QK just backs down. I think he sees that he jumps off the bomb site, so now he's going to get chased and he just catches the angle. But you can keep an eye on this one. One of the other streams, I believe this is on Delta Productions, about to correct me. But we're going over towards Alpha. See what our main game, Omit Noir, going up against Outbreak Gaming. This, you know, it should be relatively interesting. I'm really curious to see how Alpha's going to do, you know. He's somebody who we watched over plenty, obviously, in EMEA, and it's the guy we're watching every single week and saying, damn, I mean, this guy is frying. Now gone over towards North America, teaming up with Doug Sensor Martin, of all people, as well. Let's see how Alpha can do, learning from, quite literally, one of the most experienced gamers on the planet.
Well, that's it. I'm taking my sleeves off.
Go on. I'm not ripping this shirt. It's a nice shirt, but I if it wasn't, I'd be game.
Well, at the moment, they are the favourite team. I mean, we actually saw Outbreak Gaming a while ago, and they were very, very aggressive and flying around the map here. This does seem a little calmer for them. Changed up the way they are playing due to the opposition, who will punish the mistakes with a little bit easier time. And Icon's now just backpedaling, waiting for the push to come through already. This is a good push here from Outbreak.
Trying to find a way through. It really was Butter leading the charge, but Sensor shutting them down 6-0 to kick things off. He'll be nice and humble about it, though, Will Doug. He ain't going to talk any smack that he doesn't need to. Asylum, he'll take down Alpha, trying to find something. Going on the rooftops, Doug Sensor Martin kicking it off here. 7 in a row, can't find the 8th. Rest of the team inside of the point. Icons, he can find 2, and that should be the hold now for Omit Noir. Outbreak Gaming. Well, yeah, they're really breaking into a hill.
They have an opportunity here, though. They do have bodies to get some scrap time, but it looks like the rotation may be also on the cards. They're sending bodies over. There's the scrap time for Outbreak. Need to win a rotation fight. Nate takes down both. Icons cleans it up, and, well, the scrap time's almost all they're going to find here, as well as this spawn coming in. Icons will call it. And somehow still alive. What is going on?
I mean, how on earth has he managed to survive as long as that? As Nate will find 4 in a row. So all of a sudden, Sensor and Co can just walk through this door very easily. 9-1, 10-1 for Sensor. 3 spree for him. Looking for a little bit more. I think he may well have spotted the shoulder or Butter, but either way, he's just keeping them at bay right now. Everybody else doing their job through the middle of the map. It's a 100-point lead after, well, pretty much 2.5 hills here for Ultimate Noir. And I'm curious to see how this roster is going to do. You know, outside of this one, obviously we're in winners round 2 here. You would very much expect them to be able to advance on through, but I think if you look at the way that the roster is kind of being put together, Alpha going over and obviously played for Signs, a roster that grew as time went on in EMEA. Been touted for a spot for a little while on a serious roster over in North America, and right now is this potentially it? Well, he's sitting at 2-4 because Sensor is stealing all his kills.
Hey, that is Sensor. He's allowed as many kills as he wants. just continuously. I mean, we did see, obviously, Outbreak Gaming a little while ago have a pretty good game in the slaying department. This is not that same game. That is egregious. Managed to get both of those down here as well. They are not getting even a little look at this hard point. Icon's actually wondering where they are. It's actually going to be a slower push there that just got them out of it. Alpha actually going for a wild chow there as well. They're starting to feel more and more confident, but a 2-kill come in from Buddha gives an opportunity.
Yeah, we'll find 2. Sensor 1 on the outside. That should be the hold. Asylum, though, does incredibly. So even find 2 means Nate has to back it on up. So that's a few seconds that could have went Outbreak Gaming's way and a little bit more room to maybe make their move for this final 10. One player around the outside. Gonna find it actually through the lobby. Can't get away through, but Icons is there with the re-wrap, and there you go. So more time over for Omit. Nick can't win that gunfight in the middle of the map. Outbreak Gaming trying to get something going here. It's going to take a really good hold somewhere to get them back into this game. It's not necessarily feeling too like.
They are certainly trying. You can hear that missile coming in, though. Sensor calls it. Oh, he's actually something. That player on the point has dodged that quite well for some time. Eventually will be taken out by the guided missile. And now they look to get back into it. At the moment, P1 still very much up for grabs. Both sides really putting it down, but it will be Outbreak that have an opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, Ton, if they can hold down the lion's share of this time and get a good rotation. Game's on.
You see it. With the Omen, we're actually recommitting over towards P2 spawns. Asylum shuts it down, and he's having a pretty solid game. Over the last couple of hills, he's been the one lighting it up. So some good P1 time here for Outbreak Gaming. And you can see here the excitedness as the game gets to within 110 points. Outbreak Gaming not in too bad of a position over towards P2, though, and that's a great hold at P1.
Opportunity does beckon. You can already see Omid Noir looking to split this map. They don't have pressure through the front now. They're going to go through the back and the side. They've already got a couple of trades down. They're now looking to put the squeeze on. Last player's not going to be able to do anything in there, and that's a full wipe retake. Big clinical there from Omid Noir.
Yep, that's exactly what they needed to do. Just stem that tide of, well, maybe hope coming out from Outbreak. Good hold over towards P1. Nice rotation over towards P2. And maybe a potential break here as Nate is being left all on his own. Finds 1, finds 2, can't find the 3rd. And the break will come via the rooftops. Butter and Co now just trying and keep them in bay. But this is much better. But your problem is you found yourself still 100 behind. You're keeping within touching distance, but such a mountain to climb against such a good squad. Omid Noir going to be forced away over towards P3, but they're going to break themselves within 100 points now after a game. This is a lot better.
This break could prove critical, and Alpha is just playing beautifully. Patience on those kills from what could have been a difficult rotation battle is no longer so. Advantage here comes the push. Asylum through the mid could be critical here, but Alpha finds, surely not 2 again. You cannot be this efficient. Not the 3rd. Alpha eventually will fall down, but damage has been done. Omid Noir just preventing them from getting a toehold.
Yeah, a lot of damage is being done. Alpha just keeps them at bay for so long. And now, all of a sudden, we were talking about Outbreak Gaming potentially getting themselves back into the game. Well, those 2 from Buddha might offer them a small slither of hope, but now with 20 seconds remaining here on P3, Alpha's challenging that all day long. It took him a while to get into the series, Pricey, but he's very much arrived now. Now he's going to get the cut over towards P4 too. Icon's doing what he can, but Alpha should have a couple of freebies here to help these teams set themselves up over towards P4.
Already flying in. Alpha finds another one. On a 3 streak here. Looking to just push this one. Catches one. Well, doesn't even get that kill. Goes to the set. Goes to the reach out because, of course, there's the 2. Just reloads in his face. Icons will clean up the rest of this team, and that's game.
Impressive work from Mount Noir, but honestly, seeing Bracket, there was flashes of something though, right? And I think that's always the thing. I try to look. I know we do like a joke when some of these teams are coming through and coming up against the strong rosters, and you do like to just give them their plaudits where necessary. Though there was a couple of occasions things we're setting up quite nicely. It's just the execution. It's just not allowing Sensei to go 9-0 off the start. It's not allowing Alpha to hold 4 or 5 of you down all on his own. It's moments like that that do make the difference, and they did so for Omid Noir. They will take a 1-0 lead in that series price, looking very, very comfortable in the end.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, it's where the games start to progress here. We did say that now the big names are moving into the bracket in Winners Round 2. That is definitely our Winners Round 2. But we are going to go into our Charlie game. I believe that is going to be underway as well. And it's Cabal Noir against Strike X.
What's with everybody being called Noir these days? What is this, Brycey? I don't know. Are we too old? Do we not realize? Is this a youngster thing? I don't know.
Maybe just people have realised that it's a cool name for black in French and have gone, hey, we could use this. Just the latest trend. You know, they might find, oh, we can use that instead of just being called Cabal Black or any of the other ones. You know, Noir. It sounds more professional.
Well, right now they are struggling at this moment in time. Strike X absolutely dominating them, actually, if anything. So a bit of a struggle. Strike X, look, they did look very, very solid. Balnor were one of the last teams to actually get themselves a bye as a top 32 seed. It's not working up against Strike X whatsoever. They are getting bodied.
Yes. That's about as far as I can put that one. It is quite one-sided. Will it continue to be so? Maybe it's just a bit of a slow start from Cabal. P1 becoming the stalemate it does frequently get onto. You don't want to jump on it until you have a couple of kills, but hey, there's a wipe.
It's the kind of moment that you maybe need. I mean, the thing is though, if you look towards the actual kill feed, right? It's not that far away to be 170 down though, right? No? Like, I mean, right. What has gone on here? Have you just not want to... Is it
rotation,
1v1s for the hill?
Not rotation.
Strange scoreline, all things considered. What, you're down 1, 2, 7... What, you're down like just 10 to 12 kills and you're down this much? It's strange. Damon Cole looking good here for Strike X though. 200 points and climbing. Good work from them, but we're going back over towards Alpha. Outbreak Gaming going up against Omid Noir, and out we are into the Search and Destroy and Raid.
Outbreak looking for a bit of revenge. They've given up a lot of map control here. Put a nade down. They clearly don't have information on the bomb yet, but nobody's going to be there, and that's a big gunfight in mid. Nate gets away, but it will be first blood here. Outbreak Gaming on. Nate's going to catch him. He said no more, but that actually gives more an advantage to Outbreak, and almost down to a 2 versus 2. Sensor's going to chal it. Sensor's going to chal it.
No, he just signs as a tack dog instead. Alpha chilling over towards the back. Oh, we'll pick that up. You best believe I'm challenging it. Alpha obviously playing quite passive over towards the back side. 2 players from Outbreak Gaming. Now I'm going to back off, but they're in Asylum on their way over towards A. And this is the kind of round, though, that when you look towards some of these lower-end teams going up against the best in the biz, if you are a strong search team, you've got some different curveballs to throw left and right. You can catch people off guard. Alpha spots them out, though, making the push through Laundry, and he's just going to try and hold this down. They're just going to try and hit it. Head towards Alpha, and he will deal with one. That's more than good enough. Time is ticking. Sensei left on his own. Oh, he's caught him. And now, if anything, do you actually have time to get this down over towards B? I don't know if he did. He didn't get there in time. Sensei is expecting the push to come from somewhere. It's not came from where he thought, though, and he still gets away with it. Omid Noir won the good.
That was so close. Timing on everything from the bomb plant to whether or not he could have found him. They get that one done, and this does seem a bit more of an even game than it was in that hardpoint hunt. Both teams trading punches.
It's round number 2. Icon's getting very, very aggressive here, and it just shows the confidence that they have. Alpha going to have to hold down what is a 2-man flank yet. Yeah, information gained. He's running away with his tail between his legs, I should say, but they get the information necessary. Did they know that Alpha's still up here? Well, they had to now, as Buddha will find him. Sensor was there to help out, but he gets caught. Bomb goes down. 2v4 for Icons and Nit.
Oh, Icons going through and did not find the second. Nate will bring one back into it though. In a 1 versus 2, this will be 1v3 if he can make it, but make it he cannot, and that gives Outbreak Gaming an opportunity to tie this up.
Yeah, nicely done. Just comes through to that double flank through mid. Really good work finding a push through Art. Alpha gets tagged up, has to back on down. Sensor is there to help out, but he gets gunned, and then all of a sudden Alpha has to do it all on his own. He then falls 2v4, always going to be difficult. And honestly, I thought Icons may well have got the second on the player with the pistol in hand, but wasn't able to clean it up. If he gets that, it's a completely different story. And a 2v2 in that scenario, you probably do fancy Omen Noir to be able to defend that site. Either way, one apiece. Outbreak Gaming trying to show us something here in the search.
Where does this push lie? And at the moment, that all screams A. It's going to be a bit of a hit. You got 3 from one side, 4 from the other. Everybody going in. Alpha gets first blood. Icons streaming forward. Nate gets another one. They've gone for the big hit, but Buddha gets 2. And now 1 versus 2 as well. He's going to get a third, and it will be traded out. Absolute banger around the bomb site.
Just so back and forth. But ultimately, the kill feed leans in the direction of Sensor. They'll find over towards this backside. Nice and easy. His first kill of the game coming through. And a nice bounce back there for a moment. Almost immediately. Finding the round back within, 30 seconds. That you just lost out on. But a 5 and 2, though, will be questioning how we weren't able to get a hold of that one. Either way. Oh, no. Still only 2 onto the gun. Now they're turned to attack over towards A more than likely. Setting heads over the top. Entry into the site. Nobody really clamming for a little bit of mid-map control. They're happy to just leave Alpha holding down Art and holding a deep, very, very deep rotation right now. A lot of teams do like to send somebody over towards the middle of the map, but they're happy to forego that. Bomb goes down. Laundry control is the name of the game.
Silence waiting to see if he can find it. I just saw a foot. Saw a toe. Wants to push this, waiting for his teammates as well, but has already caught it. Finds the first, goes over the top for the second, but they have been traded out. 2 versus 3. Sensor coming under a little bit of trouble as well, but Icon's there to clean it up, and now a 1 versus 3 isn't going to be good enough. And Omen Noir, oh, that was certainly a round from them.
Very, very solid. Not a great deal you can do against it if you're Outbreak. The setup was there. As soon as that bomb went down, just extremely difficult to deal with if you don't win your gunnies. Nicely done. 3-1 now to Omen Noir. Starting to cruise here in the search and destroy. And all 3 rounds away from advancing to winners round 3.
Here comes the sniper. Alpha will check window shortly. Oh, a little bit of timing there. You can already see the shoulders being thrown, and Outbreak are going to go a different direction with it. They might know about that sniper being on Overwatch.
Good shots from Nate. Not good enough to finish off the kill, but enough to back this attacking side down. A lot of aggression coming out from Omen through the middle of the map, and it's going to help them dictate exactly what's going on here. You can see how passively they're playing over towards back laundry. They're happy to give up that control because they've got mid-map control. They can collapse on that. There's no need to necessarily fight over the actual bomb site. They'll fancy themselves to retake this, no problem.
Has to back off for just a heartbeat. Icon's trying to check through the smoke here, but it's been noticed, and he still wins it, and he gets out. Alpha getting another kill as well. Asylum will get one back, but that is not what they wanted here, and finds himself alone. A sea of enemies, and it's 4-1 to Omid.
Nicely done. Just get aggressive over towards that side. And a real difference maker if you can find those kills through the mid-map onto that bomb planter, and as soon as you get that, you are kind of laughing. Icon slips on through, finds the kill, dips out of the smoke as well. Excellent work. Omen Noir 2 away. And looking pretty solid for it. Alpha 6 and 4, Nate 5 and 4. Sensei along for the ride in this one, but convincing at the moment for me.
Alpha going for a chow here, but taking a few bullets. The rest of his team dominant around A. This is what they're now waiting for. They're going to push through. I think they are. They want to take control. Slater will call it and back off.
Nade solid. Comes up from Slater. Icons will be taken down. And now what else can they do with this? Big push going to come through from Outbreak as the bomb goes down over towards A. Numbers not in their advantage any longer. 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2. And Slater maybe just a little bit late to this party. A little bit of control over towards the laundry. Just not enough to get anything done. Good shots from Butter. He should be dead and is. I just feel as if a couple of players on Outbreak, they're just a little bit off pace from each other. It's a moment where you all need to move together or don't move at all.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I was just trying to kind of put it in concept, because here's the thing you'll notice when you come back. Douglas and Martin has not been involved a lot, and it's because the players are slaying out around him. He's really just kind of anchoring the position he needs to be in and not having to do an awful lot more. He only got 1 kill, but he's only died 1 time as well, and that's indicative of how these rounds have been going. Outbreak are not able to cause enough chaos on these retakes or pushes to force Omen Noir into the scenarios where players are being threatened from every direction. And that happened on that last push.
But they're getting aggressive here. Do or die, quite literally, for Outbreak Gaming is. But now starting to try and push this pace. Serenade over the top is what did deal with TK. Sensor was able to find that kill. 5 in a row. Is he going to be able to add to that tally? No, he isn't, but I will find him. Sensor there for the trading for a little bit more. Asylum now left. And a 1 versus 3. And Sensor and Co may well just try and hunt him down. And he should be dead to rights. So should be another for Sensor. Doesn't find it though, so if you're Asylum, you get out and give yourself a 1v2 scenario.
Icons wise to just shoulder. They are not giving him really any space to move, and that'll be enough. And then we get to see him at the end here. Not a lot of trash talking, some big smiles as they will walk through here, and you can expect these for the rest of the weekend. We get live views of the pit, so keep your eyes peeled for your favourite player. They will be making an appearance on our screen at some point.
Nicely done from Doug and the boys. And we'll advance through to the next round. We'll see them in winners round 3. Lovely job. And that's just one of those you come up against a solid roster like that, and those kind of things can happen very, very quickly. Incredible work there from the boys, Sensor Alpha and Co. It's just as expected, though, right? You would always expect them to be able to advance through like that. Ormet looking good heading into winners round 3.
They certainly are. Just one of those ones where just making sure that they keep moving forward at some decent pace. Here are the stats for the end of that game as well. And I spoke about Sensor, right? Just really wasn't in the fight for a lot of it, but still putting up damage for his teammates who've got, double his kills. So it was one of those ones where it never felt like Outbreak Gaming were able to really take advantage of any of the pushes they managed to get through. And part of that is because, Alpha and Nate were just having very good trades. They were getting 2 when they should have been traded out for them as well. But Alpha, very, very confident on some of those chows. Might have been punished a bit more, but this game wasn't.
No, I mean, there was, again, opportunities through both maps, if anything, from Outbreak. I think they're a team who, depending who they're going to come up against, you could definitely see them make it a little bit of a run through losers bracket. You can definitely see they have a little bit about them, albeit, with all respect to Omen Noir, they're not one of the top teams here this week. I expect them to go on and finish in and around top 12, you would kind of expect, but still, I wouldn't say a seasoned roster because they haven't been together that long, but they're a squad who have a lot of talent, and Outbreak Gaming did show some signs that they also have that talent, not quite able to execute with it though. Let's see how they do through the loser bracket. I'll be keeping an eye on the rest.
Oh, certainly will, of course. And Well, everybody else is starting to meander through the bracket. I mean, that lower bracket won't be covered for a little bit while, so if you want to see a team that we may have lost here, they will be down in the stream maybe in about an hour or two's time, and then we'll cover those games and go back into winners round 3, and then it's lower round 3 to round off the day. So that's how our schedule is going, but we still have a lot more winners round 2 games to come for. Ton, it's going to be an interesting one to see some of the bigger games now start to match up. But all that and more is winging its way towards us. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, though, more action here at Challengers at the Major.
I know things are heating up in the venue in Dallas, and they are continuing to heat up more here in the Call of Duty League Challengers Open as part of Major 1. Dandroid Enigma back here on the desk, and we have some fun matches lined up on the docket for you. But Enigma, I know we had a chance to kind of sit in the back, watch a lot of these games go on. What's jumping out to you?
Right now, it's, well, the golfing class. I think we always see it in the earlier stages of these matchups, but I think it's a case of sometimes you can get banana peel moments. We haven't seen any of those just yet. A couple of actual game 3s coming around in round 1, but there is, I mean, a hell of a lot going on here in Challengers. Goodfellas are going to be taking part in a close hard point right now. We're going to go check in with that in just a moment. In fact, not just a moment. I lied to you right now, and I lied even more because I said it was close, and I'm looking at 9 and 21 on the left and nearly 200 points on the board for off meta.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you kind of get in some of these rounds here in the open bracket, right? Sometimes just, you know, you're running worlds, you're getting your world ran, and for Goodfellas right now, it does not seem like a fantastic game number 1 onto their side. Off meta coming on in and really shooting, really firing on all cylinders. Look at it. 20, 30, and 13 right now for Jocelyn. And that is an insane stat line already. And the game still isn't over. 2 of these members already in takeover mode.
You know, this off-meta team is, I don't think I'd be wrong to say, APAC's best. A lot of you should recognize names like Crimza, Jarzen, been around for a long time. Very talented individuals who have to come over from the opposite side of the world, pretty much, and put on, and they've done it. It's a great plum in the past. This is chance at this open to show exactly what they're made of. Mish is a relatively new name to me. And, well, might be a young gun or a lad on the way up either way. Just rip the head off of one, pushing forward out of the hill.
Yeah, when you're in these situations and you are a team like Goodfellas, it's easy in these situations to, I think, get a little bit frantic, and maybe you're just kind of all flooding hill and you're doing what we're seeing right now, which is having 3 of your players just hit front, trying to make something happen. And thankfully, I guess you have Yves off spawn, but like, doesn't really matter, right? You have to play perfect hard point if you want to try and get back in that game. And unfortunately for them, it just wasn't maybe some perfect hard point. The APAC boys coming on out and just slamming in their first game on that series. If you're just joining us here, folks, we have games across so many different streams going on here today. Make sure you're checking them all out. youtube.com/@COD-Challengers. We got 4 different streams up and running, all kinds of different games going on, so the action never stops. We're going to be hopping on into some marquee matches here, but also checking out some of those side streams as well. Okay, we got some great stuff going on here. But Enigma, as we get deeper and deeper into the bracket, do you think that these matches are going to start to maybe up in intensity just a little bit?
100%, and not even necessarily as we move along the bracket. Some of these teams that are being bumped down to lower round 1, they're going to be incredibly close. It's just the way in which this kind of stacks at the minute. You know, it's what you're rewarded for. You get yourself your pro points, you walk in, and you get yourself a quotation easier matchup in the early stages of the tournament. So, yeah, I think we're looking for, especially winners round 3, going to be some glorious games. So you may have looked ahead a little bit and gone, oh, that one on broadcast would be an absolute banger. But some down in the lower bracket as well. Don't worry, we'll be treated to some beauties.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our eye on some of those games and how they go on through, because we are locked in for a long day of Call of Duty here. That is for certain. A couple of different blocks coming on through. You know, like you said, we're going to be checking out some of those losers matches. Unfortunately, seeing some teams in day number 1 of the Open already getting sent home. Maybe a little bit of lackluster run for you, but at least you can watch the rest of the event on the weekend. You didn't make a complete waste of time going to Dallas, because I can tell you what, the Major is continuing to deliver some banger matches happening in the CDL as well, going on over there. So, I mean, I would much rather prefer to see some of these teams keep playing day over day, but
I always
maybe
think
something to look forward to. I don't know.
I would say that arguably the best bit of Call of Duty esports, especially at Challenger, especially stuff like this, you, me, and 2 buddies, we could rock up to Dallas and play, right? And we would probably get double rounded. Let's face it, we'd absolutely get bounced out. But then we can celebrate the rest of the event with the community. Go and watch in the main stage, stay around the pit and chill with everybody. It's a wonderful thing that we get to do here in COD, and having these events, having the opens, the passion pits, the league, going with an open for every single major. It's a beautiful thing. And yeah, all right, you went out early. Get the beers in, have a great time, get watching some Call of Duty with your pals. It'll be wonderful.
Definitely an idea. Got a couple of different matches going on, and we're just kind of waiting to pick up a game that we can go ahead and fly on into. We're actually being told that we are hopping on in to the Delta stream, to a hard point that is kicking off of between two teams, of one of which we know, and actually another team that we should know very well as well, Enigma. I love this matchup. Let's talk about it as we are hopping on in to a Colossus hardpoint. It's High Treason versus Cryvor.
Yeah, plenty to talk about here, although looking at it, it's a very different High Treason lineup to the one that we saw in the Elite not long ago, when Dimensions absolutely took over. It looks like they've picked up a last second squad for this. We're playing against Vale, Zuna, Nezra, YX, and yeah, we've seen plenty of this team as well through the opening stage of this year. We're in the earlier stages, so it gives us an opportunity to kind of see where the stakes have set themselves up early. Cryvor with a solid lead here, and we just get to witness them break in toward this hill. And the feed, well, it's pinstripe. High Treason are here to fight.
Oh, good shots here on the P3 on Colossus. As Sooner just trying to somehow able to swing out wide. You find one in the corner. You're looking to hold the line as Aiden up top. He's just going to look to hold the line. A lot of these players, ex-Cabal roster, still coming together and managing to find some success. Nezra specifically through that Elite looked absolutely crazy. You can see here 10-7. And it's showing why was maybe the leading force on that roster. Looking to hold the line right now as we come to the end of that P3, and as we turn our eyes on over to P4, we can already start to see some movement. And look at number 7, that's Zuner. He might be on the pitch.
Okay, so team name's actually the wrong way around here. So that's...
Oh, okay.
That's why my brain was not computing. I was kind of like, I swear that's... But yes, it is. So High Treason, team on your right. YX, gonna be Aiden. So Aiden, Vale, Zuna, Nezra. We know plenty about these four. And looking solid thus far through Colossus. Sleepy gonna play out through the back here. This could be a huge play if you set up the pinch and you don't even need to activate, because challenge 29 will actually find the kill. We'll find out the name of that player because they're 13-11 right now, doing a great job.
Playing out through this top P1, you're trying to gain control of this top mid and just being a mixie, not giving any opportunity for these teams to push on forward. Activist looking to try and hold that front line, finds one, pistol in hand is good for the second, but it's just some trades that come on through, lets this player find the necessary kills. But as we get ready to head on into our second set of rotations, you're gonna see at least High Treason will continue to lead. And Activist on that mid, he's doing a great job finding some of those shots, and you are just still getting mixy. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Who can come out on top here in this P1 Enigma? I mean, Cryvor, they would love to be able to get some serious time here, get back into the game.
And they would. They need a little more out of Cloutsy, who goes a little short on the nade hold. And it blows up. Honestly, closer to damaging him than anyone else. Nezra, great shutdown. Vale with another. You do get 2 answers in reply, but, I mean, control over the important parts of the map if you are High Treason. Cryvor going to try and hit this with numbers, and actually that should open things up. So High Treason's trying to figure this out, but it's a case of how much you invest into P1, how much you set it for P2. You're not going to be given the chance to do that because all the important kills going the way of the team in red, kind of white. Whatever we're doing with the colors here.
And I was going to say, and I love this, is after you get some of those kills, you just watch the immediate spread come on out. They want to hold some of these power positions. And you can see they're trying to do their best to make their way onto set up for this P2. In the back, though, you're going to have Zuner, who's trying to push his way on forward. But Cryvor, they're starting to kind of string together some of these moments here, Enigma, that's really kind of leading to some success. Sleepy, though, in this backside will get found on out. It's backed on down, and it's kind of still a scramble over here on P2. You got some good time on the P1. You need to be able to chain that here into this hill. You do not want to let High Treason continue to run away with this one.
No, you're right. Feels like an important passage. Sleepy and Cloutsy will answer the call. Aiden's just trying to play in through the back, and well, he needs to play this. Force these split spawns. Shoots at absolute wind. Not sure what that was. And Cloutsy will answer. 3 kills in the feed. Make that 4 dead. Cryvor starting to find not only a bit of presence here and a bit of momentum, but look how far pushed out they are. Already on that rotation, doing a great job. Make it 2 more. High Treason certainly the favorites, but Cryvor, they're not here to go down quietly.
Yeah, for the first 2 hills, they put themselves right back into this game. P3 looking to come online. This could be a huge moment for them to take the lead. High Treason, just maybe a little bit of an overheat. We're seeing 4 dead on a couple of these last hills, and it's just not enough to be able to try and take it. As we get on ready, P3 will come online. You can see already, you got Sleepy on the hill, as is Cloudsy, and those kills are going to go into the way of Crivor Esports. High Treason, they're trying to do their best to make their way through bottom mid. You got Vale doing a little bit of a shimmy, a little bit of a shake, trying to get his way back on in, and you're finding the kills. They're dropping your way. And those are going to be all you're looking for here on this P3. High Treason, they'll continue to hold.
Yeah, big set of kills for High Treason, because you could just feel it. Crivor had swung their way back into this game. Had all that momentum, got to wrestle it out of hand, and Nezra will do that with a big 2. Zuna with 1 as well. Final stand from Activist, but Aiden finishes him off. Spawns aren't going to be far, though, so this P3 going to be hit again on rotation to 4, and, well, if Aiden's dropping donuts like that on your head, you're going to be not around for much longer. Vale takes control of the middle of the map. Does a wonderful job. Set up halfway there. Lobby slightly open. P1 hit coming through from Crivor.
Oh, I like this positioning. Vale gets a little bit lost just on the other side of this statue in mid, and you can see they're already looking bottom mid. They think he's trying to go for that wrap, but it's just not there. We'll eventually get found on out, but thankfully for you, Nezra, 24 and 19, will be there up in that top P1 nest to kind of slide on out. High Treason continuing to hold on through, but it's 2 members through the front from Crivor. We're trying to make their way onto the point. Zuner will hold the line. Huge kills going their way. You're getting these close spawns, but it's you just gotta bang it out through the front. And you can see that High Treason, they're making these reads that you do not want to let these players slip on through the top. Only a kind of couple few moments remaining here on this P4 as you are looking to continue to run away with this. If you are High Treason from the back, you'll be able to get it, but it's only a little bit of scrap time, and you gotta start looking for P1.
So to do. Off to the hot box. Activist going to try and defend it from low, but Nezra, Vale, and Aiden find all the kills to ensure you get yourself back in. And High Treason, if this does turn into the split feed trade fest of a hill that it so often does, I'll only shoot them right now. Reaffirm themselves a sizable lead. It's on Crivor to be pretty much perfect in these next 2 or 3 hills to get themselves back into the mix.
Nice 2 kills, but Vale continuing to just be a nuisance. Obviously from the top rope, though, we'll try and be able to root him out of there, but you called it out. It's just sometimes it's just a trade fest in on that hill, and you're kind of waiting to see who has the spawns, and you come on up. It's going to be all kills into the way of High Treason, but it's an unfortunate nade on top of your teammate Aiden that will bring them on it down, and Nezra's managed to find a little bit in the back here. We'll get taken on out, but that's not before bringing Activist with him. That'll leave Zuner on the point now for the final few remaining seconds, and well, if you are High Treason, you're set up for this P2 already. You control mid, you control this front statue side. You're now just looking to hold on.
Great work here from Vale, controlling the front, being that blanket, that buffer, the protector. And now we'll hand out info. Nezra looking out here, going to be 3 hitting the front, finds the first, takes damage from the second, but doing enough. Can his boys arrive in support? And look at that flank coming through from Aiden. That should help you clean. You'll wipe the opposing team. Can you draw the line and finish this off?
Beautiful defense from High Treason. They're just going to go ahead. They're going to try and stick on this point as much as they can. You either win it here or you're already trying to set up for new. Nope, they're going to call game right here. High Treason. They'll be able to take game number 1. And Nemo, we came in and they were kind of running away with that hard point, but I can give a huge shout out to Crivor for keeping that one interesting. It's really, really good to see some of these teams, as we're deeper into the bracket, really have some high-paced gameplay against each other.
100%. I mean, you got to see flashes of moments there from Crivor to show why they're in this tournament and why they could make a run through the lower portion, but it's a tough ask against High Treason in the higher portion. But you know what? We've got another game going on, ladies and gentlemen. We got The Bush. We're going to be rocking against Family Ties Blue here to kickstart their Dallas Open. And, well, to, I think, pretty much everyone's surprised, they're down here in the second hill. Obviously very early days, but a notable thing, if you raise your eyes to the top right corner of the screen, everybody, Pristini jumping back in for this weekend, running it with a pickup team. And, well, apparently looking hot doing it. 6-2 to start.
Looking fantastic. That's what's there. But Prolu, he's good for a 2-piece. Unfortunately, Spart with a nade up over the top on this P2. It's a team kill onto Capsidal, but looks like the Telluride Bush, they'll be able to hold on for the time being. Fire, guns up. You're looking for that front line. Prestini Well, at least we'll be able to answer Dravik in hand, and you'll hold the line if you are Telluride Bush. Final 20 seconds on that P2. You got to start thinking about P3, though. You can already see Proloot is on the move, trying to push forward just a little bit, get into a better scenario that's there, while your boys are frying on old, and they're just going to not let Family Ties Blue get any of this scrap time, any of these points. Great job. Great way to hold. Great way to get yourself back into the mix.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting weekend for Bush Gaming. We know the support they have. The watch party, the Jersey Terry and the crew, as well as the entire Unshaven, who are going to be every chat they can, giving as much willpower and love to the team as they can muster. Several of these players have a lot of pressure on their seats after what's been a mixed bag of results. Spart, oh my lord, nearly goes nuclear on the front line. Finds 2, support from Castle for the third. Fire shuts out the back, clean wipe, and well, Bush, they're showing exactly why they're one of the favorites here in Dallas.
I mean, 10-4 from Spart right now. You see the takeover maps you expect to see from a Call of Duty League champion. Nice, good shots. As you're just continuing to hold this platform. And it's just like the movement we're seeing out of Bush right now. Is they're not just trying to hold the exact same angle over. Spart's just flying, watching mid, watching platform, trying to look through all different sides here. And you can look as, well, we're going to see the next hill come online. It's the members of the Bush. They've made their way over. You have 2 members of Family Ties Blue trying to make their way on in. But Capsidal will hold the line for the time being. He's just getting lost on this hill, not giving Family Ties Blue any opportunity to slide on in and find him on out. It's basically trades on through, but if you're Telluride Bush, you have the close spawns right now. You're just going to keep hitting this.
A great work from Fire and Proloot. The weird spawn comes in from Ties Blue out plat. So that's what ends up making Capsule feel very uncomfortable. But then Proloot Spart, they prioritize even, apologies, those back spawns. And that's going to now set them up beautifully for this hill. There will continue to be a hit from Family Ties Blue, but you're spawning so far out. At what point do you decide to chalk this? They're going to hit it potentially one last time, but Bush, well, they've welcomed you every time with a barrage of gunfire, and now seeing a 6 spree between the team right there.
Yeah, we saw them go down early in those first couple of hills, but they have ran away with it here. As the final moments of this hill will go ahead and wrap up. We're looking at the second set of rotations. P1 looking to come online. Prestini just kind of playing a little bit in this top window side. Does he get found on out? He should pretty quickly because the rest of his team is getting dropped from below. And there you go. Fire makes the read. We'll take down Prestini from the top. It does not let him hold that power position. And it's another next wave coming on in from Family Ties Blue. Bush going to hold the line beautifully.
Oh, Fire with the discipline. Finds one. Allows him to completely split what looked like a bit of a hill retake set up from Family Ties Blue. And 3 in a row. Here from Fire, Proloot with 1 through the back. Should be able to play into Broken, at least gets the info. Although Family Ties are surrounding this hill, so they should be able to clear it for a moment. 25 seconds on the timer, but Bush won't care too much. They've spawned in for P2. Big job on Proloot, though, to hold the back.
Yeah, you get a lot of those early points on P1. It's now just your ability to hold on in for P2. Proloot already making his way there, and it's maybe a little bit of a late rotation from Family Ties. They will eventually take down Proloot, and I love what we're seeing from number 6. Just looking to hold this back spawn. That's going to force all of Telluride Bush to kind of play through that middle side, but Jumpy actually spawns in from the back. If Telluride Bush isn't careful here, Enigma, they might just start to get pinched on the outside, but the rest of your team is getting dropped from the front. Finds a huge one on transition. 4 dead for the Telluride Bush. Family Ties Blue, they'll take control of the point.
Yeah, great defense here after wave 1. I'm very glad that we're calling him number 6. We've not a clue on how to say that name, but he goes huge here with yet another 2-piece. A great job in what has been a very solid passage of play. You need many more of them to get back into this matchup. Bush have, well, they handled themselves a over 100-point lead. They will hit this yet again before considering that rotation to 3. You have the guns to break this, but you need to win the fights.
Now, Fire's at least good for 2. A lot of trophies on this point as Spark going to kind of try and come on in here. We'll gain some of this little bit of ending time, and when you have a lead like this, even this 15 seconds is really good time on the board. Like you said, you have that lead. You don't have to worry too much about it. Capsule on the outside, though. M15 in hand. He's at least able to find one. Thankfully, Proloot's there for the potential trade, but that's until D goes a little bit nuclear. Finds a huge 2-piece to take down some of these members of Telluride Bush.
Oh, no.
And they're all just trying to hit through that dojo side as, well, the rest of the Family Ties Blue, they're going to start trying to push through plat, push this other side of P3, and don't know if it's going to be enough, but go ahead. They'll back it on up. They give it over to Telluride Bush, which I don't know if this is maybe the best play here because they're about to cross that 200-point threshold, and they are continuing to hold.
Just unfortunate, really, all the hard work that D does. He drops a nade straight into Pristini's path, who's trying to set up through middle for a pinch. As such, it weakens the entire retake effort. 9 in a row between Spart and Proloop. Looking great to start this tournament off. That being said, D will shut Sparty down. So it's all on Proloop to hold for a second. Teammates are going to spawn at new, but with those kills, Family Ties Blue know they can get on this quick rotation.
You got to sprint right now if you are Family Ties Blue. You're looking at this score line. You're seeing 25 seconds is all that the Telluride Bush need to get back on into it. Fight's just going on out. Capsule, a huge 2-piece. You're not even on the hill right now. Somebody get on it, please. Start getting some of this time on board. And there we go. We were waiting to see the spree, and Spart, he's going to bring in the Hellstorm from above. Is it going to find anything? I'm not entirely sure. Does it net you a kill? No, but at least give you a little bit of info that you are looking for. It's all through the front for Family Ties Blue. You're holding the line if you are the Telluride Bush. Nice little Semtex will back D down. He catches one in the corner. Shots are there. You're able to find them. Pristini, he finds 2 in the back. And Jumpy, he'll be able to find 1 more. 4 dead in the feed for Telluride Bush. And that's going to allow Family Ties Blue onto the point. 18 seconds remaining, but Enigma, it's only 9 more points needed for the Bush to take this map 1.
7 unanswered there for a moment from Family Ties. It's a great retake. Hitting it together, hands in each other's pockets, and just trading all over the top of each other. Did enough actually to avoid anyone dying, but now you got to find your way into P1. We've already seen them have problems with that in past rotations, and 3 in the feed will tell you exactly why. Pristini will be here, not for long. Bush Gaming. It was interesting at the start, my friend, but, well, as soon as they start to get a hold of that game, they never let it go. Such is the talent they possess in that team. We know that they've got their sights set to the far deeper stages of the winners bracket, but you got to overcome these teams early. Might be a couple banana peels on the way to avoid. Certainly feels that way with this one, and they make business as they should.
Listen, hardpoint has never been the question for this Telluride Bush team, right?
No,
They've
never.
always come out swinging against some of the best that we have here in the Challengers. So, like you said, I mean, it was looking a little bit shaky there through those first couple of ills, but we're seeing that veteranship that we've come to expect from the players on this roster. So they lock it on in, they find these huge kills, and they're just kind of going ahead. They don't have to do anything crazy. They don't have to do anything dumb. It's just firing on all cylinders to get all the way there to the end. Got to talk about one of my favorite players on this. We talked about him, Enigma. It's Capsule, 20 and 16. You'll love seeing Kenyon back in form because it's been, you know, through the elite, didn't have the best performances. Heating up here in the bracket with a solid map number 1 against Family Ties Blue.
Yeah, it's a weird one with Capsule because he felt like the guy that was next into the COD League without a shadow of a doubt. Such were his performances, he was cut above everybody over here in North America. But then it felt like it faded, you're right, through the elite. What I will say is some of his ARs were struggling to cover him over the top, and this is a map where that's a really, you know, this is a game where you can really struggle to get going if you're an SMG without the AR presence around you. So looking for a little bit of everything to ensure Capsule's comfortable and feeling fit, but when he is, clearly still very capable of popping off.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good, nice little warm-up game, right? All right, Bush, they come on in. They have a bye in that first round, and now they're going to be able to hold it on in and at least go to a game number 2. But let's go ahead. Let's hop on over to the Delta stream, see what's going on over here as we are into the search and destroy of that High Treason versus Cryvor esports game that we just watched. High Treason did a great job taking that map number 1 on the Colossus hardpoint. So here we go. It's a den search and destroy. And as we come on in, Cryvor's up 3-1 Enigma. A little bit of a surprise there. But it looks like when you have activists going 7-1, might be a little bit of cause for your success.
Without a doubt. Impressive stat line thus far. Clousy's just going to wait in the corner here. We get a free cam just as the moment High Treason hop the window. There's coverage from activists at the back. Cloutsy's going to play the front. And 3 players are inside this box. High Treason going to be careful here on how they set this up. And, well, Vale just gets aggressive and they wipe it immediately.
I like that. A nice little slide out. You got one player watching the corner, another one watching the doorway. Nezra playing in through server, just looking to be the first line of defense here. Zuner on the other side finds Sleepy. And good shots that are there. High Treason will be able to at least take a round number 2. So I like the teamwork that we see in that round because you called it out, right? Whereas 3 members all in that box, very easily to watch that collapse.
100%. I think Vale and Zuna make the correct call, and that is actually we need space here. We're going to have to push out. If we try and plant this bomb, we try and set up in here, we're going to get naded out if there's any left. Either that, we try and get the bomb down, we've nowhere to go. So, great call. and they're all on board with it. Gets them around back in this tie, but now is it a case of getting yourself back into this? We will find out later on because, well, while the S&D here is rolling on, we've got us going for the alpha matchup where Bush Gaming and Family Ties Blue are wasting no time. And even such, Family Ties Blue up a player, but bomb down for Bush.
Here on Raid, a map we all know and love, and as we come on over, yeah, Bush, they get the bomb down like you said, but it's only one kill from Capsule on the side of the Bush. Family Ties Blue, it's a nice little retake, gets them their first round on the board, and starting to feel good. It's kind of a question here, Enigma, is that obviously as we come on in here, it's like these are only best of threes, right? So you only have 1 HP, 1 Search and Destroy, and 1 Overload. And for a team like Bush, would love to see them take some of these games very quickly and nice quick 2-0s.
Certainly a solid start to prevent that 2-0 if you are Family Ties. But do we call him Bwipex? I don't know. It sounds like he makes EDM or something. How do we say that name? But he and Jumpy are off to the solid start. The confidence setter that you want in round 1. Spark does the check. A little bit of the dance with the shoulder. Always got to be worried about Sniper playing through mid. Stun goes out. Doesn't actually hit where he wants in 6. So won't get the intel, but gets the blood.
Oh, and the second. It's more than a blood. He might even get a third here. D and Prestini, they're getting ripped, and that's the opening that you're looking for. You see Capsule, he kind of activates through art fires there as well. You find one last player back towards Garage. Spark kicks off the round with a nice solid 2-piece, and looks like that's the signal for Telluride Bush just to fly. And that's the type of play calling that I really like to see, right? The second that Spark gets those 2s, it's just Capsule and Fire flying through art towards Garage to find the rest of those players.
Yeah, aggression. Never been something the Bush have really lacked. As you said, the problem hasn't been their hard point. It most certainly is the overload. We'll come to that should we need to. But in the S&D, it's been these opening bloods, these opening duels. Can you win them? We'll start with the big 2 there, makes that round very comfortable. How do you look on your offense, however?
Ooh, well, this is another way to kind of open up your rounds. Bang. Sniper in hand, but where's that mid side? Fire. He gets chowed by Prestini. Nade in hand, gets dropped. Now Spark trying to play from behind. A nice snap as Proloop plays from the stair side, and oh my god. It is just a crumble right there from Family Ties Blue.
Felt like a playbook moment, that one from Bush. They knew exactly what they wanted to do on the rollout, and as soon as they had the information, you saw Spark reposition back towards middle, the direction that the players wanted to face. Almost a case of, okay, we know what we initially want to do, but should the opposing team appear here, here, and here, we're going to do this thing next. Clinical, showing that gap in quality right now. Spark 3 in a row. We'll have that Sniper to play with for a little longer yet. Family Ties Blue, you've lost 2 rounds in a row. Now would be a great time to answer back.
Well, it's a fast takeover of ring for Family Ties Blue. He's going to be the one. Point man up through Laundry. You got Jumpy in the back watching that art push. D made his way into this courtyard, trying to watch this side. You let Whippix hold the other side. He does activate, finds Proloop, but Spart's there for the trade, and Spart yet again is spitting right now. But Jumpy from the backside finds Capsule, and Prestini's there to find Fire. So it's all up to Spart, and even though he goes huge in the moment, it's just the other members of Family Ties Blue. They activate at the right time. They find some huge critical kills.
They do. And Prestini does great work here. Recognizes his teammates need support after he's dropped the bomb and squeezes up to hit the trades. Spart might have got a nice little 2-piece in that, but the round count will tie us up. And I like from Family Ties that it's aggressive. It's brave. They immediately took control of ring, as you said, bombed straight down and pushed out through Laundry. Gave them the space required to take those gunfights and win the round. Beautiful stuff. And well, we're squaring up at A for the next one.
Oh, fan will get exploded and Capsule through mid. He takes a little bit of damage, but he's going to be able to answer on back. Smoke gets dropped here. Unfortunately for him, he's just not ready for Prestini. Playing on the back of this van side. Will get cut on down. And now if you are Prestini, you're going to go ahead. Back on up. Give away some of this space. Let your teammate Whippix fly forward. Some shots going on in, but it's just no help for the time being. And Spart, he's top statue. He's firing. He's ripping. He's going to go ahead and back you on down. You'll be able to pick up the bomb, place it, and it's just a quick little 2v1. You can look on this laundry ledge side. They do. Tell you right, Bush, answer back in kind.
Honestly, I think there's not too much to break down until we get to the 2v2. And then I'm not sure if Pristini thinks he's got some intel or a timing. But, well, jumping up on the handrail there for the stairs. There's a freebie given over to the Bush. Leaves all to Bwipix to try and clutch that 1v2. Spart makes light work of it. In that position, tucked off to the rocks. If you're in there and your teammates also set up deep ring to watch the stairs so that you avoid the close push, it's so hard to break that down. Beautiful work from Bush with the post plant. Looking great, but family ties, they're still within one round. They can tie it straight back up here and look very much so part of this contest.
Starting to see some movement already. Straight up through mid, into kitchen. Capsidol! He's at least going to find Prestini in that push, so not going to be as clean as maybe you would like, as it is just trades back and forth. Leaves Family Ties Blue with just 2 members remaining. You maybe got a little bit aggressive. You got D and Tiki and Spart. He sees these shots, and it's a whip for the final kill. Okay. I don't know what Spart did. I saw a clip of he woke up the other day and was immediately thrown on a podcast for the Telluride Bush, and didn't really know what was going on. Looks like that was not on the agenda here today. It was warm up, get shooting Sparty, because he's kind of having a little bit of a takeover moment in this search and destroy.
I feel like even in the Elite when they had their struggles, I feel like Spark's been shooting the last couple of weeks, man. I don't know, hitting a different level, looking incredibly comfortable, especially on this sniper as well in the S&D. By the way, in that last round, Proloot, a lot of credit to him. None of the action was with him at ring, but he got himself into a position to cover over mid and got that important trade to ensure his team had the numbers for the fight. So great stuff. Spark trying to find a sexy one early, and no, just sails overhead.
It's still info, though. So the important thing with these snipers in hand. Going for a little of those hop-ups. Now, do they make this read that Prestini is top? Laundry, Proloot, field team 6ing his way through the bottom, but they're not ready for Fire, who's just going to fly all the way up through that laundry ledge. Finds Bwipix, and finally we see Prestini through laundry. He's going to find Spart. He's going to find Fire. Can he find Capsule? Cap's going to back on up. He drops the smoke to make him think that he's going for this escape here, but it's actually just to immediately hop back up through the window. So I don't know if they make this read, but looks like Prestini is also trying to be a little bit of an engagement in this game of cat and mouse that's happening over here. Oh my God. All you need is these members from Telluride Bush to play together right now. They could both swing this and find Prestini, but time is ticking. There you go. Prestini gets a little bit of patience. He finds one. Capsul's there for the trade, but it's still down into a 1v1. Only 20 seconds. Cap get that bomb down. Does he go on the hunt for D? He's actually going to spot him in that middle. Shots are just a little too good. Telluride Bush put us on series point.
Doesn't matter if it's with an SMG, with an AR, man can do it all. Great shots through the pillars here, and D hits first too. Cap just shimmies and shakes enough to land the killing blow. Before that, weird trade fest. Fire manages to slip the net right into Prestini's nose to get the first, but then Prestini makes atonement, makes amends, and finds an important 2-piece, but it's an unfortunate non-traded situation that means that 1v1 comes about in the end. And as I said, Cap, doesn't matter the weapon. He's the man of the moment, finds the kills.
I like the realization from Bush there, like, hey, we need to play this as a duo. It's really what leads them to success. And Capsule, he's going to help also lead you to success here in this round number 8. So you are just shooting, and you bring down D as they... Family Ties Blue looks to make some type of B push. They're going to have to back on up and reposition through mid here. Prestini will be able to find Spart. Capsule gets dropped as well. So just like that, you bring this into a 2v3. You have bomb. It's a quick movement over towards ring. You understand all these different angles that you can go ahead and play. And well, Jumpy, he's going to pop on up just at the right time to be able to find Proloot. But this round isn't over yet. Fire finds Prestini, puts himself into the 1v2. Can he have a highlight career moment to put them deeper into the bracket? Stun goes out. Not enough.
No, it just doesn't connect. He's trying to force it for time's sake, and will be dropped. Lovely little spot there from Jumpy. He recognizes that, well, if I lie down this side, I'm covered from a potential stairs hit, bottom art hit. But I get the sound cue and cover over my teammate. Just good stuff from Family Ties. Again, aggressive. It feels like they like that ringside plant. As long as they can push out, they're more than comfortable taking laundry control. They've shown us that twice now. It's just fine moments that have stopped this really being a 4-4, or potentially even a Family Ties blue lead. And that might just be a quality thing. There's certainly plenty about this squad in orange that's made them interesting. Bush want to hit B here.
Fast movement over. You got 3. Bottom bed. Go ahead, back on up. Fire does find Prestini. That's a huge kill. And you're just looking. Jumpy's actually going to hop up, and Fire will get the damage that you're looking for. It's a nade up over the top. It won't manage to connect, but you have managed to pull them out of a heady, and you're looking down below. You think that the smoke is covering you if you're D, but Fire going to be able to make that read. You just have to make sure no one's Tiki, and you might be able to make this slide out. Capsule's down low, though. It's a great crossfire you set up if you are the Telluride Bush, and well, fist bumps are out, and it's just too easy for the Bush. They'll make their way 1 round deeper onto the winner's side of this bracket.
They most certainly will. And little moments like in that final round where it just shows the difference, the slight differences that turn you from good to great. There's a lot of information that comes out from all the players that were basically shot at from top bed. So what Capsule does, slides down the stairs, puts his back while he's led down against the wall next to Tiki. Means the players around Tiki can't shoot at him, but he can pick up that close corner, sets up that crossfire as you called out midway through. Just the fine things that just make this team look so damn good. Obviously, they'll face tougher tests through this tournament. We'll judge them then. But as for Family Ties Blue, I don't know. They're interesting to me. Obviously, you got Prestini there, ex-world champion. There was a couple of flashes. There was that set of hills through the first map and then a couple of rounds in the second map where I'm like, this team, I don't know. They could go on a little bit of a low bracket run. We might not be done with seeing them just yet.
Listen, dude, I would be kind of excited to see maybe this is the type of showing you need if you are somebody like Prestini. Maybe get picked up by a roster. All of a sudden, we start seeing you in some of the cups, some of the elites. You know, never say never, but let's take a look at some of the stat lines from that search and destroy. 9-6 from Cap, 9-4 from Spart. Just really good moments. 7 non-traded from Spart in that game. And I think we saw a lot of those on our screen. It just felt like every round was another 2-piece from Spart that was there. Really having a nice solid takeover map for the Bush.
Yeah, definitely. I saying it earlier, Sparty in particular, he's just feels like he's hit a different level recently. I know this team have been on their ups and downs, but it feels like he's consistently been strong throughout. Cap, we all want to see that version of him that he was at the start of the year. For that, I think he needs his ARs to be protecting him and doing more around him. But when he gets to that level, there's no stopping him. So everybody else needs to be on alert in case he finds that groove again.
Yeah, really good stuff. Telluride Bush, come out swinging. It's a nice little 2-0 over Family Ties Blue in order, like I said, to make themselves 1 round deeper into this bracket. I know we have a lot of fans for the Telluride Bush tuning on in, and I think there's a lot of momentum and hype around this team amongst some of our other top challengers teams, right? To see how well can they do. It's been a lot of online competition, but now they are playing on LAN. Here, what we're going to do, though, we're going to go check out the streams that are on Charlie, because we have some games that are continuing to bump it through. And here we go. We're just taking a look at a lot of our different squads that we have some solid intel here. It is a Blackheart Hardpoint Enigma. It's Overtake Sector, taking on 4 Fun Esports, and it's looking good. And actually, these are, yeah, the names are backwards. Sorry, I was like, since when are Gunsy Wiz and Dak not on 4 Fun? Hey, we'll get that fixed, no worry. But all we're seeing is that shots are being fired and that 4 Fun are about to cross the 200-point threshold.
Yeah, looking good here to start things off. As you would expect from this 4 Fun roster. This is definitely one with a lot of storylines coming into the weekend. Hardpoint, not likely to be somewhere that they struggle too much. It's a very Slay-heavy team. As you're seeing, 34 from 17 from Wiz. This Overtake Sector team, what do you have to answer? Well, for Rizzy and 2 loss, I mean, to be honest, other than ISO at the top there, it's not too bad in the kill-death department. It's just about the impact of those kills. And right now, they're seeing that happen again as they get instantly broken. And Dimensions here, looking for 5 in a row, just about falls short, but he's done the damage. Teammates can arrive.
Yep. Dimensions joining this roster was a potential upgrade for this team, and we're starting to see a little bit why. 29-16 from him, but I also got to take a look at Wiz, who's 37-18 on this Blackheart. maybe getting a little bit of a look as to why they lead by over 60 points, make it 70 now, as they only need a couple more on this hill to be able to hold it. AJ Beams on this outside, trying to maybe find something, but you're holding the line too well if you are for fun. You got to bang this out through the front if you are overtaken. It's just, you're not landing any of these kills going your way. It's 3, it's 4 dead, and Dak, well, he's going to decide to maybe go for a little victory swim already. Only 15 more points on the board needed. Dunzy going to be on the point. Get taken on out, but thankfully teammates there for the trade, and for fun, they're just going to continue to get these kills.
Yeah, it won't finish here. The tick won't come through, so you will at least see this next hill. Feels a little bit like delaying the inevitable right now, and I'm pretty sure, by the way, that was Dak putting bullets into bodies. So, to let you know if there's any love between these two teams, it won't matter for much longer, because surely this is all she wrote. You got one last hit from Overtake. For fun, making it nice and clean and simple here in map 1. Again, this is a team with a lot of stories. Flames leaves, gets picked up by Omit Brooklyn. Dimensions, he comes in. Is a player that we liked a lot on High Treason during the Elite, despite their struggles. Felt like a very X-Factor player who's either very hot, very cold, but when he's hot, he's pretty much unstoppable. And this could be the place where he finally figures out how to lift that floor a little bit and take himself to the next level as a player.
Well, Dimensions is teaming with 3 players who have been not only around challengers for a minute, but have been at these opens. They've been in these LAN scenarios. This is where they like to be, right? These are the moments and events where they get to turn up and really be the players that we've come to know and love. So I love that they pick up Dimensions coming into this open. It could be, like you said, a little bit of that extra firepower that they're looking for. Dimensions now teamed up with a couple of vets in the scene, can help them, you know, hey, shake out some of those nerves, especially here on LAN. Really excited for this for fun roster moving on. But I know one thing, we know that Blackheart is always a bang out there, man, but I think when it's a bang out plus you have like this for fun roster that's firing on all cylinders, it can look a little bit gross, which is what we just saw in that first hard point.
Yeah, certainly it's a great team. It's a squad that, again, very slay heavy, very much so happy to trade around, play around each other. And you lose Flames, which is a tough going considering this roster was basically the same all the way through until Cup 4. You win the Pop Cup, and then Flame just picked up by next threat, sorry, not Omit Brooklyn. But you end up in a situation where, okay, who do you bring in to replace that? You need someone who's happy to play at high pace, happy to play around trades, etc. I don't know, man. Whatever the hell in Dimensions is, he's certainly capable of doing that. So, yeah, it could be the pickup that takes this team from a on-the-cusp squad to a top 8 in North America.
No, really excited. This is where we start to see some of the challenger teams we know and love kind of finally have these first looks on stream, right? And so far, they're all looking just a little bit too good, showing why they're some of our top teams. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We come back. The challengers action continues, so do not go anywhere. We still have plenty more matches coming your way right after this small break. All right, everybody, welcome on back. We're continuing to keep the action rolling here, Enigma, because we are hopping in with none other than the Huntsman taking on 1TA COD. Now, the Huntsman has been a team that we've had our eyes on for many months now, and I think everybody's excited to see how can they perform here on land. The first map of this series going to be a Scar hardpoint, and already it's starting to look a little too good for the Huntsman.
Yeah, a lot of storylines rolling in for the team in green to this weekend. Essentially the hometown team. And as such, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But it's a team that we feel have been getting better with every single showing. Top 8 in the Elite, but Cups have gone from top 16 to top 6 to 4th in the most recent. And that man, Renegade, I know a lot of eyes are going to be on Liam. But Renegade, I don't know. He's getting better every single week. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
I'm also looking at Kips right now on the 5 streak. 5-0 to kickstart this game. Will get taken down by Sad as they are looking to continue to rack up the points here on P2. 1TA just trying to hit this from the front right now, but Rispy from the bottom at least is going to be able to make some of these trades. But Smoke in the back pops a huge 3, but hey, Renegade, he's going to look at that and he's going to continue shooting as well. A nice little 2-piece for him as his teammates come off and spawn, and it is just 2-piece city right now between these two teams. But as we get towards the end of this P2, it's continuing to be the Huntsman getting a lot of these points on the board. A couple 20 seconds for 1TA for the time being, but you got to start to position yourself towards that P3. And Milan, well, he's already made his way on over.
Has but been dealt with by Rispy on rotation. Renegades continuing to do the dance with Sad here, and well, I go from Sad to considerably worse when you lose that one. But Kuja's going to be there through the middle, traded on out. And Huntsman in control. I will say, 1TA COD, they're happy to take these fights, even when they're not winning the majority. The pace is certainly there, the aggression, they're willing to match it. That extra bit of class showing through as Huntsman, they've assembled themselves, well, nearly a 50-point lead. Looking good at this point.
It might go in a different direction, though. You got a lot of members from 1TA flying at this P3, but Smoke, unfortunately, gets the team kill onto Kuja while still managing to bring down Renegade. So that's going to cut your numbers down, and well, with these close spawns coming in from the Huntsman, they'll be able to just slam this out through the front, cut you down as they look for some of these pushes on through. Yeah, sure, you got Smoke playing on this side, but will get found on out. So as you look towards this P4, the Huntsman firing on all cylinders here, continuing to get these points on the board. If you are 1TA, I think this P4 is really an opportunity that you have to get yourself back into this game, start chaining this into the next set of rotations. It would be huge, but you try to hold the spawns if you are Milan, but just like that, you're going to get found on out in the back.
Yeah, there's that Rispy and Kips are really putting in the work right now. These SMGs opening up so much for the team. Rispy showing that with a plum in the back. Unfortunately, checking too much. Will be picked up by Smoke. And that's actually 4 dead. A big wipe for 1TA COD. Need all of these 40, really, to get themselves back into the matchup. Otherwise, Huntsman continue to ascend the way, and they get the first kill in the fight.
I like the trophy investment here. Do whatever you can to understand that this is a huge hold. Unfortunately for you, 2 of your teammates do get dropped. This Huntsman look to play through the top side. You're just going to be the one trying to hold the stairs, but it's Renegade and Rispy through the front lines. And Rispy just continuing to slide around, get a little bit lost here. Taken on out, but you've managed to still hang on if you are 1TA. So you've cut this lead back to about a 40-point deficit. Not exactly the best score line you'd like to have, but it's a start. As we start to look over towards that P5. You can see Huntsman, they've already found their way onto this point. And Milan looking to try and clean up some of this back line. And, well, that's another 3 dead. 1TA just making the right plays here in him. It just feels like as soon as they get set up, it's just a full break.
Yeah, having no problem in these gunfights, pushing them aside. There will be a trade come in, and 2 actually in white. Renegade will be here, continuing to fight through the back. Name's going to consider pushing top church. But that nade's going to back John all the way down. Does very well, though, to just stay up. Has the coverage from the teammates, but not the fight. So 1TA COD doing a great job of a hill that they were never supposed to be in control of here. Had to fight it from the front, get themselves in. Reduce that deficit back to around 40 points. That being said, Huntsman not very comfortable in the early engagements of this matchup. We're going to return to P1, and they've got all the landmass.
Now, let's see if they can fix some of those mistakes from that first set of rotations. But a great way for 1TA to just keep themselves back on in as this P3 or P5 rather will go to the end. It's about a 20 points lead. That's all you have for the Huntsman. So while you were running away with it, it's not as much anymore, but that's until Kips. He finds a nice little two-piece. Can he make it three? He can.
Lovely.
As he starts to fly on forward, trying to look into spawn in this back blue. Won't find anybody home, so you have to make a realization. Hey, we just flipped right now. Trying to set ourselves up for P2, and this is a beautiful play right now for the Huntsman.
Certainly is. Guja will open things up with 2, but Renegade and Neum make work of Deli. Renegade finds a lot more than he probably expected there. Just holding the trigger and praying for the best. But Milan with the 2P should open up the P2 side. Kips is going to be contested immediately on top of the point. Guja's actually pushed out here, trying to play for blue. Could catch Renegade. And that's a fight you've got to win. But John snaps for his 19th. Has 12 deaths. Looking great at this point. Kips still has P1. That scrap goes their way. So Huntsman, they're starting to roll here. This is how they ascended away last time. Should that gap get ever bigger here? 1TA card looking out the picture. Huntsman in complete control.
Training P1 into P2. That's a hell of a way to start to pull away. And Kips, 23 and 13, just getting lost in this mid side here. Will finally get found out by Smoke. But you still have the teammates on the point that's there. Now, do you make this read that you have Guja above you? He's going to finally be able to activate, but here comes a Hellstorm from Kips. Neves, he drops 2. So you're going to be looking to maybe cut them down off the spawn. I'm watching it. It's all these players in back blue. As you're going to let the cluster strike go in up over the top, and you go into the corner. You take down Guja, and that's going to let Huntsman fly on forward. Gain control back of this P2. A wonderful use of the streak.
Yeah, wonderful use, not only in terms of bringing it down, but pausing it as well, hovering it over the point. That slowed the 1CA reinforcements, forced everybody inside, and just bought an extra second for the Huntsman players to spawn back up, get back into the fight once the hammer had been dropped. But the kills for P3 rotation are there for 1TA. White controlling that northern side, and Smoke with that kill through the middle. Big one here onto Rispy, who finds enough, should unsettle that defensive hold.
Does Milan make the read, though, in the back? Rispy's going to gain a lot of that attention up towards window. You're going to deal with him, and you are getting these spawns close if you are the Huntsman. So a couple kills need to go your way. It's a huge 2-piece from Kips, but then it's a pinstripe kill feed all the way through until Rispy's going to be able to find one. But these last few members of 1TA, they are flying at this. I think that they understand that every single hill is going to matter if they want to try and get back into this game. Trying to cross on over into triple digits. Meanwhile, the Huntsman, they're staring down 200 points for the time being. They got to play pretty perfect hard point from here on out if you want to try and take this map number 1 of your 1TA. And for the Huntsman, I don't know if they're going to allow that to happen.
I doubt it. Big job on right now. Milan will find the first onto Rispy. Smart decisions to try and back off here and just stay alive if you're Kips. Let your teammates try and reinforce. Won't be given the opportunity, but it was allowed Neum to get close. You won't find much purchase, but does get the one in the back, so that should flip the spawns out. Hand control to Huntsman, and you get even better as Neum goes on a little bit of a run, supported by Rispy. You break immediately. 1TA Cop, they need this hill. The numbers are here, but they're only arriving in bits and pieces because you're being torn apart on the route through.
Yeah, no real concentrated attack right now coming out from 1TA. Huntsman just doing a great job of playing together, making sure that they're taking these fights as a duo, as a unit. 1TA will be able to get a little bit of a break here. They found their way onto the point. We saw them get some solid points here on the last rotation, and you have to now as
my God.
Sad maybe almost gets the double knife kill, but just not going to be able to convert that. Still a pretty substantial lead for the Huntsman here. So you can kind of play this game of, hey, well, we don't have to necessarily get on the point and hold it, but as long as we can rip them off, that's what matters. As you kind of are looking over towards this P5, a little bit better setup this time around. You'll be able to cut down Sad on that rotation. Kips holding this back line. Does not want to allow anybody to get up through that top window. You have to run right now if you are 1TA because this is getting away from you.
Certainly is, but the numbers are here to fight this, and 3 kills in the feed mean you break in. You're still going to have contest from Renegade. But Smoke will get the backup. You get the coverage. You get the kills. You're in. But the hit comes through mid-car. Everyone's got to square up. Neum with 2. Kips with another. You're smashing through the front, and you can still win it here. Once again, you're going to have to come again.
Renegade looking in through the mid. That's a great, huge kill. But can you find one more off the hill? You can. And whoo, you're trying to shoot there. But Neum, pistol in hand, finds Milan, finds Smoke. 2 huge kills. Only 10 more seconds needed They can hold it here, but Guja, he's going to be the one to fly out of the window. But it's a nade from smoke that cuts him down. An opportunity to hold it, and we get one of those final little ticks as the Huntsman will take map number 1. You see Coach Major Maniac there looking on with the boys. Feeling pretty proud about that one.
I thought Guju had done enough to contest, but it's one of those horrible half-second timers that just comes on through for the Huntsman. Not that it probably wouldn't have been comfortable for them in the end anyway. Plenty of credit to 1TA COD. They were willing, again, to match the aggression, the pace. There's just that extra golfing class, right? The Huntsmen have such talent in their ranks. Even little moments like we were at that P4, and Renegade, he's up top blue, and he's kind of decided, what do I want to do here? My boys have already begun the rotation to 5. Most of the players from 1TA COD are considering that rotation. What he does is he goes and touches the hill, forces all the white arrows to turn for a half second. Hang on a minute, we've missed a player. Someone's still around here. Renegade just backs off from that point, goes and finds himself a nice place to tuck himself in near the plane. But that slows 1TA on the rotation and gives Huntsman a better chance at a setup. Look at the scoreboard here. Talked a lot about Renegade, Rispy, but Kips and Neum will lead the way for their team. Neum in particular, 3,800 damage. Woo! Beautiful work from a man that's got a lot of eyes on him this weekend.
I know, right? Well, we're kind of talking about the Call of Duty League and maybe some potential teams that need some help. We saw Neum get signed as a sub to those LA Thieves. We'll have to wait and see that's there. But we are getting ready to head back to that alpha stream to get ready to check on in. It's back to our game of Legless Esports taking on Cryvor Esports. Let's go ahead and let's lock in. This is elimination round 1. This is our first game of that lower side. So as a reminder, folks, if you're tuning on in here, loser of this, unfortunately, they're not going to be in that pit no more. They're going to be in the stands at Major 1.
Certainly shall. Again, no shame in that. There to attend the event, but, well, let's face it, nobody wants to be tweeting out that they got double rounded this weekend. Of the two teams, I saw a bit more from Cryvor than I did from Legless. That could, of course, be due to matchups. Or is there just a bit more about the squad in orange? Well, early on here, they're going to have most of the points. R1's going to try and fight this for the last. Won't get there. So we're at P3. A couple of bodies there already for white, but it's Whelmed, who's potentially going to be overwhelmed here deep back. And is.
Trying to just hold on for the time being. Cryvor doing a great job running away with this one. But we are going to see P3 come online. Cloudy leading the way. Trying to hold on for the time being. I mean, 1 and 6 from Whelmed. Maybe feeling a little overwhelmed here on LAN as, well, Illuminati's going to slide on out, cut you on down, and just like that, Cryvor is going to take over this hard point yet again. Hold on for the time being, really rack the score on up.
Vapor and Whelm doing a great job in Dojo. That being said, it's not going to be a good enough job to get you any points. So Cryvor are going to go over the 100 here. Should it be uncontested? This looks like a very early rotation from Legless. Clearly not comfortable with the late contests. It's been their undoing thus far. You find the first in the hold. Sleepy though. Rips Vapor at plat. And look at the numbers flood Dojo. They're going to hit you through here. Fight for these spawns.
I love this. You're trying to play together. Whelmed at least able to find one, but the immediate trade comes on through. Sleepy currently 8 and 4. Very solid play there, but it feels like this aggressive push through Dojo's kind of just been stopped in its tracks because Reaper's in that backside, making sure that you're not going to be able to push out from either of these sides. Whelmed holding the front line. So Legless doing a great job of watching these power positions, making sure that they are just not allowing any space to come on through from Cryvor. Activist might be the one to change all of that, though. Good shots coming on through. Finds one. Reaper there for the trade, but it's Illuminati from the back for a huge 2-piece. All you got to do is clean up one more. The trades are in. Everybody is flying at this point, but you have to keep your eye on the clock here, Anima. It's only 20 more seconds, and Cryvor, they're still up 60 points on you. Got to start thinking about new.
You do? You're backing off here? If you are the team in white. Now, they rotated early last time. Successful hold for a bit, yes, but probably not as many points as you wanted out of it. Cryvor will maintain that 70-ish point lead. P1 often very split, and that won't suit the squad in orange. Trophy goes down. R1 gets the first. Do you have coverage from the teammates, though? I'm looking at that player, Reaper, at cut.
Pace slowed down just for a moment here. So you are trying to figure out how do you want to try and hit this. Some great moments of defense coming out from Cryvor, or Legless rather. Cryvor looks like they're the ones trying to get on the offensive there. It's trades all the way through. You're just trying to maybe find an opening here. If you are Cryvor, you do not want to let Legless get back on in through this P1. You gotta start thinking about that P2, and that's exactly what Illuminati's doing. Trying to make his way on in, get a little bit mixy. Unfortunately, Reaper is there and will hold the line. So it's a very stalwart defense right now from Legless on the P1, and Enigma, they might be able to set themselves up for an immediate hold on to P2.
They might well, but they got to keep an eye out for Cloutsy here. He's hit all the way through and is in the deep spawn. You'll only find out when one of your players flips out, and that happens for Reaper. And then it's all orange in the feed. So all the good that Legless had done with 2 early rotations in the last hill, undone in a flash. Cryvor answer with a couple of transitional kills, and now have themselves an opportunity to hold from the start.
I like this aggression. Play a little bit ahead. You're going to get some shots on in. Good info for the teammates to let them know that they are just going to kind of trying to be pushed through that front. Waiting for Reaper to maybe push through this side room and activate. But Activist is going to make this read. You'll lose the 50-50. Another slides through the front. It's a pistol. And that's another 4 dead in the feed. Great hold from Cryvor.
So comfortable in these gunfights right now. Cloutsy, slightly neg, but other than that, it is all positive for the team on the right-hand side of your screen. Sleepy gonna hit this P3, the first of his squad, and that's what I mean. These moments, if Legless gets set up in time, they're often doing an okay job of batting away wave 1, but so often is Cryvor doing the better on these transitional moments, and as such, find themselves the points in the hill.
Well, if they manage to hold this one, you got a chance for a little bit of contested time that maybe can come on in, but you might have an opportunity to hold this here, but you only have a couple members of your team nearby. You're kind of going on this little bit of a late flank, but Cloutsy is here. Little bit of a hop up off the wall. Okay. Activist finds Reaper pushing from that other side, and just like that, it's a 2-man hit to let this hill go back your way. You won't be able to win it here, but you're going to get the score line in a point where you're going to be applying some crazy pressure to Legless.
It's got to be everything. Legless have got to find everything, and well, that kill through the middle spells trouble for Reaper, and sure enough, it's actually going to be Cloutsy landing on his doorstep. Well, I'm just going to begin that rotation through the middle of the map. Cryvor may be over-invested into the scrap here, but those kills should allow your players to hit cut, control the middle. It could be whelmed on his own as he hits Armory. Keep an eye on that minimap. That's the big fight happening. Legless have only looked good when they managed to get there first, and I don't think they're going to get that opportunity here.
I don't think they are. They spend so much time worrying about this player at old that you haven't invested the players you needed new. And you have Illuminati, who's not going to be able to play through that mid side. Finds one, gets the damage that you need. It's 2 players, though, on the outside. Sleepy on the tree, though. He is ripping. He's cutting them down, not allowing Legless any opportunity to get close to here. Vapor with a huge 2, though, but I don't know if you've done the work that you need because there's only 2 more spots needed. A nice little hard point there for Cryvor Esports.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to tell which team is which either. Shake of heads from one side and fist bumps from the other. Cryvor looking great. I mean, look, Legless... again, we saw 2 hills where you rotated early, you had a good defensive hold, you bat away wave 1. But when it started to become mixy, Cryvor just looked the happier squad. As such, they recognized Legless was going early. What we need to do is match them with that and get on that rotation quickly. As such, we'll win the lion's share of those fights and set ourselves up for success. A great mid-map adaptation from this team. And again, we're looking for squads that could potentially go on these runs through the lower bracket and upset a couple of different squads. Our scoreboard's going to say that 1 man on Legless stood out, 23 and 15 from Reaper. That being said, the amount of damage you get probably means your teammates were helping out a fair bunch. But for Cryvor, well, it's Illuminati, but the rest of his teammates weren't looking too bad either.
No, I love the teamwork that we're seeing from Cryvor right here, right? A lot of assists across the board. Nice little sort of dispersed damage numbers. Just kind of lets you know everybody is shooting. On the side of Legless, though, you're right. 23 and 15 from Reaper. Great, fantastic. But not really the numbers you'd like to see from some of the teammates. Reminder, folks, this is our losers round 1, right? These players are going to be going home. If you lose this match, it's still best of 3. So Cryvor, they are 1 search and destroy away from being able to send Legless home. That's why you're seeing some of those dejected looks in that sort of post-game screen that's there, because Legless understands if they do not take this search and destroy, they're done in the pit.
Yeah, it's tough time. Backs against the wall. But never has a man been more dangerous. So if you want to come out swinging, now's the time to do it. These four, I mean, look, Legless, potentially that's a joke that we're cracking later on through this tournament. For Cryvor, again, when we saw them in Winners Round 1, I thought there's a little bit about this squad. They're not too bad. So yeah, what can you prove here? Can you make it a clean 2-0 and progress on through to lower round 2? Because every time you're down in this lower bracket, you know it could be your last stand of the weekend. And well, talking about potential last stands, let's head on over to Bravo because Huntsman 5-0 up in the S&D. 1 TA code with it all to do.
Yeah, we saw that hardpoint come on through, and you know, Huntsman, they look pretty good. You know, the search and destroy, always an opportunity to get yourself back on into it, but Huntsman continue the stranglehold. They will cut down their opposition any given point. The axes stay sharp. You can see Neum tries to hit a little bit of a quick scope, pistol in hand. You'll get that player weak, but it's the last two players full on forward. 6-0 for the Huntsman. Nice little 2-0 into their bracket. So, hey, 1 TA. We're going to see you guys on this loser side as well. But Huntsman, you know, can we call it a test? I'm not entirely certain, but we can call it a warm-up at least for you. You're feeling good now, getting those guns hot.
We can certainly call it a warm-up, but with that quick S&D over, we didn't really get to whet our appetite. So why don't we go and check out a very different S&D, at least hopefully anyway. Legless against Cryvor. Again, Legless, one down in this series, must come out on top in the S&D, or it is your Dallas Open over. And well, you won't want to read that scoreboard then, because you want to up if you Cryvor.
Yep. I mean, they're feeling good. I think I saw everything I needed to see in that little post-map 1 camera shot. Right? I'm looking at some of the faces from Legless, and it's just, you know, you're looking dejected.
Yeah.
You know, you're coming into a raid, search and destroy. You got to lock in. Hopefully you have some set plays on this map. We've only been playing it for about 15 years, so a little bit of understanding about how this map plays. But Cryvor coming out. It's 2 for Illuminati in that first round. Puts him on a 2 streak. Could be feeling pretty good. Chance to answer back here if you are Legless.
Reaper's got the sniper, but there will be no company for him at ring. Illuminati's going to get through and find R1. So a first blood on the board. Illuminati's very aggressive throughout. I don't think you need to push this far forward, especially when you lose your teammate. Slow it down. Just take the map presence. Unfortunately, you've actually dropped the bomb in basketball, so someone will need to retrieve that. Unless you want to go out and play essentially TDM. Illuminati, you're checking enough. That's a messy gunfight, but Vapor just about gets there.
That's one of those maybe pre-patch that Dravik gets that kill. I don't know about post-patch anymore.
What, you mean when it was the God gun? I was getting ripped by that thing, brother. H was a nightmare.
I'm glad we addressed that before ranked drop, because I might have thrown my my mouse across the room if I died to a Dravik at range. But we're seeing a nice little 2v3 here. Cryvor, you know, not impossible looking at the setup from Legless, but you only have a couple of seconds left here. 20 on the time. You mentioned it. Bomb down B. You're at least going to be able to find Whelm. You think maybe there's one more in the corner. You got to pick this thing up and get it down and plant it if you want, but looks like you're just going on the hunt for the kills potentially. Sleepy, he's going to grab it. Is he? You might have time here if you hop this quick enough, but nope, they're coming through steps, and yep, you get out of there if you are Reaper. This is the play that you need to make. Good heads up there from Legless.
Doesn't matter if it's by an inch or a mile, win's a win. And whether it's taking that gunfight straight up or running away like hell, you win it if you are Legless Esports. Vapor will actually get the final kill, although it was technically traded, so he's on the winning team. I've just learnt that because I don't think I've seen a moment where a player's run away and not been the last kill. But either way, ties up is what you needed, especially as well having lost that first blood. I think it's the drop bomb in basketball that undo Cryvor, and then the late retrieval. You got to be on that a bit quicker, otherwise you give up your positioning, and then Legless knew exactly what you were going to do.
I think once you clear out that backside, you just got to commit to pick up the bomb, get it planted. But mistakes to be learned from as we go into a new round. And in this new round, it's Cloudsy. Flies on forward, finds Whelm. You're going to get that glass, and he's actually getting an idea that there's a player back here. But it's Vapor yet again. Guns up, winning these gunfights. It's a nice little solid win there. Unfortunately, you're now left into the 2v3. R1 will be able to have the bomb. And it's not going to wrap on back. Do you continue to try and work this B site, or do you just go for the plant A, look at a little bit of a retake situation?
I'm looking for some mature decisions here out of Cryvor, to be completely honest with you. Throw a shoulder, play the numbers advantage. You don't need to overcommit to the gunfight. Moments like that, right call by Illuminati. I'll soften you up, force you away from the bomb site, and then just go and join one of my teammates. If they can trade me, great. Otherwise, we just slow this down. We're the defensive team. We can force you to come forward. Well, Vapor, R1, very uncomfortable position.
Like the position there from Illuminati. You try and go up through the mid, though. It's a nice little hop up. Vapor's going to be able to find Sleepy. Brings us back to the 2v2, but time is ticking. You need that 7.5 seconds, and Illuminati will be able to take down Vapor. Bomb's starting to go down, though, and they're going to, I think, let this happen. You're now in a 1v2 if you are R1. Illuminati in the window. Shots are there. You're now looking for the stairs. He's able to find it. Immediately turns on back, and I thought R1 might have had an opportunity there, my friend.
He plays it very well. Bomb down immediately. Recognizes Illuminati's probably going to back off, expecting the bait. Slammed. I mean, there's 2 bullets left as well, by the way, in Illuminati's M15. Yeah. So it very nearly came through. Fair play to Illuminati for just holding the trigger finger for long enough. Moments of steel there, but R1 set that up. Knew the pinch was coming through. Expected to hit through stairs, so very smart. But either way, this team will be 2-1 down in what feels like a much better S&D than many we've seen so far through this tournament. Especially that 6-0 that Huntsman just handed out. Good lord.
I mean, I think if you are legless, you're at least looking at that round with a little bit of confidence now. You know, almost able to claw that one on back. Not too shabby. So what can you do here? Fast ring hit. Illuminati continuing to show that aggression. Flies on forward to be able to bring down Reaper. Vapor yet again there for the trade, but it's not without a couple of kills going back into the Cryvor Esports way. And, well, it's just whelmed left. The smoke will get dropped, and he's going to have to go ahead fully back on out. And they don't care. It's not even like, let's get the bomb down. Let's hold this. It's we are all flying in this B site. Whelmed gets found out front kitchen, and Cryvor are going to answer back with a very solid round.
There's a moment at the start of that round where I felt like I saw the difference between good S&D teams and great S&D teams, and that is Reaper approaches ring. Now, you start with a nade and a stun. I should not be seeing you with full pockets if you're looking to defend that ring side. That grenade's got to go out. It's got to hit one of the vans or the vehicles or something. You got to drop it somewhere. He's irons up, and as such, he's then caught by a grenade that backs him down. And it's just little things like that that make all the difference in S&D. Unfortunately for Reaper, he's also 0-3. Got to change that in this round. Oh, no. Oh, well, my bad, brother. That's on me. The caster curse strikes. I feel so guilty for that one.
I mean, I don't think you should. I think that's a set name that's been there for a very long time, so
I thought he had a kill
the timing maybe couldn't have been worse, and Whelm's going to go ahead, pick up that sniper, and is not ready for Cloutsy, who's just laying in wait. Maybe he's thinking, hey, can I grab that for my team? I have to wait and see, as it's R1 and Vapor now. Probably 2 of the more distinguished players on this legless team in this search and destroy. It looks like Cloutsy was able to retrieve that sniper, so not too bad of a look. It's a 2v4 situation right now. You're just trying to throw some shoulders. If you are sleepy, get any idea. Cloutsy cuts down Vapor, and that puts you into the 4v1. R1's over at ring. And all it takes is a couple of these members to maybe push through pillars. Take a look over there, but yeah, you're going to find him on this outside.
Yeah, just picking away if you're Cryvor. Feels like they're good at that on the defense. Slow things down, welcome you in. Fellow Gentlemates fan as well. Hey, Activist, my guy.
All right,
let's
see,
go.
you can stop. You don't get to now just all of a sudden be biased because he's wearing a Gentlemate skin.
I knew. Cast a fishing rod and it'll bring you something back in. Either way, Activist, he is going to be 5-1, but Illuminati 7-2, Cloutsy 6-2 on a 4 spree. Those 2 gentlemen have taken over this search and destroy. Those nades again, starter rounds, making a massive difference for Cryvor, making it very simple for them from there on out.
And you'll see a couple of those set nades come on in here into this round. Cloutsy gets in some good damage, but Reaper will finally get on the board with a sniper from the back. And, well, Vapor towards the top is actually able to find Illuminati while dodging a shot from Sleepy. And I love that. Hop out window. You're just playing a little bit of an off angle. He's not able to snap in time. And Well, you're able to cut him on down. So blink of an eye, it's now just Activist in the 1v4. 5-1 though in this map. So you're shooting, you're finding the kills that you need, but in the backside, maybe a little bit of a panic there as we see the sniper come out at the last second, taking on down Legless. Signs of life.
I love what Reaper did. He's had a very slow start to this match. Also, Caster cursed him a moment ago, so I'm trying to, make amends for that. But it was that second kill. He finds the first with the sniper. Sure, that's great work, but it's the second. There's a sniper come out of top bed. It misses, and the call clearly comes in. Look, there's a sniper top bed, and you just go and fight it. Reaper doesn't waste any time, gets himself into a position, and snaps. As such, there's a 4v2 up in that round, and Legless can at least stem the bleeding for now, cauterize that wound. What else can you do from here, then? Can you make this interesting?
Couple of hop-ups. Look for some of that information. Cloudsy has been able to slide on in here. This could be a nice little nook that you might not be expecting. Well, okay, Reaper is. Maybe after feeling out that last round, finally getting a little bit of confidence back. Wins a huge fight against Cloudsy, and that'll put Cryvor in to the 4v3. They are a little bit more B favored. We can already start to see Activist make his way on over. Whelm's going to try and play this top laundry side. You got to look at your back, though. You could see a little bit of a sandwich potentially happen here. And, well, Activist gets taken on out, but it's a battle in mid. R1 dropped. Bomb going down at A. Still a 3v2. Cryvor have to play this pretty much perfectly.
Can't let a free pick happen here if you're Legless. Got to hold that numbers advantage for as long as possible. 30 seconds left on it. About 20, so you got to hit this bomb if you're Cryvor.
Illuminati trying to play on that outside. Unfortunately, Sleepy does get found by Reaper, and, well, Legless, they'll do a great job of finding the kills that they need. They're going to bring this one 3-4. And, Nemo, we've seen a couple times here today where teams have gotten a little bit of a lead, and they've let it slip, and I like what we're seeing out of Legless right now. It feels like a little bit more defensive heavy that have led to them being able to take the win on some of these rounds.
Look, they do a really cool thing in that round there. They've changed up their openings. They know they were getting pieced by the Sentinels. They don't really have them themselves. So what they actually did was they gave up Zig immediately, completely left mid-map control, baited the opposing player into it, and then Reaper and Vapor go and clear that together to get them a free first blood. I actually really like the adaptation because clearly they don't have those Sentinels in play yet. Reaper's also figured it out. 4 in a row from him. Much better from Legless.
Can they continue? Can they continue to have a little bit of that heads-up movement? Unfortunately, we do see Whelmed get picked immediately into that round. So Legless now into the 3v4. Bomb will go down at B quickly. You can see the double play over towards that bedroom side. You got Cloudsy on the bomb. Reaper's made his way into Tiki, but I don't know if it necessarily matters. An Illuminati is going to activate onto Vapor through the mid, and Reaper gets found on out, and just like that, it's just R1 last alive playing from Windows side. He does find two, though, back to back. I mean, you got to find basically another two-piece if you want to try and win this one. It's double play bed, high, low, and I think that is not going to be enough for you. Cryvor now on potential series point. Potential opportunity to send Legless back.
Moments like that always make me wonder how much time these players have spent together. Obviously, we don't know too much about these lower seeded sides, but Cryvor, they're very brave in their call. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Hit it as a 4. Recognize that they needed to slow that Legless momentum. Put themselves on series point. Legless. We'll leave it all on the table, gentlemen. Bring whatever you have left, because any missteps from here and your open is finished.
Done such a great job to put themselves back into this game. It's just 2 more rounds to push us to a round 11. Definitely possible. And it's a 4-player hit out through bed, and Illuminati is going to be the one through Tiki to at least get some damage. Back them on down. You'll stop this push from happening immediately. But Reaper, top bedroom with the sniper, can maybe find one. It's just a little bit of a standstill right now. And it's backed on down, and that's going to, I think, be the signal for Cryvor. They need to move. Now, are you going to be able to find Cloudsy in transition here? Do you have any players push up Zig and hold mid, or is it just all a straight push over to A?
It's a good question. There's no noise elsewhere, so Kryvor should be aware pretty soon. R1, do you check this left side? Oh, you're just about to get out of it. You're on your toes enough. Not caught on your heels there. So they get the plant down. 4 men up. 4v4 retake. I think a lot of this is on Cloudsy. What do you do here from this mid position? Do you try and wrap it or do you just hit straight through pillars?
Well, you see that stun nade come out. Won't land on anything. And hey, you're going to meet on up. But Reaper finds Sleepy on the other side. You can see it's just this middle hover right now. It's R1 back in garage. He's going to be able to see if there is this driveway hit. Reaper yet again finds Illuminati. Reaper finds Cloudsy. Give him the ace. Why not? No! Okay, well, whelmed with a Semtex will stop the ace from happening, but you've done enough. Bomb down. Kryvor will get found. Legless. Maybe potentially to come into this round with a chance to earn a streak.
Look, my big concern about that team nade, I'm pretty sure that's the second life of the sniper used. And Legless have never looked better than when Reaper's popping with it. So that could be, well, essentially taking out your own Achilles heel. That is tough times for the team in white. They do at least stay alive in this one. I'm curious about if Reaper still got the sniper. I'm pretty sure that was his second life. So Kryvor then. An opportunity to answer, or... I'm seeing a VS recon, or is he changing last second?
They might have had it from a previous round, I think.
Maybe. I thought
they might have had a teammate pick it up. We'll wait and see. Illuminati, though, continuing to show that aggression here in a pivotal round. They do not want to let this go to a round 11. End it here. End it now. End the run. You've gained so much control of this laundry side. But you've left the bomb back in spawn, so you have to wrap on back and pick it up. So you've made the shots. You can see 4 players completely reposition over here. They want to play together to find some of these kills. If you're going to push out laundry, do it as a duo. You're seeing some of the shots go on through. Cloudsy up through. He will be able to find Reaper immediately, but the trades are there. Pinstripe kill feed all the way to the very end. And it's going to end up being a 2v1 for a Legless. Activist last alive. Been shooting beautifully all day, but this is your moment to go huge.
Oh, it needs to win that one. Position given up. Unlikely to be given an isolated 1v1 from this point. Retrieving the bomb, going to be very difficult. It is free for now. So he's able to get there. No choice but to dump it at A. Legless happy to play the retake. And Whelm's already considering getting aggressive. There goes the sirens. Here comes the hit.
Slide on out. Activist with some great shots, though. He's worried about this. Maybe push through mid, push through pillars. So back on up. I mean, they could hop this right now, though, and they will. Whelmed looking over, as long as Whelmed is looking at it. But that's a potential set nade. Does it land on top? It does, but not in time. Legless. They're going to push us to a round 11, trying to keep their tournament life alive.
Trying to tell if that's flak or if that is... Well, essentially...
It looked a little bit too, like, to the left, I think, a little bit too much.
I agree. I think that's just out of range. So I like the idea of popping the nade up into the sky, that preset. I think you've slightly misjudged it, unfortunately. So around 11, and I didn't think we would get to this point. Kryvor, surely don't let this one slip like this.
Legless back onto the attack here. See another Cloudsy push up through mid. Vapor bottom. Trying to get these shots on through. You'll get a confirmation. A little bit of a stun check. Illuminati's going to be on this heady. But you don't need to get aggressive here. You might actually be able to find the timing. If you look, you might be able to find Cloudsy. Unfortunately for you, R1. It's a little bit too strong of a peak. Sleepy rips you on down. And now you're kind of stuck back here in garage if you are Legless. How do you get on out of this? It's Whelmed playing through Art. Will get found on the driveway side. Cloutsy's here as well. That is a huge nade. Reaper taken out from Activist. It's just Vapor taken on down, as they will unfortunately be bounced out of the Major 1 Challengers Open, and they will have to unfortunately be sent home. Teammates, though, one more round in the bracket.
Yep, Kryvor, they showed us a little bit through the winners bracket, beat out, I think it was EMP before then dropping. So, yeah, I mean, they've managed to progress themselves into low round 2. Be interesting to see if they've got more in the tank. For Legless, I think it's just a shame that you put up such a comeback in the S&D to see it end like that in round 11. Bit of a whimper, all being said. But An interesting call from Reaper. Again, don't know if he's then finally ended up with 2 deaths on the sniper, and if so, then that's maybe they're undoing, because that's when they look great through that S&D. But tough times. As I said before, look, you come to this event, you get bounced out. I'm looking at some of these stats. It's not exactly a disgraceful loss. You know, Reaper and Vapor, they go 7-7, 8-8. Reaper started 0-4. Give that man a sniper as often as you can, by the way. He knows how to hit with it. But yeah, you get bounced out, but you can enjoy the rest of the event, and not just here. You can tune in with the CDL as well. Plenty going on in Dallas for those gentlemen. Gryvor, it's what's left in the story. I'm very curious to find out.
Yeah, I mean, Gryvor, they looked good against that high treason team. Unfortunately, you know, losing to it. They come in here, they look pretty solid against this legless esports team as well. Be curious to see what else they can do in this bracket against their opponents ahead of them. Maybe it could be a story. Are they just heating up? We'll have to wait and see. But it's one of my favorite parts of the Open, my friend. We get these storylines and maybe teams that we aren't so used to seeing, that maybe we aren't aware of what they can do. LAN does birth new players in this tournament. And for Gryvor Esports, they might be one of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, we will wait and see. I'm sure we're going to find out. I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of those names appear in our feeds again. We've had the opportunity to do so twice already. A third, you're going to have to earn that. But to confirm, that was, of course, our first lower 1 match. And next up, well, we've got another game on Charlie. This is going to be Earn Your Zone against, well, a lovely named 1972 Dolphins. Let's find out if they're anything like them.
Oh, I mean, this is a good one. I don't know what is up with some of our open teams with just some.
One of the players called Fins305. Hell yeah, dude. I love this.
Fins up, baby.
Hell
Fins
yeah.
up.
As a Miami Dolphins fan myself, I too suffer in silence.
I don't know why you're a Dolphins fan, but I
my
digress.
friend.
Let's keep on into it. Blackheart P1 is here. I'm not even letting you explain it.
I didn't get to choose, all right? Wasn't
for
like
the
that.
Dolphins. So you're just looking to hold on into this one. For the Dolphins, though, they're giving a lot of time here. It's a little hit through mid on that P1, but P2 will spawn and earn your zone. They will continue to hold it. Haste already with the 5-3 so far in this game, looking pretty solid, as Royal is going to be the one to slide on out. But unfortunately for the Dolphins, they will start to be cut down.
Yeah, a couple of kills, but because of the early rotation from Earn Your Zone. It was an egregious job by Blur, by the way. Why the hell are you doing that off time? I have no idea, but it might not matter because Nasty finds the front. Royal with 2, though, to get yourself in. But it's all cleaned up by Hayes. But yeah, very early rotation pays off for Earn Your Zone. They have so much control over the map that even when the Dolphins find those early kills, they're not within touching distance of the point. I mean, the rotation's on as well, so very aggressive, high-paced stuff here from the team in white.
All right. Gamer dude. Living up to the namesake, being a gamer, finding a nice little 2-piece there. Trying to set on up and maybe cut down some of these players on rotation for new, but it's a full hit through the front right now from Earn Your Zone. You got 3 players that are on it. Haste just holding the back line. Still good shots. And just continuing to drop members of Earn Your Zone. I mean, you've earned 1 singular point. If you are the 1972 Dolphins, maybe they should have queued up as the 2026 Dolphins. I'm not entirely certain, but Cinco is in the back,
right,
and
well,
he is just shooting right now.
And the one thing that concerns me is you've got 20 kills, but 1 point. These kills are having 0 impact on the map. To be fair, Haste is 16-6. That might answer some of why. But you're getting no pressure around these points. So this is how it can be sometimes, all right? Whether it be winners round 1 or lower round 1. Classic COD brackets tell us that sometimes there are a couple of mismatches. And I get the feeling that Earn Your Zone have recognized that this is one, because I'm looking at players that are not even interested in rotation. They're just going finding kills.
I mean...
Oh, Nasty, what the hell? You missed that jump earlier, too.
Oh, God. Yeah. Maybe we need to hit that one in the firing range a little bit more. Load up the private match. This is, like you mentioned, what can sometimes happen on this lower bracket. Because reminder, friends, a lot of the matches we're going to be checking out is the lower bracket right here, right? So these are going to be, of course, do or die games. And for right now, for the 1972 Dolphins, and it looks like they will yet again not be showing up in a match that matters, as their namesake goes ahead and show. I mean, earn your zone. These guys are just shooting 20-7 for haste right now, 12-5 for Cinco. Like these are some insane stats that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty damn good. And, well, you couldn't be more pushed out if you tried. You're in your zone, basically on a rotation just from defensive kills. Gamer Dude will find one. Cinco gonna try and play for the spawns, and, well, he's gonna find there's actually nobody here controlling them, so that's as free as you like. But we do get some more points on the board for 1972 Dolphins. Go
Okay.
Fins.
That's what we like to see. Fins up, baby.
Let's go, baby.
More than one. It still might be a 250-point club, about roughly. That we'll see, but I mean, you're kind of just maybe living on a prayer right now. If you are the 1972 Dolphins, try and do your best to, I don't know, maybe warm up a little bit. Maybe that's what you just kind of have to say is like, hey boys, let's just try and get the guns hot, get prepared for this search and destroy that's coming on up inevitably. Because you're just getting cut on down left and right here.
Hey, Royal, 3 in a row. Takes control of the middle of the map. We'll have Nasty for more company, who decides instead of trying to hit that jump that I'm not very good at, I'm just going to stay on my feet. Finds himself some kills off the back of it. Feed will go the way of orange again. Maybe they were baiting us all along. Maybe actually they're about to lock it in. I thought Gamer Dude was about to throw himself off the map, and that would have been my pen across the room. He's holding on for a sec.
Maybe they're sandbagging.
Yeah.
Maybe this is some of the Optic boys playing underneath, you know, pseudonyms. They got stuff on. Want to say like, hey, can we come back on this? I don't know. Maybe that's my hope at least, or maybe just you're finally stringing some stuff together. But this won't be enough to win here for earn your zone. You can already start to see the Dolphins are trying to hold this back spawn, and it's a good job until, well, Cinco and Haste are the ones flying on forward and ripping you up. And you even get these closed spawns over on P4 as well. Like, oh my god. And you're gonna start to just try and hold that. I think if you are Haste off the spawn, you'll get a lot of time here. And land a nade onto Royal as well.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Blur just cruises his way through the middle of the map there. And just 10 points to go. Gamer Dude making mistakes. And I'd say they're not the only mistakes that are being made right now, because this gap is egregious. The contest will come through, and your zone got to clear this out, but that should be that. Oh.
Okay.
You got this.
They're doing it? They're doing it? No, it's Haste with a 3-piece to nail in the coffin the map.
So close. Very close.
So close. I mean, hey, man. This is what you get for signing up to an open bracket, right? This is what you have to go through. You're going to have to go against some really good teams. Yeah. And earn your zone coming out, showcasing that maybe they're just one step ahead of their competition. Reminder, folks, this is the loser side of our bracket, the lower side. So we do have some teams who maybe falter in that upper bracket, and that's why they're now here.
No, 100%. Look, it's a case of winners round one's always weird because, again, you, me, and two buddies could go and sign up and play, and that is beautiful. That is Call of Duty Challengers at its absolute finest. It's how it should be. So we could rock up. Would we get double rounded? Oh, absolutely. Put your house on it. But it's a case of some of the teams you're going to come up against in lower round one are going to be teams that have high ambitions, right? They're trying to get into the comp scene. They're trying to really grow as players. So as such, that sometimes results in a little bit of a golfing class in our early matchups.
Yeah. Sometimes it does, but we have plenty of more matches making their way through both, of course, that upper bracket side and this elimination bracket that is there. We're going to go ahead to a quick break, but the matches will keep on rolling, so do not go anywhere because we have plenty of more Call of Duty coming your way right after this quick break. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers Major 1 Open. Like I said, we're keeping it cooking here. We are on our Bravo match right now, which is TBF taking on Vile Origins. Maybe one of the best open names I've seen so far here today, as they are keeping it close here on a Scar hardpoint Enigma. We're getting ready to kind of get to the closer end of the P3 here, and it looks like Vile Origins, they've been able to claw their way back on in, almost tie this one on up.
Yeah, to give you guys a little bit of a recap of where they've been thus far. Vile Origin lost in round 1 against No Org, 2-1. On the opposite side of things, TBF, they had a bye and then lost to Sweet Kittens 2-0. So, a tough start for both these squads, ensuring lower round 1, but making a contest of this one far better than the contest we saw in the last game. 61 apiece. Here in P4, back spawns though contested by Keen.
Yeah, this is the part in the bracket where things start getting a little bit more competitive. You're starting to see that here on your screen. P4 comes online. Vile Origins, they're going to be the ones that are first on in, but it's a couple members of TBF in the back. They're trying to hold these spawns and give these close opportunities for these teams to get right back on into it, but they will get found on out. They get those mid spawns, and well, you can see coming right off of it, 20 seconds left on this hill. You're going to have 3 members of TBF. Just kind of give it up. You have Keen in the back here, maybe trying to hit old, just make things a little bit mixy, and well, he's going to. At least finds one, but you will give Lucho his 5th. That's there. 5 killing spree, and well, Mortar will start to fly through the back.
And the stun's going to connect as well with Codal. Do you have the answer? Mortar throws the shoulder at the right time, gets himself under, and finds the kill. Keen's going to be cleaned out as well. Ayaza doing enough. 5 and 10, but two important ones there to break that hill wide open. Mortar doesn't get the support. However, Flaky just going to make it interesting for a moment, but I don't think he's actually intending to climb there. I think he's looking to jump over. So you will get in. If you're Vile Origins, the team in orange, they will try and hold, and they're over the 100-point marker.
Little breakaway moment for Vile Origins, but they have to hold on, because just like that, blink of an eye, TBF could get back on into it. A couple seconds left here on this P5, and yeah, I'm just trying to see what's the plan of attack here. Well, plan of attack might be trying to make your way through market, be able to hit a little bit of a pinch. Unfortunately for you, Snellsy finds a nice 2-piece, and the rest of the team will bring down the other 2. It's 4 dead in the feed. You're going to these back spawns, and Flake is actually going to spawn out. This might be an opportunity to maybe hold some times, and that's exactly what he's going to do. You see him playing over there towards blue, so you'll give Vile Origins the rest of the spawn, but you will get the flip that you're looking for. And you're just looking to maybe push this through P1, hold this for P2.
This P2 could be so team preferent. You prefer hitting it from blue side or from green? It will be blue control for Vile Origins for now. Then again, a spawn actually comes through for Challenge 13 over that side. Don't think anyone's going to read that for now. Should in this moment. Still 30 seconds left of this P1. It's an important 30 seconds for TBF. Vile Origins take this. You watch that gap reassert itself. Otherwise, you drag yourself back into the matchup and let this other squad know you're here to fight.
Ooh, Flaky. Floating a little bit. Trying to find their way through a couple of those kills.
Oh my god.
As we're starting to see, I think maybe TBF wake up a little bit here. Some great shots coming on through, but Lucho, nice little heady. Will catch 1. Can you find 2? Shots into Flaky as you push up through market. Flaky just looking to hold down this P1 though. Good shots onto Lucho, but you will get found on out. So it's just Keen. Last player live on that P2. Tries to pop on up. Can you get this kill? You can. You cut down Laza, but Lucho, good for a nice little solid trade. And for right now, Vile Origins looking to just continue to control the momentum, control the pace of this game. You have noticed a little 40-point lead here, but you need to keep running. You need to keep playing well if you want to try and take this map number 1.
Kodai's trying to do a big job here. Just cut off the reinforcements, allow the rest of his team to hit the hill. Unfortunately, they're losing everything when they get there. Lucho on a 7 spree is the reason why. 31 and 9 from him.
Jesus.
Putting on a performance. Make that 9 in a row. Someone stop this man, or everything you've tried to build your way back into this matchup with is being undone single-handedly. Finally brought to a close is his reign of terror, but not before the damage is done. That gap looked like it could have been 20, 30 out the backside of this. It's nearer to 70.
Yeah, that's a huge passage of play there from TBF. That's a good job from them. You'll start to see,
Oh my god.
just some moves on over. P3 is here. Leza on the point, continuing to hold on through as Snelsey makes his way up through top window. Will continue to hold this area. They're trying to double hit here. Almost finds one. We're going to be taking on down. It's just not going to be enough, but they are holding the line for the time being. Trying to cross that 200-point threshold, march their way to 250. It was a great, flawless P2 and P3. It's looking pretty good for the time being. That's still keen to maybe slide on forward and at least be able to find one.
Just confirm, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in case you spotted it yourselves, Vile Origins and TBF. Names were the other way around, but we fixed that, I think, for a moment. Either way, will be the team in white that are still firmly in control. That hill will be more split between the two. Vile Origins will get themselves in control now. Got to be very wary of these wood spawns coming through for Kodai in Challenge 13. Otherwise, you could be undone in this hold early. Big kill, but the trade is there at least, and the numbers continue to be there. Snelsey with a great bit of play.
Yeah, you just have all of this front hold side, and I like the positioning right now from TBF. You're spawning Vile Origins all the way over onto that P3 side, and so you're going to be very keen on where you need to look. And speak of keen, well, we'll be able to find Lucho in the back. You're trying to fight for some of these spawns, and well, I liked the setup from TBF, but Vile Origins, they've kind of managed to slip on through, getting these huge kills in the back there. Turtle finds Leza, finds Lucho, and two more drop from TBF. So just like that, Vile Origins, they're going to be able to answer on back. You're still down 100 points overall. So if you're TBF, you're not super worried about this just yet, as you're starting to turn your eyes on over towards P5. You're already set on up for it. You only need 20 more points in order to take the win here, and well, you can do it on this point.
Certainly could, but there's going to be a spawn in the back actually for Flaky. No one sees coming. Keen and Kodai will find the rest. Mortar gonna have to be clever about the way he goes about this one. Finds the first, and Kodai does just enough in what was a messy exchange. Scrappy enough that Vile Origins continue to just chip away at that lead. And for everything that Turtle tried to do their top window, it at least sets his teammates up to trade. Great stuff. You hold again. Big 30 seconds. You bring this in. Suddenly that momentum has swung in your favor. The pendulum needs to be wrestled back. But contesting. Smart play out of Lucho. A man who is 46 and 17. Good God, what a performance.
Absolutely shooting right now. They keep this P5 mixy. They don't let it fully get away from them, as a little bit of scrap time will come on down. P1 will come on through as we are on our final set of rotations for this map, surely. Now, Vile Origins, they're already starting to, looks like kind of hold on up if they can, but TBF, they've gained control of P1. They're holding it on in. You're going to have these spawns down into blue. You got a player holding top broken right now. You're kind of looking at both sides of this hill. All it's going to take is just everybody to look at the same time, but you're losing team members in the back. You're trying to both hit from the front here. I mean, TBF, you got to hold on. You got to win these gunfights, because Vile Origins, they're kind of keeping this one a little bit in.
They're certainly interested, aren't they? Just feels like they come alive a little bit too late. Snelsey gets a lovely little 2, answered by Turtle. Lucho there for his 51st. You can win it here. If you're TBF, Vile Origins will have to break this and then set up perfectly for P2.
You got to fly and you got to fry if you want to try and keep this one on in. But
dead.
Well, it's a 4 dead. Yup, in the feed in a blink of an eye, just like that. TBF, it gets a little bit hectic through those last couple of hills, but you're seeing all laughs that are there, and feels like both teams on either side of that station, nobody's really super upset maybe about that one. I think if you are Vile Origins, you maybe got to give yourself some credit for getting back on into that game. If you are TBF, you are looking at Lucho and saying, dear God, kid, what did you have to eat before this match? Because, oh my God, you were shooting.
Yeah, if the scoreboard is showing Elim's at any point, I'd hate to see the numbers that he's putting up, because what's he finish on? 53, 54, something like that?
Insane.
That's a ridiculous performance from Lucho. And there was a moment where he started to take over through that second set of rotation, especially around wood. Felt like I actually saw Kodai in a great position on the opposite side of things. He's locking things in, stopping players reinforcing. I'm thinking, all right, you're doing a great job here. Your teammates continue to flood that hill. They'll have the numbers. And Lucho said, bet, win an 11 spree. So, all right, way to take over, young man. Show us who you really are and help his team punch that ticket. Of course, they've still got a bit of work to do. It's S&D. It'll slow everything down. That reduces the impact of someone like him. But I don't know. That's one of those moments where I just mark that name on the docket and say, I want to see a bit more of you through this afternoon.
No, absolutely, right? I mean, it's one thing to, be a star player on your team. It's another one to be Thanos snapping a lobby like that one, right? You make those games a little bit easier when you are just finding so many of those kills. But it just had me worried a little bit, and like I said, some of the fundamentals kind of maybe looked a little bit shaky through some of those. We saw Vile Origins almost get their way back on into that game. But don't worry. Hey, I'm glad we were able to catch a little bit of that momentum. But we have an alpha match coming up for you that is a banger. It is going to be beautiful. So we're going to go ahead, go on a quick break. We're getting Bryson Tunn on in here. They're going to continue bringing you all of the action. So make sure you don't go anywhere, because this is the Call of Duty League Major 1 Challengers Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers at the Major. We are live here in Dallas covering the bracket. We're still in lower round 1, so we've seen the rest of these games come forward. Tan, our next game should be an interesting one.
It should be. Look, for some of these teams, it's not necessarily been the best day so far, but this is your opportunity. This is your second chance. We're going to get to see Form G go up against a team called Oglis, who are actually 96th seed out of the 96 teams that we do have here. So let's see what they can bring to the table. Unproven. Haven't really played any Call of Duty by the sounds of things as far as pro points, etc. go. So let's see what they actually have. Maybe they are something just a bit unknown, Brycey. It always makes me a little bit curious when we get teams like this, and I don't know what to expect from them.
That's it. A massive unknown. I mean, the only thing we do know is that they've ended up in lower round 1. So it's not boded well to begin with. The last seed end obviously lost their first game, but they could have played just about anybody. And, you know, realistically being that should give them the hardest kind of match out of the bracket. So we'll see. But these are the matches modes we are going to be playing for. This one, of course, Exposure Hardpoint, Colossus Search and Destroy, and Den Overload. All those will be coming to our screens very, very shortly. But the big question remains, which of these two teams has it to take it one further?
I mean, we've seen a little bit from Form G already, right? Which makes you maybe just lean in that direction. But honestly, you really don't know. Heading into these kind of games, as we kind of mentioned at the top of the show, it is about trying to find out some of these players and what they're all about. Because if I'm anybody with a specific I'm looking around, looking for that talent. I'm messaging Lucho after that last game, by the way. 53 kills. That was ridiculous behavior from the ones that we just seen. But that's the kind of talent you could potentially unearth, right? I mean, look. when you're going up in it and loses round 1, it's very easy to say that, but at the same time, players kind of coming out of the woodwork, putting up those kind of numbers is what gets you recognized. But that's an opportunity for one of these players on one of these two teams, potentially, to kind of show us what you got. Albeit, is elimination round number 1. You're still just going to get through everybody in front of you. But this is where your tournament really does start. You lose your first one. No big deal. We go again. But you can't lose again. Form G should be feeling confident about this one. August DTX. Which ways things are going to go this time, Bryce?
Well, a potential last hurrah for either of these two teams. Look, getting one. Oh, not able to get the second. Both teams doing what teams do best around here. Dance around. I think these might be a long way round, but we'll see who gets into that hill first.
Let's see what Shoku can do here. Trying to get in over towards P1 and get a little bit of control. But yeah, no, it's been interesting, I think, for some of these teams kind of going through the heat of the pit, so to speak. Maybe figuratively and actually, you know, the other one. I do speak relevant, I promise. But irrelevant of that, heading over towards P2. For some of these teams, it is a case of just trying to grind through some of these results, getting through that loser's bracket. A little bit of an easier time, you would think, than the winners round 1 game that they had coming up. Alright, now though, some good time here from Form G. Gobbler and Co. We've got a chance to see them from beforehand and kind of showing that experience right now. Reaper, Sundown, Mortem, and Shoku were struggling until Shoku finds 3. There you go, P2 broken.
Good time, a lot of points available here under this one. You can see the stat coming through as well. Form G trying to get into position. They're going to send one player mid at least make a threat coming through there, but Reaper has a very easy kill. Unfortunately, the nade catches him before he can do any more, and now Godforms moves in, and this might be a full wipe as it does eventually get traded out, and they're back into the point.
Gobbler might be my favorite tag that we've seen today, personally speaking.
It's good.
It's a good one. Moving forward over towards P3. Gobbler finding 2. And it's going to be spawned up, though, for Auglis. Can he manage to find anything through? Vicious, trying to shut that down. Cannot do so. Very direct way to try and change these spawns around over towards P3. And you might well have succeeded. Spawns for everybody. So nobody really in control just yet.
Just being careful. You can see them checking the angles for this one. Already a couple of kills flying down. Have not held that the way they would have wanted to. Cloth just trying to hold this one off, and Shoku having to back off as the nade comes in. Everybody throwing everything into this point and trying to get the break to come through. It looks like Mortem is almost doing enough. The trade's just about good enough, as if they have time here, Form G can run back into this point and get an advantageous position, but they're just being picked off.
It's one of those you can't go one by one, and, well, Reaper will deal with you one by one. That's 3 kills found. Make it 4 in a row, but 3 in this current exchange. There's the 4. He's wiping them all on his own. Incredible work from Reaper. Keeps them at bay pretty much for, what, 20 seconds? Oh, he's lonesome. So August going to get this rotation coming through. Form G will get the scrap time. Great work by Reaper there, though.
Up top with Gobbler. Going for the play down towards the back here. And he's also going to be aware there's a player below him. Does eventually help pick that one up for his teammate as well. You see them trying to get a bit of a push going on here as well as Gobbler leading this. Eventually it will be Form G getting back in, but I tell you what we do have, and it has been a little bit absent so far into this one, a game on our hands. Lower round 1, these two teams are close.
They are close at the moment. If it wasn't for Reaper's heroics, though, Auglis will be in a little bit of trouble here. Form G starting to get some more time on the board. That is a full 4-man wipe. Default. Lucrative here for the side of Form G. Want to try and keep them at bay, but now it's about a mid-map control. 15 seconds to go before we head down towards dirt. It's about these fights, this jostle in the middle of the map. Noble will find one, trying to get a little bit of control up top as well towards window. Sundown is here, Sundown is dead. Gobbler finding a few in a row, make it 6. As they get the transition over towards Snoom. Yeah, okay, they lose a little bit of scrap time, but that's a nice rotation.
Gobbler finds one, and
Lovely.
a second. Wonderful snap for that, and, well, that's a perfect lockout on these rotation fights. Gobbler now extending. He'll be calling out to his team as well, saying, right, nobody's here. Where are those spawns coming in from the second side? And this is turning from a close game into not one.
Yeah, middle of the map from Claw needs to be good here, though. He gets taken down, so here comes the push. This should be some time, and will be for August, unless Forms. Can he continue to keep himself alive here? That's all he has to do. A little bit of pressure. 20 seconds or so to go here. Over towards Dirt. This could be a very, very crucial time for August.
Doing well so far. Reaper throwing a shoulder. Doesn't commit to the gunfight until he has a better angle, and it's wonderful from Reaper. Genuinely, you might as well call this Reaper and his 3 mates, because he is doing so much work on this map.
Yeah, he's got more kills combined than his entire team alongside of him at this moment in time. Incredible work from Reaper. Trying his damnedest to keep them in this one, and they are very much in this one. 50 seconds or so to go here over towards P1. Reaper up against Form G. And right now, well, Reaper is getting beat.
His team can step with him even a little bit here. It certainly will go a different way as Gobbler picks up a pretty easy 2-piece. Nobody ready to stop him, and there's the 3rd. And that'll be a wipe out of P1 here. On the other side of it, you can see Reaper's going to go down as well. The God Forms. And now it is a retake on P1. Not something you see too often where everybody gets wiped.
Pinstripe kill feed. 20 seconds to play for here as we rotate over towards P2 in just a second. Good shots from Claw, better ones from Sundown though. Nicely done, and now the transition over towards P2. Looking nice here for August. Forbes has done so well though. Yeah, Ambitious is going to find another on the Reaper. There's a 4 dead when you really didn't need it. I'm Godforms. I'm trying to push out over towards P3 here, but yeah, he's presuming they're going to start spawning. And they do. So the pressure going to start coming through, and you are set up very, very well. Are we having a knife fight? Yes, we are. Cloak dealt with. Now Shoku and Ko can try and find a way through the middle of the map. It's a nice break coming through from August. They're only 40 or so behind.
This is going better. And they can really close this gap up here if they can hold off this pressure. Bottom Jokes may have just missed a player that's come behind him as well. They have lost a little bit here with the trades now going down to a 2 versus 2 on the hill. Respawns incoming from both sides. Godforms desperately wants to pull him off of the hill here, and it's all about shooting the feed and getting underneath that tank, and that's exactly what they do. They're not going to lose all the time here, and August won't have an opportunity to tie the game.
Good rotation round, but this time you cannot let Reaper find 3 and 4 inside of the point. I'd imagine they'll probably just leave Gobbler to it. Yeah, he's trying to watch through the middle of the map, but Morton will find 2. He's got Reaper for backup. And now the spawns are going to come over towards the back side here for Form G. And this is a horrible break if you don't have someone through the middle of the map, but they do. You can see that it is actually going to be Godforms and Gobbler. Go through the middle. A little bit of a pinch. Can you hold down? Can you batten down the hatches if you're August? Here comes the push. They'll find 1 through the window. Reaper needs his teammates to find something on the side. They cannot get it done. And that should be the break for Form G. Spawns over towards the backside as well. Will suit them for now. 35 seconds to play for here. They could potentially be breaking 200 very, very shortly.
Godforms just trying to stay alive. A lot of pressure coming through. Teammates will back him up here, but this has been a wonder class in defending. They really have pushed them every way. Now they've got to be aware. Reaper's already taken down 2. They are going to be pinched. This might be all over in terms of holding onto this hill. Godform's still holding. They're holding both sides. They're back to back. Their teammates aren't even here for scrap time. They just won't even let them in. As Godforms on his 5 streak has deflected all of the pressure from 4 players of August.
And now Vicious is going to distract towards the backside, but that's all he could do. So Mortem over towards the back. He's done well. We'll have to try to stay alive here, though, because the rest of his team, nowhere near. Distraction tactics has got to be the name of the game. Can't find even one. Vicious will take him down. It's good rotation here for Form G. 60-point game. And they're going to find a little bit of a wipe here, but it looks things they will. Vicious finds a few. And that's Form G now in control. Once again, the P4. This is where they really extended their lead last time. Looking to pretty much kill off the game from here.
Bottom trying to just make a little bit of magic happen with that dive here, but Shoku does the same thing. But the problem is always going to be numbers. You can fight 1, you can't fight 3. And now Form G looking to really extend this, and Gobbler's behind. Are they even going to turn to get him? Doesn't even matter. Gobbler's like, okay, easy kills. I'll just run around slaying here. It's TDM in the middle of the map. They flip the spawns up towards the back here, and what could have been such a sweet story of coming back here for August has turned into a nightmare.
And now the rotation over towards P5. Last time out, they lost it again. It really has been down to rotations that real source of a lot of their points. I mean, not to point out the obvious, is Reaper, right? I mean, he found so much time for them all on his own over towards P3, and now Mortem has got to try and do this on his own. He's actually managed to find a way through somehow. Distracts for a second. It's going to pull Godforms away from side of the spawn towards the window. They lose a couple of gunfights, and there's the break. 35 seconds to play for. You're still down 100 or so, but a good hold here. Mix you one at P1 and a rotation over towards P2. You're back into the game. Is he going to use that as a brace? I'm not sure.
I don't know if there's a way back in this game. I mean, Reaper has slowed down. I will say this, right? We're going to criticize the rest of them here. The rest of August have stepped it up a little bit. It's still not looking particularly wonderful over on that side with the slaying, but it's a little bit more even. They just need to not make any more massive mistakes, and with the rotation, we know how a game can change.
Gobbler. Big kills found. A little bit of mid-map control will go a long way here for Form G. Ogle's trying to find a way back through. They gotta make sure they find a break. 10 seconds to go for Form G. It's close to map number 1.
Gobbler
That'll be that.
has basically just been allowed to run riot on that map. 40 and 20, and I would say a lot of those kills are absolutely the gunny, but some of them are the other team not really reacting to his presence.
Bit of a strange one. Reaper tries to keep them in it, but that will be Form G taking map number 1. Excellent work from them here in losers bracket round 1. And for a lot of these teams, again, look, you don't want to be turning up and just playing 2 games. You want to play as many as you possibly can. That is just the worst feeling in the world. Spending your money to get yourself over, playing for the team ticket, etc., etc. Of course, you are able to go and watch the major straight after. Not just about anyway. So when you get that opportunity, yeah, great. But at the same time, you still don't want to be going out immediately. Reaper trying his best there with 32. But Gobbler answers the call for his team as well. 40 and 20. Incredible work from him. 31 non-traded kills. Somebody shoot back.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of spoke about it as we went through, realistically. It was a case of there were times where August may not have reacted to a kill from their flank or behind properly. The flank through P2 kind of said everything to me. There were 3. He saw 3. He killed 1. The player sort of turned back for him, but then another kill was made the other side, so he sort of ended up running in a small circle and not fighting Gobbler, who went, okay, I'll have the second then. And maybe that's just like a more experienced thing that you kind of get used to, of reacting to the point and kind of making a decision. But yeah, there was a couple of times there where Gobbler was like, I am in my element. I will just control the middle of the map. And once that sort of slaying gets out of control, there's not an awful lot you can do.
Yeah. And look, I suppose, you can talk about Reaper as well on the other side doing that, but not doing it often enough and not really having the backup to help him. I think, Gobbler, for all he was putting those numbers up, everybody else is kind of there or thereabouts, in and around even, so doing enough to get them over the line. But yeah, it's difficult when Reaper is having to find 4 kills off the bounce, pretty much ace the entire team just for 30 seconds. That's when things are getting a little bit difficult. So yeah, Form G looking good here after map number 1. Be looking to advance on. Of course, it is best of 3s. Everything you're going to see today is going to be best of 3s. We've got this game. We've got another block coming up shortly as well, and then a couple more as we head into the end of the night. We'll be seeing some winners round 3, some losers round 3 games as well. Should be an interesting close to the night. But Colossus Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next. And well, when I say next, we are quite literally into it. Can Oglis turn around here and Search?
We will find out. Already in. I will say as well, there are other games going on, so we'll keep an eye on those as soon as this wraps up. But for now, this will be our game. How do they face off in S&D? And this is a stack. They're looking to take some A control here. Gobbler already finds that opening kill with the grenade. Everybody going into it. Gobbler will find a second. And I feel like we have to highlight Gobbler here. Not because his name is great, but because he's performing great.
I almost feel like it's spelt like he's from the northeast of England as well. Gobbler. Like, really in my accent.
Is that just you projecting, maybe?
That's maybe a bit of a niche reference, but like if you said it that way, you'd sound like you're from deepest, darkest Newcastle as well, Bryce. Even you in your accent. To the North American audience who are watching, are entirely over your heads. Even maybe for some of the English, frankly.
Well, accents aside, a good opening round from Form G. They found the opening. First blood from the nade, and then it all really fell apart for Auglis. Adaptation is the name of the game on Search and Destroy. If that break doesn't work, maybe don't do it again. Or Trophy Systems.
Not many of them kicking about in round number 1, unfortunately for them. Oh, this is a big hit, though. Here we go. Shoku, what can you find? Gobbler kill just running this one down. Shoku in a lot of trouble. Needs a little bit of backup from his teammates. He's not in a terrible position. He will be traded, and that's not so bad, because there's plenty of information being gained. The problem is now Oglis are well backed up. Great centering from Godforms. It's only going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Modem can find one. Goblet gets too aggressive. Nice kills coming through for Og DTX. They found the round. One apiece.
Wonderful there, just soaking up the pressure. And that's what we talked about here. S&D, it can be the great equalizer between these two teams. And we did see flashes of life from August in that hard point until it really got out of hand. Maybe a bit of S&D is just what they need.
Into round number 3. Definitely some competition to be had between these two here in the search. S&D wasn't like a complete and utter blowout, right? We have definitely seen worse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a big first blood. Sundown gets in there. Morden backing up. Looking to see if anybody is looking to split this map. Joker just being careful here. They still will have to run a gauntlet if they want to plant. B is more contested than A. Obviously, they'll be trying to work out the information for this. And Form G are going for it. They've rotated towards A. They know where this one's going.
Bomb's going to go down. Form G just kind of around everybody, but without anything to actually stop it until that nade lands. Vicious. Also finally killing the Sundown. Oh, that should be a free trade. Reba caught with his pants down, if anything, and now all of a sudden, Mortimer is left on his own. They've got a good read, and he's very, very dead. Nicely done from Form G. They take the round. Little look into the pit. Seeing if I can spot some familiar faces from behind. Of course, you would like to know, Brycey, I did spot Vortex before. My mate. Not that I'm entirely biased.
I was hoping that maybe we get through one of these events without you mentioning Vortex, but it's come up twice already, I think.
Well, one of the times you weren't paying attention, so I just thought, you know, I'd just reiterate.
Maybe at this point you should just invite him round and he can sit with you on camera.
I mean, you know what? I'd be so down, but he's currently in Dallas, mate, and I'm in Newcastle, so it's quite far away. He's got a job to do this weekend. Moving on over towards B. Goblet. Oh, that's a little bit of an unfortunate timing for him. Worse for Shoku. Nades will go out. Plenty of control over towards B, and that bomb down towards B. 3v4 retake needed for Orclus.
Oh my goodness, Goblet's off the map. He's clayed it.
Uh-oh.
And this comes down now to a 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1.
1 versus 1. Clo through his teammate. Oh, they got a read on Sundown here. Clo is going to go for the Chal. Oh, is he? Terrible, terrible, terrible timing. Oh, that's got to suck. Sundown will find him, and that will be the round back.
You can see them all just getting ready. It's middle of the round here, Ton, and obviously locking in. We can see team talks going on as well. One thing I do always love is the pit. All these players walking in here with high expectations. Whether they walk out the same way, only they can decide that.
Close search and destroy between these two. Very back and forth. Everyone having their moments. Gobbler maybe having the one that he won't want to be reminded of. Has he got a muscle on that side? He might.
Let's find out if it works. Oh, Gobbler. Took a lot of damage there, and now be worried about the push. Vicious is throwing shoulders. Really, really good shoulders! Oh my god! Vicious called that one perfectly. Oh! And still a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, Nelly finds the return that. Mortimer Code getting a little bit of control outside the B bomb site right now. Unfortunately for them, though, they don't have the bomb. And Gobbler and Godforms may well have a read on that, but we're pretty much doing ring around the rosy here on the map. The thing is, they can transition pretty quickly if they think it's not going down over towards B. Maybe split it, head over towards A through mid, or maybe just stick together through spawn. It's going to be the ladder. Sticking together. One of the players has a pistol. Gobbler will manage to find it. Sniper back out. Quick scoping thin air. Might have to be the 1v2 with the pistol. And it is. Oh my word, Gobbler. The 360 alongside of it. All right. I see you.
Definitely feeling very confident now into this one. More team talks are going back and forth about adaptation and what will they do next. And this is always a moment here, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. I couldn't tell these players by faces, of course, but you can always kind of see who's feeling a little bit more confident from some of the body language.
Well, it's still a back and forth affair here. Nobody really standing out just yet. Shoku not necessarily having the best of times, but he's got more than enough time to turn it around. Gotta be careful of that scope. Oh, and you just give him the second angle. Reaper, he will fall. Gobbler backs on down. Oh, the smoke maybe doesn't deter him, but Vicious will find Shoku. And this should be around for the side of OMG. Great shots from Vicious. This one should be done.
Wardham's hoping somebody is too brave. Undoubtedly make a kill towards mid here with Massive if he can. No. Down he falls, and Wardham's like, well, maybe I just run away. All the way out. Will they spot him? They will, and he still goes for the snipe here. Now he's in trouble. Real trouble. The rest of the team are leaving the bomb. They're all trying to hunt him down in a corner. Laid down. Everyone around him. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. And that's another round on the board.
Starting to pull away a little bit now. Could only be a few rounds remaining of your time here if you're Oglis. We got kicking in the background. Oh, a little spy. Not much of one. Anyway, 4-2 here for FOMG.
It's always interesting to see who you can spot in the back of these. I said there's an awful lot of games going on at the moment. All the stations are still full at this point in the tournament, so it's controlled chaos for now.
Oh, Gobbler. He's apparently not in as much danger as I thought. They haven't played out this side. Switches to the M15 at just the wrong time. Claw will be there for the trade, though. And Sundown on his left in 1 versus 2. Coming round, finds one. Had some good bullets into Claw as well, but Claw is just a little quicker on the trigger. Big kills come through. 1 round away from advancing to losers round 2.
That's all they need. Frustration may be setting in a little bit, knowing this could be the last moment. That's the pressure that's mounting. Some of you watching for home, you won't understand, but when you play at a competitive level, winning can be everything, and you never want to be that team that walks away without a win at LAN. Or maybe you're just there for the good times.
My career was mostly just for the good times.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Bit of aggression.
Yeah, very much aggression coming out. 1 versus 1 trade, though. 3v3.
They're taking this map control away. I do like this. August deciding to be aggressive. Sundown's in a horrible position. They're going to challenge him with numbers, and they will get him. Well, they've identified that there is a 2-man flank going on. August, for this to work, you have to be aggressive. They'll try and make it here. Vicious already takes a little bit of a knock, and they should catch him down to a 2 versus 2.
We just watched Celium pull off a 1 versus 3. And bomb defuse on the mainstream. 2 versus 2 shouldn't be too bad for Shogun. Reaper, should it? You've got Reaper alongside you. You've got every single chance, and there's Godform's going to be dealt with. Gobbler, did they know his positioning? No, they didn't, but Gobbler knows where Reaper is coming from in the 1v2 to finish it off. Nicely done from FOMG. They will move on through. Disappointment, though, for Oglis. That's your tournament over already.
Not happy. Tried the best, and there's no shame in it. Just unable to get that one moving, and they know right towards the end there an opportunity to keep that game going at least for a little bit longer. But they will fall out of the Dallas Open, and they will be just maybe trying again in the future.
Yeah, and I fully encourage teams to do that. Like, I remember, this is going way back, and I'm not trying to really rely on my experience to a certain degree, but I remember my first tournament and it going terribly, like absolutely horrible, and got my next one, finished top 8. That was like 16 teams, but besides the point. I mean, you know, you advance, you get better and better, and yeah, it does come with experience, being at these LAN environments, getting comfortable with that spot and getting comfortable with having your opponents opposite you. Getting comfortable with talking smack a little bit, that kind of thing, and getting used to that pressure. It's very much worth it. It's you know, one of those things. Yeah, okay, you go out in the first couple of rounds, it's never great. You're probably going to talk to each other afterwards and go, oh, well, why the hell did we do that? Well, you did it for the good times. You're now here for the rest of the major, and you get to watch the CDL. It's not a bad thing at all.
No, it certainly isn't. And hey, everybody gets their time to shine on this stage. And that was just another example of it. But we are still covering the rest of lower round 1 here at the moment. And these games are always kind of an unexpected treat, because you could have a team that's maybe been a little bit upset in winners round 1, go down to here against a team that people may not know very much about, or just had a bad map set in the first run. So who knows what surprises we might see. One thing I do know for certain is that everybody is fighting as hard as possible to stay in the tournament at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, you've traveled all that way through the travel issues, etc. You want to make sure you're keeping things rolling. For these teams in losers round 1, it was always going to be difficult to go a few rounds earlier. It's always really tough to make it through the first couple of rounds of these tournaments. Then it just keeps getting harder. And we're going to see how that tournament kind of does continue on through the rest of tonight. Best of 3s all the way through today, as mentioned, but we will get up to losers round 3 today. There's quite a few games to still go through here, Brycey, and I believe we're going to be dipping and diving around whilst we wait on our next game loading up. But yeah, plenty more action to come today.
There certainly is, and if you aren't aware, some people genuinely aren't, you can actually watch 4 different streams at the same time. You can go between them here to kind of remind you how this works. It's an alpha. We will cover a main game, and then we will dip around the rest of them. Charlie will be coming up for us in a short amount of time, but those streams will also be active as well. Bravo, Charlie, and Delta you can find on the COD Challengers YouTube. So if you want to watch a specific team, or maybe just see the end of a game that we have highlighted, you can watch that as well. I do suggest maybe just popping that out into a separate tab so you can keep an eye on the main broadcast, as we do try to cover everything, as well as any major upsets or differences in score that have gone on. So there's plenty to watch this weekend.
Oh yeah, no, there's so much to watch this weekend. Then you got another tab open for the major going on as well. Some surprising results happening over there at the same time. Yes. Rest in pieces to Aroma's mentions after that one. That's all I would say along from those lines. Yeah, look, I think it's been a really interesting day over there. We're really getting into the swing of things here as well. But speaking of getting the swing of things, we've got another game going on. We are heading over towards Charlie. We've got little Guppies back in again against Shinto GC Unarmed Gaming. What are we going with? Just as a quick one for that one, Bryce, you should just say Shinto. We'll go with Shinto.
Yeah, it's Shinto. Now, there's been a little bit of a pick here, and they find themselves down 2-4 Shinto against the little Guppies. 2 versus 3, but advantage fully on side of the Guppies here.
Yeah, in a good position. 1-0 now at the Shinto. This is a really nice spot for little Guppies to be able to close something out here, but okay, we'll get taken down. So Ferda and Co now finding a way through. Him and Weissers all the way through Dojo. Carnage should be able to find that, and does. Good shots coming through, and now Ferda gets them weak, but not weak enough. Little Guppies. Round number 1 goes their way.
That's what they want. Round on the board, back into the series. Long way yet, of course. But it always feels good to get that first round in S&D.
Has the air of a game that could be closer just from round number 1. That might be presumptuous.
Don't curse us now.
Well, you know me. Never jinxed anything in my life.
Well, we're currently taking a look at this. You can see Shinto moving over towards B. It will be Matt who has this bomb.
He's getting very aggressive just to create a little bit of space. Is that a freebie on the chase as well? You can only find one. There was somebody else behind him in Dojo, but he was dealt with by his teammates, and wow, that round is over quickly.
Also, That is an outrageous chase.
Egregious, some would say.
Really, just I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Didn't care. They could have been 2 more players, anything. Just when I'm just running at him. They were weak. I'm going. Here's the game. Who's bowl cut Matt?
I didn't quite get enough of time. I don't think there was anything that was serious.
No,
in bowl
me
cutting.
either.
What if we were to say haircut name? What would your haircut's name be called?
Disaster, mistake, egregious.
Should have changed it years ago. Terrible, awful.
Why doesn't he wear a hat?
Yeah. Honestly, a balaclava. Might go actually.
Full body in that case, yeah. Maybe I should just cast in a tent. Anyway,
Just turn the camera off. Oh, we lost the plot. Finally. 3v3.
yeah, I've got right. We've got to get back into this. At the moment, this isn't bad for Shinto. They're actually splitting them out quite well. They just need to retake at the same time. A little bit of pressure coming through from Wisers. I think he might get a little bit of bad timing here as well. The players coming through, and how on earth he's made that trade and stayed alive, I don't know. Unfortunately, he's now in a 1 versus 2 and almost gets it.
Well, Guppy's coming back into this one. Right, let's go again. Which one is it? Yeah, it could be the guy on the right. I wouldn't call that a bowl cut.
No, I think maybe they used to have a bowl cut and they've changed it.
Oh, wait, no. Third from the right. Maybe slightly. Ever so slightly. But, well, not really, actually. Hard to tell. Headset hair doesn't really count for this situation.
No. Well, maybe we'll never know. Maybe somebody in the audience can tell us.
People are agreeing that it is a good name, though. I'm all for it. Anyway, let's continue. 2-1 to Little Guppies here. That last round, honestly, just exited my brain after the discussion, but class currently staying alive here. But we got a little bit of pressure coming over the top. Yeah, Weiser should have a freebie, and they'll be like, oh, wait, what? How on earth is he here? Well, he ran through mid-map, up into your window. He's now found 2 and broke the map wide open. He will fall, but damage very much done. Matt and his ball cut. I'm going to take his little self over towards A, and this bomb's going to go down.
Good position as well. They have control. They've got to work out which side they want the trade on. Well, they didn't pick that side correctly. It's now to 2 versus 2. Oh, he's going for it. That's a wonderful snap. A 1 versus 2 now. It will be traded out. Mince watching the window against Carnage, and he is dialed in.
Incredible work. Great shots coming through as well. To finish off that round. So back and forth between these two here in the Search and Destroy. A tight series. Over on Charlie. We'll be dipping and diving around a little bit more. You can see the pit though. It's thriving.
Well, 2 versus 2. The game very much afoot. It already looks like a B hit for Guppies. You can normally tell straight away by the break if they're going for it. Chase, aggressive, straight in. And now there's one player to deflect here. Got to be careful with the shouldering. Looking for it as well. Sees the player, calls that one out. They might think about planning here if they can back him down.
Oh, gunny. Well done from Mince. Stunned up and still manages to find it. And you're about to find a kill if your Wisers as well. Should be dead to right here. Distract. Thank you very much. It will be further to find it. So you don't know the fang players there, but they know they've lost mid and they've lost the bomb site as well. Carnage now left in a 1v4.
This is what is kind of known as a wolf pack. Too many bodies to defeat. They know where he is. They're just going to chase him while sticking close. He will not get a 1v1. They will just hunt him down. And that's pretty easy in the end. You can tell it's lower round 1 at the moment because there's not an awful lot of trash talking happening anywhere in the venue.
Everyone just being nice to each other. Just happy to be there.
Having a good time. Going through the games. It's normally when the higher seeds get into some passionate games that you'll see a lot of activity in the background of these screens.
Into round number 6. Can anyone start to get themselves a bit of a lead? Yeah, oh, Mince was not far away. Weiser's waiting for the push, coming through over towards the rooftops. That will not come to fruition. One through the middle, though, and that is egregious from Chase, all things considered, with the sniper in hand. So Weiser's will have that one all day long. He can get aggressive. Hold on a second. Look at the snapper. That would have been insane. But it's Matt left in a 1 versus 2.
Really needs that first 1v1. Still plenty of time to play with. I wouldn't suggest a fast plant until he's found it. This is going to be all about checking the corners, and he checks the wrong one, and down he goes.
Tough luck. 33. Tense one between these two.
Never really know which way around is going to go in the end. I'm going to point something out here.
Come on.
That is a massive lens to have in the pit.
I missed
Bottom
it.
right-hand side, there's a camera with what looks like a massive telephoto lens. I don't know what they're taking pictures of, but you can stand next to the players. It's probably not needed.
I missed it entirely. I'll have to have another look. Cutting the camera after every round is providing a great source of entertainment alongside the game. Mental takedown chase, so numbers are there for Shinto. Look up, he's with a little bit of mid-map control here, though. Bomb hasn't really made it too far forward. B is, well, ever so slightly open. Potential flank on the cards here as well from Wisers, and those shots over towards B may well entice him to take that up. But look at this angle that you've got from Class. Can't finish his dinner. Now all of a sudden, if you're Carnage from Little Guppies, you have to get moving, but he's going to have to back down. Bull Cupman will find it. Here comes the flank, and that'll be the round. Shinto, another round on the board.
Good round for them as well. This is when those rounds feel like they almost count double. This is when you want them towards the end. You're like, okay, every round we get now is one small step closer to winning, and we'd rather not be down. A push coming in from Shinto here. They're being aggressive with it. They're going to know a player's going to be here as well. Do they push this tempo or do they wait? At the moment they are stalled. It'll be Matt who kind of holds that mid-map control for them to try to watch their flank.
Just going to back down a little bit too much pressure. Slide into the Septex and die. Yeah, Wisers. He'll find it, and all of a sudden, it's wide open here. Wisers expecting the push. Oh, didn't finish his dinner. Okay, will take him down. Federer is there for the trade. This bomb should be going down imminently here for Shinto. Not happy with the control they've got, though, so yet to go for it.
Oh, this goes for, that is horrible timing. 1v1 ton.
Not having a look. No, the bomb would have been there, so if you're Class, how do you play this?
Well, Matt is kind of thinking the same thing. Does he look for the player first?
Don't have time to take it to the other side, or do you? Not particularly. We're going to run into each other, but here we go, and Class will be gunned. And there you go, a 5-3 lead now for Shinto. Can they get this one done? One round away from seeing this one out 2-0.
That round is definitely one that could have gone either way. Just not able to really get it over the line here, Little Guppies, in some of these 1v1s. And now they'll have to. If Little Guppies lose, they are out.
Big opening gunfight. Mince can't quite close it. Weiss is 10-5. That's the one you want to be getting aggressive. That can find one. Connor's just about going to survive.
Oh.
Mince now in a lot of trouble. Needs a little bit of help and knows the push is coming. Can deal with one. Here comes the second. 2v2.
And they're close as well. Wiser's through the middle here. He's wall-banging everything and decides to get out of it. But it's 2 versus 1. Carnage might be able to catch somebody here just with a bit of timing. He's going to be seen as well. Takes a few bullets now, runs away. A 1 versus 2 to keep his team in this tournament. If he wins it, maybe they'll parade him through the streets after finishing the series, of course.
Can Carnage find something? 10 and 6, not having a bad game. No, he's caught out. A bit of bad timing. And that'll be that. Shinto will advance through to lose this round 2. It's a 6-3 victory for them in the Search and Destroy and a 2-0 victory in the series. Fist bumps all around. Nice and polite to each other. GG's. Very well played. Still not seeing the ball cut though. I need to know who Matt is.
Well, I don't know. I have my suspicions, but doesn't matter. All well that ends well. Shinto will continue forward into the bracket, into lower round 2. Unfortunately, the other side does not get an opportunity to redeem themselves today.
No, sadly not. But again, you go again. You've still got a weekend in Dallas to have a little look around. Bryce, I'm sure you'd be taking us for some barbecue if we were out and about.
Yes.
I'm still actually yet to go for barbecue with you whilst we're in Texas. But, you know, I mean, I'd love to say that'll be happening sometime soon, but I don't think it will be. Let's jump over to Woods Bravo, though. We've got some more games going on. And, I mean, look, we are just going fast and furiously into this one. Overtake, doing quite well to kick off things here on Blackheart. 66 and rising to the 1.
Just having to see how this game will go. At the moment, we could be facing down a bit of an egregious game. They're already looking for this rotation as well. Ferg is 7 and 2. Akisona is 0 and 7. And that is not on S&D.
Inside the point, trying to get something going. Affordable, well, fine, well, enough. 11 and 4 there, Bryce. 9 and 1 from TK as well.
I've got more important information.
Oh, God.
I've been told that Matt, bowl cut Matt, the man we were looking for, is in the red journey, and he did not have a bowl cut. We were led astray.
Well, I mean, whilst we're talking about bowl cut, Matt, TK has just killed all 4 of the other team all on his own. That is incredible. I can't wait for TK to go back and watch this go, oh, was I on stream? Yeah, they were just waffling about some kid's haircut that he doesn't have instead. Brilliant work.
Look, he's great. Actually, TK's my favourite player of all time, so now he's on an 8 streak. He knows just how great he is.
It's about to be 9. I'm back in the win this one. There we go.
Broke his ankles completely. Go back on him. Back to TK. There we go. There's 10.
Gotta stay on
How
him.
high can he fly?
Buddy, you're 16 and 1.
Right, where do we go? I'm going... Oh, I was going to go 16. I'm still going 16. He's going to make six more kills after that. His teammates need to let players near him for him to do it.
Nope. Could be in a little bit of trouble here, though. Player missed the jump. Oh! He's only being pissed on for it as well. Incredible. Here we go. Division 0. Find a way through. I love this game. What a stupid, stupid game at times. Incredible. Division 0 trying to find a way back through. Still 140 down. Affordable 20 and 5. TK 17-13. Safari. We need to lock it in, buddy.
This is turning into a bit of a one-sided game. 156 to 6. Ferg's now on a 5. TK calling in the missile that he's earned probably about 4 times over. And gets his teammate. Trying to pick the player out the back here. Haven't managed to do it. Will this be the most score differential hardpoint we see today?
What was the one from before? It was also on Blackheart.
I think it was 48 the other team got.
48, okay. That's potential, I tell you that. Akisona, 2 and 16. Oh, buddy. It's not how you want to see it at the end. TK. Oh, okay. Right, never mind. I mean, Overtake. Looking very solid out the gates here. TK looks like the next coming of Mercules. And all of a sudden, we broke the hill. 20 seconds to play for. Nicely done. I mean, these kids are snapping.
They really are.
Starting to get involved
this is
here,
bullying.
You know what? One of their teammates is negative.
It's kind of, I
That
mean,
would be me.
It doesn't really matter at this point. I assume when we go to a camera, it'll be the guy with his feet up on the table.
Ferg has himself a Hellstorm. Kill starting to be found back a little bit here from Division 0. What we say in the total they're going to get is... Oh my god!
I don't know.
I was going to say, please tell me you wouldn't have lost that one. Here we are.
It's a dance party in the middle of the map, and Division 0 have forgotten their shoes. Really not having a great time. Contesting a lot here on the P1. That is a good point for them. Unfortunately, the slaying is just so heavy. 200 out of 25. Rotation could be a deciding factor. You've got Slimbus, who's behind, should be able to pick up a couple. Finds the first.
I tell you what, Slimbus has done excellent there. Finds 3. Yeah, okay, it's being flipped out, but he's allowed his team a little bit of an inroad in. Spawn's coming through here for his overtake as well. They're going to spawn over towards the backside, so all of a sudden, you're on a bit of a foot race to get some control over towards P2. Affordable, what can he do to hold this down? Safari TK doing it all for him. That should be a hold coming through. Slimbus will find another kill over towards the backside though, Bryce. That should open a route, but 30 seconds away for overtake. Let's see if they can break 40 or 50.
Safari's already taken a bullet here as well. Not going to be able to get that one out. Slimbus towards the back. Justin going towards the front here. They're going to fly out towards it at the same time. Can they get back into this? They're looking for it as well. They've got bodies in the area. Division 0 know the pressure's coming through, and they get the good trades. TK still finds 2. Surely not the third. Somebody tell him he's got to be weak. Eventually, Slimbus will close that one down, and hey, they've made a little bit of a comeback.
Good shots coming through. Safari will find it, but they have done. They've made it a little bit more interesting, haven't they? TK has slowed down immeasurably to 30 and 10. He was 16 and 3 at one stage. I'm saying we might need to lock it in. Affordable still there and still frying. Ferg 22 and 9. Everyone doing what they need to. Right now, though, it is Division 0 in control of the point. Gonna have to be a hit from the backside here. Gotta be careful. It can be sometimes a little more difficult. And Sanity will find one back, but the trade's working out in their favor. Nice break from overtake. You're Division 0. You're 15 seconds away from going 1-0 down here.
No, TK is not human.
Oh my god.
This is some serious gun skill going on. My question is, how on earth are you in lower round 1?
Damn.
Yeah,
That was impressive.
This is so bad. I'm gonna let people peek behind the curtain here. This is such a huge matchup for them that we've questioned whether or not this is lower round 1 enough production chat. Just to double check, because that was phenomenal.
Nicely done. T-Conco looking very, very nice there. As we, do continue here and Losers Round 1. We've got Losers Round 2 coming up after this as well. Plenty more games to come this evening, though, from all the teams who are still left in this tournament. Decent prize pool on demand here as well, Brycey. A lot of games coming through. But we are going to be jumping over towards something else. We are going to be heading over towards Delta, I believe now. Bryce, again, we just keep this rolling. We got gameplay on the go. We're going to have a look at it.
We certainly do. A couple of players without names here, but not to worry. Everybody's still very much fighting for their life. This is going to go down to Choco. This rotation. Be careful. See a lot of bodies piling into this point here, just trying to make sure they get that first flurry into it, but it will be Evictix who get in first.
Come on, Co, trying to get something going there, but Evictix right now in partial control of P2. Choco, hold on a second. Good shots coming in, but Ryan will ultimately cause himself a little bit of a distraction over towards the backside, and they will eventually find the wipe. So Team Evictix now looking good for some great time here. Good snapper from Conrad. Doesn't kill Malice somehow. Double child comes through. One teammate left here from Team Evictix. He'll get wiped out. Nice break from GG Easy. Hold on. Wow, there was nearly the third for the snapper.
And now with this rotation again, GG Easy will need to work out a quick break if they want to get back into it. Malice is alone. This will not be a trade if he gets caught. He's trying to work it out. Oh, they want that nade a little bit further, but it does give him the information he needs. Unfortunately, loses the gunfight. There will be a trade coming through as well, though. NK! Oh, that's 3. Does get traded out before he could do any more damage.
Rhinoco now trying to find a way over towards P3 to limit this, because Team Evictix looking to try and find some great time here, and it looks like they'll get it. 30 seconds to go. And you may well just cut your losses. We're going to spawn over towards the backside, and they read this well. Oh, good shots coming through from Chance 30. Unaware of who it is, but whoever it is, frying right now for the team. Team Evictix looking solid.
Good time for them. Keep an eye on this rotation again. You can see the setup coming through. Conwa is waiting for any kill he can find. Looks for the second as well. Good angles. Finds a 2. That push is already deflected. Time on the board here for Evictix.
Good positioning here from Evictix, and really starting to stretch away when we joined this, Pricey, honestly. It's a bit back and forth, you know, finding over that P1 time. Evictix have ran away with this over the last couple of hills. 13-6 from Choco. Oh, that was good shots as well. Not quite able to make the last one land. So now Chance 31 left all on his own. Teammates nowhere near. This should be a break for GG's, and it will be.
Big push coming through the back here. Ryan needs to make a kill. Finds the first, but there's no trades available for him. 29 trying to do a bit of damage as well. Malice looking to break in here. Got no teammates with him again. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything. And that may be the story of GG here. Sometimes the positioning is good, but they're just not in the position for trades. And it's costing them.
These gunfights not working in their favour. Spawns over towards the back side. Had to win that if you're NK. Conma on the way through, because that pinch was coming. You need to be able to deal with this somehow. Choco finding kills over towards the backside. Now a bit of a precarious spot here for Team Evictix, or is it? Choco trying to find a little bit more. Trying to find this push from the backside. 35 seconds to play for here as well. Over towards P5, and they're in.
This is going from bad to worse. They're still in a better position here. Evictix. 31 over the top. It will be Choco and Conway who help him out to clean house. And now as they fly back into this point once again, it's all going to be about damage control for GG Easy. They know they need to get on this rotation, try and hold off P1 for as long as possible. But is it possible?
So hard to come back 120 down. I mean, it's just one of those moments again, we kind of do talk about it. Sow the seed, find a rotation, find a 60. Make it a little bit more interesting. That's an awkward gunfight for everybody involved, and it will work out here for GG Easy. 50 seconds to play for here over towards P1. You can find this time, and if you do, you're back into the game.
So far, so good. A couple of kills got down already. Unfortunately, they are being slammed in terms of slaying when it comes to these breaks.
Nice spread back over towards P1 on a crucial one, as said. Sometimes you are starting to just open the door for the opposition, but you might well have just slammed it shut there for Chance 31. 4 kills off the bounce. Now 30 just trying to hold it down as best he can through the middle of the map, keep them at bay, keep them as far away as possible. And they will be spawning in Narnia. 5 seconds to go till P2 pops. One player going to make the move back over towards it. Everybody going to hit down the right-hand side. And Conma's there for the pinch as well, just to create even more havoc. They will go down, but the distraction might be enough.
200 points. Evictix looking at the home stretch now, and several streaks just alive and well. And already you can see Choco is ready for this next one. Easy in the end. Picks it up off his teammate. A 6th streak, and well, this may end here.
Could do. Over towards P2, they're just trying to keep them at bay. That's an unfortunate gunfight. Ryan will find a couple. 30 has to find a couple more. Wants to keep a hold of this hill. Teammates are spawned in relatively close though, so the reinforcements very much should be there. Shots not quite crispy enough. Malice will find one back. One last roll of dice here though for GG Easy. It's a little 1-by-1.
Well, it looks like this game is going to be over. Surely, I mean, the rotation is going to be here for GG, but they are quite far behind, and there's a missile incoming.
Yeah, this Hellstorm will cause absolute havoc. Trying to find something through the middle of the map. Choco can do that. His teammate cleans it up over towards the hill. 1-0 to Team of Vic. Dixon deservedly so. That was convincing.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there were points in that game. We wondered whether or not they'd be able to come back, but it just seemed like a flurry of kills consistently on a Vic Dixie side when it comes to breakings or retakings. They just always seemed to be the team that was walking away with it from the first couple of hills.
Yeah, look, even the first hill we've seen, it was like kind of a little bit mixy between them, but then as soon as we went over towards 2, seeing that rotation, all right, okay, let's see how it goes over towards 3, and then we just seen players very much taking over where needs be. Really, really good game between those two, but ultimately it's looking one-sided.
Well, I'll tell you something. We've seen an awful lot of lower round 1 games. Lower round 2 is now going to be upon us. This is our very first game, Ton, of lower round 2. So these teams have already played 2. This will be their 3rd game of the day. Cryvor Esports versus Goodfellas. And they'll be playing Black Hearts and Double Scar to get this one down here. So we can guarantee that every single team that we've now seen has at least got 1 win on the board.
Absolutely. For Goodfellas, just looking through, they lost to, I believe is that 12th seed off meta to put them down into the losers bracket. That was a 2-0 loss. So for them, that's relatively disappointing to be dropped down so early, but maybe they can offer something here. Cryvor, we've seen a bit from already, haven't we? Dan and Enigma casting over them previously, and I've shown some good things of Cryvor, so let's see how this one's going to go. It should be a good game.
Already. Good trades around this P1, both sides. Sleepy looking for a player. He's going to catch that stun just a little bit, but going to go in for the kill. Says, how dare you do that to me? A little bit sloppy, but the punch puts an end to it.
Just trying to hold down over towards the mid-map. P2 incoming. It's just so rotational heavy as Blackheart. That's why I really enjoy it. Fundamentals instead of Gundamentals really working out. Here on this map specifically, spawns where they're going to be still close here for Cryvor. And that is not necessarily fortunate. They're very, very sticky, but they'll not be close anymore because the push has come through P4, and they may well be able to find the break here. Goodfellas, only 1 player could answer back. Nicely done from Goodfellas. That's a lovely break. Oh, I tell you what, though, that is ridiculous from Illuminati. He was all on his own, Bryce.
Well, sometimes you got to be a hero. It's not optimal. You really want players around you, but hey, if it works, it works. And, well, Cryvor Esports now have control of this for the next 29 seconds. Difficult push here for Goodfellas. They want to kind of rotate in the next 10 to 15. In fact, this doesn't even look like that hard of a push. Here goes 2.
Opportunity here, though. Yves will find 2. Ah, it's a teammate that comes through, so Cryvor will take that all day long. Could be another 10 seconds or so of scrap. They will take it. Rotation not looking too hot. At the same time, you do have some sort of presence. Spawn out here for Goodfellas as well, so Clousy's going to get aggressive here, and he's going to get away with it. Nicely done. 1 more player towards the back for Cryvor. You get the scrap. You win the rotation on first time of asking. Incredible work. Cloudsy. 1, 2 is just about going to fall his way. Nicely done from Cryvor. Brilliant break.
Activist on the back here knows where the pressure's coming from as well. There's a few good bullets in. Has to back off. Fortunately, teammate is going to be there. A perfect bait and switch here from Cryvor, and Cloudsy almost turns and burns, but doesn't need to. Teammate's going to have to try and reinforce pretty quickly here. Pressure coming through the mid.
Starting to get aggressive. Having managed to find a way through. Cryvor on the ones, lighting up the kill feed. Cloudsy with a couple. Illuminati with another 4 in a row. Now you can get your skates on and start the move over towards the next hill. Bit of fight over scrap. How's that going to play out? Sleepy on his own. He's found 2 to hold down the scrap time. It just feels as if when Cryvor need to clutch up and they need to find the kills, they are doing so.
This is where the game could get out of hand. A hard break. Be good, fellas. This needs to be somewhat clean. You need to get into the area, contest it. Because 120, it's bad, but it's not the end here. 150 to 20. Oh, that screams 100-point club.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. It was a close game until it wasn't. Activist, great shots again. It's just plays like this where you're able to do it all on your own, where it's kind of showing the level difference Incredible work here from Cryvo, doing really well. Illuminati sitting at 17-9.
Well, we speak about this same scenario again. The rotation is essential. Goodfellas are set up. They will want to hold, but they will need some slaying power. Horsepower must be present to keep this one at bay, and already Illuminati trying to make a bit of a push going through. The rest of the trades coming in at the same time. And that has been broken.
It's still such a strong lead. Oh, it's starting to get dangerous. Illuminati just doesn't look like he can be gunned, to be honest with you. He's skating around the map. Activists on a 5 spree. Spawned them out where they needed to. Rotation over now. Towards P5, obviously. Still ongoing, 30 seconds deep. Illuminati will pretty much kill himself there, though. So he should spawn back with his teammates. Opportunity now to potentially find a push. Goodfellas here, nice and close. But 150 down, and this needs to work, and it doesn't. 20 more seconds going Cryvo's way.
The question is going to be is just how many more points do Goodfellas get onto this board? Scrap time for them. Back into P1 for both sides. As for Goodfellas, they are now looking at a mountain. This game has swiftly got out of hand. And if anything, a little bit of frustration seeping into the fingers of Goodfellas. A lot of 1v1 chows happening.
Just feels as if Goodfellas were fighting the good fight to a certain degree to kick things off, but it just feels as if they kind of ran out of ideas. It wasn't too bad, to be honest, at the start of the game. It was very back and forth, couple of moments here and there, but when Illuminati found 3 over towards the back P2 spawns, kind of just put them in a position that Goodfellas didn't expect themselves to be in when they won a couple of initial gunfights, and now you find yourself 170 behind. We were talking about one of the previous games, what was it, 40 seconds or so? A team managed to take in what was another beating. Goodfellas will be lucky to break that with the way that things are going here. As they are about to break it over towards P1. Never mind.
Oh, no! Cloudsy, you've broken dreams there. They thought they had control. Good chow at the top, and he gets 2. Break, I believe. Oh, he checked the corner as well, but just couldn't see the player. Still in control here, though, Goodfellas.
Getting some time. They're going to break that 40-point mark. I sent them at least anyway. Ricky trying to hold it down. Good shots. It's just one of those moments. Cryvo just look like a team who know how to shoot. Klutz takes down Ricky, but it's not going to be for anything. A little 1-by-1 by Cryvo, and you are threatening. You are giving them the idea of hope. Maybe until that. Activist, Sleepy, they can find 2. Illuminati with 1. Can they clean it up? Absolutely they can. 20 seconds to play for here. This will not be the win, but you're pretty much within spitting distance of it by the time we get over towards P3.
And this has been really a tale of players like Activision and Illuminati really putting the hammer down on Goodfellas. Just when they think they've got a good setup, in they come. And look at this. Wide, high chow. I will say this, though. Killfeed going the right way, but they've been pushed back so far, done. Actually having to retake the hill they were at.
They're doing well here, though, Goodfellas. Let's find a break back. The problem is, though, yeah, I hear it. You see it. Activist Seek can find 3. Is that the break? That may well just kill the game. They do spawn over towards the backside. One player spawn in over towards the mid. So a little bit of a pinch, but a pinch that has to develop very quickly. 10 seconds away for Cryvo.
A bit of a break. Activist trying to make this work. Players with him now. Feels confident to push in. Finds the first. That's where the second's going to be. Of course, he challenges it. Never going to not chal it. Cloudsy finds 1. Finds the second. That player must have been weak. I don't think they have this. We're at least going to go to the next one here, but Goodfellas aren't ready.
Need to get there. Don't get there in time. That is the game. They close it out in pretty convincing fashion. Do Cryvo on the left-hand side. Impressive performance. And then loses round 2. This is where things are going to get more and more difficult. As time goes on, teams who have won games going up against each other, but Cryvo, the more convincing that.
I've seen why they've lost.
Yes?
I have seen why they lost. That guy's got his hair over his eyes. Clearly put himself at a disadvantage.
But at the same time, it doesn't seem to hurt Neptune too much.
No, you're right. Actually, that's a counterplay. You've really got me there.
That was ball knowledge, that wasn't it? That's,
maybe that's the next Neptune. Maybe I'm completely wrong about this, but hey, we'll find out as we continue to keep an eye on that game as it goes through. I have been told that we will be looking through the rest of not only some lower round 1 games, but lower round 2 games as this bracket does progress. And I'm going to share some ball knowledge with everybody at home here. Brackets do not always play smooth and keep on the same level. Some games lag, some games go ahead. Basically, we just try to get the games done in any order possible. So if you're ever wondering why the stream or the broadcast is kind of covering games from different rounds and we're jumping around a lot, it's because nothing is ever smooth. When you get that many stations, that many wires, PCs and bodies, things always get a little out of alignment.
Yeah, it's never that simple, is it? But we are, well, speaking of, actually, gonna dip into elimination round 1 on Charlie, I believe. So let's have a little look at how some of the other games are going on. Masks Prodigy up against Vantix, and this is back into, I believe I did hear production correctly, that this is elimination round 1.
It is. We're just keep an eye on this until our alpha game is ready to kick again. Groovy going around the houses, just trying to stay alive here as the pressure does mount from the front. Reba coming through the front and is going to get caught instantly by a nade.
Less than ideal, but rotation over towards P2 here. The Mass Prodigy should be looking good. We'll get the game sound back on in a second as well, don't you worry. Good shots coming through here from Groovy as well over towards P3. As that one's going to start popping, and we're on our way over here, Bryce.
WASD just trying to stay alive under this one, and that may be one of those names that could be the most complicated one to say for a caster because it looks short, but I don't want to call him WASD.
WASD. No, we can't call him that. WASD is it's not an easy one to say quickly, is it? Such as our lives. Danny Boy's doing well. He'll find the shots on the hill and on the WASD. This game will continue, I believe, over on Charlie. We're going to be jumping over back towards Alpha to see a potential conclusion of our Alpha game and losers round 2. But this losers round 1. If you want to keep an eye on what's going on between Mass Prodigy and Vantix Esports, this will be continuing. It looks a relatively close game, this one, Bryce.
It certainly does, and we'll be doing this all weekend long. There are many games to kind of take a little gander at as we go into the COD Challengers, but the game we were watching and we are following is back on our screens. Cryvor Esports and Goodfellas will now hash it out in the S&D. It's currently 1-0 to Cryvor in this series, and that push is going forward. Sleepy backing down from that nade.
Big fight here. Checking it out. Still 4 versus 4. And no trophies at all for either side. This sometimes can be, well, nightmare fuel. Oh, he spots him through the smoke. Yeah, Yell's just about getting arena on the cloud seat. Bomb will threaten to go down. Sleepy. On his front. Should be able to find something. How's he got this far? How's he got this far without seeing somebody? Eventually finds one. Expecting the peak to come through. Is he going to be able to find the trade for the second? Yons was able to find a second. He can find a second. Can Sleepy? Going for an egregious challenge. I'm all for it. 2v2, but look at the flank. What?
Oh my goodness. I was going to say, he's just going to do it. Fortunately, relied on Sleepy to hit that flank and get it done. And Cryvor come rocking in for the retake.
Nice start from Cryvor. Sleepy does well with the 3. Just backs him down. I like the aggression. Forcing them away. Nicely done. 1-0 up here in this search. Always scary heading over towards Motel in round number 1 with no trophies at all. Terrifying, terrifying place to be.
Well, let's see how this one plays out with trophies now starting to come into play. This is aggressive Cryvor. I thought might just go straight for it, but Goodfellas are actually the more aggressive team. They've sent 2 on the flank, almost 3. Activist is ready for it. Finds the first, looks for the second. Those fence panels are taking a beating, but not as bad as Goodfellas. And now Illuminati looking for players he thinks are going to be mid, but huge outnumbering here in the middle of it. Illuminati picks it up and goes for the second as well. Disgusting.
Lovely work by Cryovault. Just finding what they need to. The snappers from Illuminati. These boys look like serious business. I think Dan kind of said it, you know, like in their previous series that they got. I think we've seen them a couple of times now. They look like they got a little bit of something. Albeit, this is losers round 2, Bryce. I don't want to get myself too excited, but at the same time, you know, Cryovault doing well. Looking a lot better than the opposition.
See if this continues. S&D is known for its wild swings of rounds. See Cloutsy just holding on. A little bit of a chow coming through, and that's an easy pickup in the end. Second place, going to go chow as well. Cloutsy now hugging that refrigerator as much as possible.
Patience here from Goodfellas as they continue to make their move forward over towards A. Cryovault have, well, given up the... Well, not so much in the other map. They've given up A. And one player holding over towards the spawn, but a double flank coming through. Oh, this could be disastrous timing. Didn't work out for them. Ricky in a tough spot. Finds the shots, though. Cloud2 will get taken down. I don't know if they'll realize there's 2 of them on the flank, though. Ricky's still watching it, and Ricky still beaming. 2 versus 2. There's no way they read the third, right?
They find him here. 10 of those players are stacked. That's a huge play. That is a genius play from Ricky. Will he get into the right place for it? He's now defending from the other side. Perfect. Finds the gap, goes through. Time is going to go away from him. Now he'll go check. Perfect play in the end. Checks the bomb, wins the round. Oh, there's talking.
Oh, we yapping to each other?
Little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
fair, was
quite early. Don't say too much.
Well, it was Ricky for 3 in the round. He would have found the ace had the other player been on the defuse. Not possible, so he made sure to shut that down. But that was all about Ricky. Pretty much did that round all on his own. Fantastic work. 2-1 now. Probably with a little bit of threat. Sleepy still, though, sitting at 5-0. That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on because the Hellstorm here hurts a lot.
Everybody stalled out just a second. Bodies deep here for Goodfellas. Cryovault slowly but surely taking space. All comes to a bit of a head, though, when they go for this bomb. There are players really, really close. The sniper has come out, though. Sleepy has clean top. Smoke's come out as well. Sleepy's going to go across for this. He's 6-0. Does he dare peek?
No, he's going to peek. 2 players on the flank, though, and well, he's not going to get involved with anything with that sniper over towards that side. Nuclear at one inside of the site. Cloutsy's being taken down by Yves, and all of a sudden, it's Sleepy left now in a 1 versus 3, and in a lot of trouble.
We're not giving him time. Down he falls. There you go, little bit of let's go calls. Feeling a little bit better here, Goodfellas.
Getting interesting.
Have an S&D on our hands, Tom.
Yep, getting interesting. I miss LAN. Days like that. CDL's great, but I remember the days. Nothing screams more to me. Yeah, nothing more screams to me than sleeping on a Premier Inn bathroom.
Okay, I'm moving on real quickly. Yeah, here comes the push. Yeah, bomb might go down pretty quickly, and he goes for it as well. They've stopped the bomb plant.
Illuminati does phenomenally to get that far, but has he unnecessarily given up his life potentially now, because it's going to have to be a 2v3 retake, or it's 3 rounds in a row off the bounce. Yeah, for Goodfellas. Good shot. Oh, you should have maybe backed down, but Sleepy's done well. Yves on a 4 spray, 2v2.
Tickles the toes, gets the kill. Sleepy's down. Yeah, they might know he's here as well, and well, that is COD timing at its very finest. Player will eventually go down. Good fellas, another round the board ton.
They're getting there now, aren't they? Kryvo asking questions. And good fellas vibing right this second. Just keeping things moving. Round by round. That's all you can do.
Well. Still good.
Just caught off guard. Like we're getting a bit of a series now, and it just didn't feel like it would. I know Hardpoint and S&D, very, very different modes, but considering how one-sided the Hardpoint was, to see Goodfellas now 3-2 up in the Search and Destroy is somewhat of a surprise, but hey, I'm all for it right this second. Smoke down is a debate. No, you're not actually going to go for it. So Illuminati's going to have to be there for the cover. Sees one, doesn't see the second. Gets unlucky with the smoke. This should be another round over towards Goodfellas.
Yoss just checking. I like the way they have the advantage, but they aren't throwing it away. No unnecessary aggression. Play focus, play tight. I will say they are moving an awful lot. Should probably be looking to hold some cheeky angles and just get some crossfires in, but they do lose a player. They lose a second player. This is what I was worried about. Those angles, they weren't tradable.
They've done well to bring this back. But can they execute here? Oh, they're going to get the timing as well. Activists will find one. 2v4. Incredible work from Kryvo.
Vibes killed.
Vibes entirely trashed.
I was worried about. It's like they did really good. They didn't go too aggressive. They didn't push across the map. But they were moving a lot. They were kind of changing where they were watching. And I was like, this is a little bit dangerous. You're giving them some 1v1s. And it cost them. They lost 2. And well, the formation fell apart very swiftly after. But this game still very much on 3-3.
We continue. It's a big round for Kryvo. A real momentum swing potentially. They could have been 4-2 down in the blink of an eye. Now all of a sudden, it's 3-3. And Goodfellas are questioning each other and how the hell they lost that one. Oh, that's Omni very weak. Hell of an aid just to clear out that side. Now all of a sudden, if you're Kryvo, you can take a little bit more control over towards the top balcony area. Nicely done. Just posturing between each other right now, but Kryvo in a good spot.
Yeah, after that back down, they've had to be a little bit more careful. Here comes a snake fight. Sleepy gets up, gets the advantage with the faster strafe. Still alive. Dodging bullets. Puts him in a 3 versus 4. Goodfellas backing up now. They don't have that map control.
Oh, good shots coming in from Ricky. Illuminati's going to have to try and push for something. Gets it kind of right. Isn't going to find the second. Yoss can find 2? What do you mean? How is this turned around? This could be a 1v3.
He stopped the plant. He stopped the plant, and now it's the easiest cleanup in Activist's life. He'd stuck to it. Maybe he could have got it down and gone away, but that is not what happened. The conversation's going on both sides.
Turned around. Big time. It was getting a little scary for a second for Kryvo. And maybe they've just leaned forward. Sniper's out here from Sleepy. 4-3 in their favor now. They could easily be 5-2 down here.
Here we go again. Get a bit of posturing. Nobody being too focused in one direction yet. It becomes about information. Kryvo maybe hoping Sleepy finds an early pick.
I just don't think he finds a great deal from that position, but you also expect players to maybe just make the push through Motel and yeah, look for something like this over towards the top stairs. You would be unwise to check that again, Ricky, but then it just gives up control, and then you're really relying on Yoss being the one to watch it, and Yves to be watching the cross. It's slow around. This is going to boil down to the final few seconds. 30 seconds to go. Gotta make a move here now if you're Kryvo.
So much time burnt away.
There's 2 snipers on the go here. I think Yoss has got one too. He has done.
Sleepy.
Yeah, found Sleepy. And now Ricky can find one as well. There should be 4-4.
Right in front of him and doesn't even get it. Doesn't even get it. Clousy's now running. He can't even plant. Spin the win.
1v2. Not gonna happen. Just no time either. That's the thing. And the snipers don't really do a great deal for anyone, really.
When you burn that much time, it can work out. You can find the information. But it's when it starts ticking, when it starts the noise, 25 seconds, you're like, oh, goodness. We basically just have to go now. And that can really cause issues with pacing, timing, checking corners, everything. It puts a lot of pressure on the team that's trying that tactic out. And, well, that brings us to 4-4.
Aggression again. Towards A, and you can see Kryvo sent 2 players over towards field. So as soon as all of this starts ongoing over towards the site, they're not necessarily going to hit the flank here. They're just going to back it on up. They're going to have to come in for the retake by the looks of things. Bomb could be going down. Not quite in position yet. There we go. Bomb going down. Can you do anything about it if you're Illuminati? Sleepy, not quite there either. This bomb's going to go down. You just got to try and pick them apart. Is anybody watching top balcony? Because if not, oh, the smoke's absolutely butchered him. 1-for-1, 3v3.
Long flank. Got to wait on Cloutsy. Got to wait on Cloutsy. They've gone for a long flank and they've already been pushed. Cloutsy, you've got to move. This is too long of a flank. Nobody really in position. And they are pumping. Good fellas. Feeling the pressure, but you have to ask about a breakdown of communication. Was it too little, too late? Was it too long of a flank? What happened?
As you said, just far too long of a flank. And that's how it plays out. The rest of the team just need to be patient at that stage, but if they sense an opening, you know, as a cup player, you're going to try and take it. Good fellas, 1 round away from sending us to an overload here.
There's trying. Down to a 3 versus 3 here, and Kryvo are probably feeling a bit of pressure on the attacking round.
Mm-hmm. Ricky and go, just being patient. Kryvo yet to really find anything. Activist playing a very, very deep flank watch. It's one of them that you just have to be able to trust that you can do it from that side. A little bit of information gained here. Yoss has got aggressive. These smoke fights have just not been working for Kryvo. It looks like we're heading to an overload, Bryce.
Anything could happen. This is a potential back to a 2 versus 2. They have not recognized anybody could flank. Oh, he just needs a little bit of luck here, Activist. He's done all the hard work. He's got in the right position. Oh, he's been seen. Finds the first. Back down to a 2 versus 2, but he is deep in enemy territory. The time is ticking away. It's a 2 versus 1. Got to get that bomb down. Omni. Oh, he's seen him as well. Head down just in time. Omni's going to go for it. Bomb will be down to 2 versus 1. He's called it correctly, Omni. Now 1 versus 1. Looking for him. Both sides of train tracks. Reloads in his face. He can't do that. He's already out there. So why shall I get it down to a 5 versus 5? They clutch up.
Incredible. How Activists found that over towards the backside, I haven't got a clue. There's fist bumps all around, but the job's not done yet. Kryvo 1 round away from somehow pulling the search and destroy out of the fire. It's been so back and forth, but Goodfellas have been the ones really in control. Sleepy 12-5, finding 2 when it matters. Round 11, here we go. Kryvo on the attack.
Might be an aggressive push. They put a lot of bodies here as well, but it's both sides. Everybody into the blender. Now down to a 3 versus 3. Bullets spearing across that gap. And now everybody take a breath and reset. More nades going out, more trophies deflecting.
Yeah, good job that trophy was there. That nade looked destined to find something.
Shooting your own trophy is definitely a choice.
It is a choice. Illuminati, big flank here. Huge one. Is he going to get away with this timing? Did he see him?
He didn't. He did not see him, and he would have called that this is secure. Illuminati finds the first. Switches gun as well.
I mean, that's got to be panic in the ranks. Ricky falls as well. Oh, it's not going to happen like that. Kryvo send them home in around 11.
Unlucky. I'm so sorry. They actually do go across and say that as well. Ton. It turns out the flanking on S&D is the secret.
Oh, it's still going. Oh, it's still going. It's losing round 2, boys. Relax. Security guard stabbing it.
Well, I mean, they're smiling through it, so I don't think it's that deep. But hey, sometimes that's just the way it works. But you are right, it is lower round 2. It's still quite early. We thought that was going map 3.
Yeah, well, you very nearly did, and I think if you're Kryvo, you are the ones kind of talking smack there. It felt like you were behind the entirety of that search and destroy, and you bring it back. Oh, it's got to sting if you're good, fellas. Really good work though from Kryvo to bring this one back.
I mean, I've got to talk about it. The timing on some of that is insane. If you just checked the window a second before, through a shoulder, saw the player, wouldn't have happened. If the other flank hadn't happened as well, I think it was Illuminati on that other one. Or was it Activist? I'm trying to work. I think it was Activist. Just 2 flanks in what is the last 2 rounds of that S&D.
I think it was Activist on both, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I'm hoping this will show us.
Let's see, as we run through the highlights, what was a great search and destroy on Scott. Look, it has its deficiencies, this map. It really is a one bomb site map, but there is some entertaining routes. There is some good routes that players can take. There is potential players to be made. More often than not, at least anyway. The smokes creating havoc. Such a back and forth game. I can't believe we were 4-4 at some stage. It just definitely felt like that Goodfellas were the ones really pushing the pace, but ultimately Kryvo will be the ones to bring it back after what was a dominant hard point as well. I think this was one of the previous rounds. Obviously, this is to send us to round 11. The round 11 from Illuminati, actually. First one was Activist, second one was Illuminati. Nicely done from Kryvo.
That's what it cost them. And they're going to be sick watching that one back as well. Could have had it. Just a little gap in the defense. A little area not checked. And I said that second one was even worse. The player went to check and just missed it. But realistically, we're not stopping this. We are going round to Charlie now to see how that game is going over there. Vantix and Mars Prodigy. We're going to see whether or not this actually goes to a map 3 ton as well, as looks like this S&D is heating up.
Yeah, these games starting to get a little bit closer, aren't they? Very much so.
So far, Hale 12-4. Maybe we haven't seen the entire series, but hey, Hale's doing well.
Yeah, extremely well. 12-4, found 2 in that final round as well. Just watching back on the stream. Kappa not necessarily having the best of times here, but Mass Prodigy 1-0 up here. Up against Vantix. Looking to try and close it out in 2. Got to get on board with Hale. I'd be curious to see what he's doing. Be doing so well, and yet his team are still only 4-4.
Yeah, that's one of those games, but the WASD takes down Danny Boy. Hale playing defensive here. He's waiting for the push, but Vantics don't have a lot of options.
Very passive around a search and destroy. 40 seconds have passed, and I don't think anyone's even seen anyone else on either one of these two teams so far. Barely a shoulder to speak of. Oh, here we go. Oh my god! I am sure I am accusing him of many things if somebody does that to me in ranked play in a couple of weeks' time. Good god. Oh. No shot. Groovy Danny finds another. Zax was the one with the shots to kick off the round, but it's Hale left in 1v2. The bomb is down.
Slowly here for Hale. On a 3 streak. Moments like this. Spoken about for a long time to come. Already finds the first player. Finds him on the floor. The second player goes for the chow. That is a very good trade from them. Had to make the decision to go for him. He was weak.
Came in for the chow. Just about works out. Hale trying to keep things going here in the search and destroy for the squad. I tell you what, some beamers on show over that round, no doubt. Zax with the opener. Hale with some great shots to finish up the first, but there's a passenger on Mask Prodigy that needs to step things up here for the team. 5-4 down. Let's see if they can tie it up and send us to round 11.
Heavy influence towards B. Nades and tacticals being thrown. Haven't got a ton of information yet because nobody's there. But that is information all in itself. And that means they're going to go for the plant here.
Got one player on a big flank. Other than that, Vantex are probably just going to sit and wait. 2 players watching the flank, 2 players watching the other direction. Groovy, well, just quite literally grooving around. Trying to hold it down. Hale can find the first one. That's a massive kill to come through from Mass Prodigy. Are we heading to this round 11? Spoke for a little bit of mixiness. Let's see how it goes down.
Oh, Groovy trying. Back and forth they go. And, well, Groovy finds another. So far, so good. Mass Prodigy, it's 24 against them. And that's the only player, and he's just going to be picked off. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It's round 11.
That was another 3 coming through from Hale as well.
Shoulders like boulders. This man is carrying the weight of this S&D.
Quite literally. Impressive work. Into round 11. Another one at that. 16-5 from Hale. 1-0 up in the series. Observer, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to say doubt. But we got to get on board with Hale. Got to see what he's doing so right. He is running this lobby.
Hey, if he gets an ace here, that's 20 kills. And that's what I believe should happen.
He's
Always been Sin, though, in a bit of trouble. Down
dead.
he goes. You've cursed him.
I'm sorry. I mean, the man had more kills than his whole team combined. And now they need to do it without him. This bomb's going down over towards B.
This would be an incredible retake if these 3 players can find it. But no, lose that one down to 2 versus 4. Groovy finds one. Knows where that second player is, though. He's not going to re-engage with 68 health. And Groovy in a 1 versus 3. Oh, he can't even move. They're not going to allow him out of here. They are spraying. He'll find the first. And down he falls. And that is going to next map.
Oh, that's got to sting. If you're Hale and you're looking at Cabasset, who's 1-9. Round 11.
really looking at him.
I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions. Well, Overload going to be coming up for both these two teams.
It's coming up soon. They've left.
Yeah, I know that. It's the toilet breaking challenge, as we know how long that one's taken. Yeah, look, a really entertaining search and destroy, though, from both those two teams. 2 really good search and destroys, actually. Back-to-back round 11s. Pricey was starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, it's always the same tale, and we always say this. Realistically, we've done this for long enough that we know the start of a tournament. There's a lot of mismatches. There's a lot of games that don't really kind of get the blood pumping with how close they are. But as the game progresses, as time unfolds in the bracket, the games will get better, the matchups will match up more evenly, and we will get more excited with what we get to see going forward. And this is that moment where it starts to generate a little hype here. Some of these teams still fighting for survival. Some of the big games coming up in not only winners round 3, but lower round 3 as well. But all that and more coming up after the break.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Open. Here we are. We are getting ready into some of the final matches of the day, getting ready to also head in to that winners round 3. We have some absolute banger matchups in this game between some top challengers, teams Enigma. It's going to be wild. And while all that's happening, guess what? We still have some other squads that are looking to carve their way through that lower bracket.
Most certainly do. A couple of lower teams that have tried to figure out their journey, trying to get a little bit hot in our tournament, and then, well, we'll get to it. We'll get to some very good storylines that are no doubt going to pop up through winners. I see some of you cropping up through chat, asking where certain teams are playing. Don't worry. They're coming. They're coming.
Ooh, it's going to be really, really fun. We're going to get there eventually. They're getting set up. They're getting all the settings and everything ready, but we're going to check back in with that game that's happening on the Charlie stream to just see what's going on there, right? Because we're trying to jump around everywhere to keep you guys updated. So here we go. It's Mass Prodigy versus Vantix Esports in that game 3 Enigma. Haven't seen too many game threes here today, but this is one that we definitely want to keep our eyes on. As we were taking a look at the back, and we have some history with some of the players on Mass Prodigy, and we'd love to be able to see them maybe continue to light on up and continue to do well, especially in this overload.
We do indeed. Wazd, Hale, and Cabase are three players that have quite a lot of luck to cast over the years. They play a lot in the Air Force League, and there's a lot of talent there, especially out of Hale. He's a slayer, if there ever was such a thing. With some ridiculous numbers, and you saw that in the S&D just now as well. Needs the rest of his team to step up alongside him. Great clearance here. You're going to get a free route out if you're Cabase. Honestly, he's going to be able to make a lot of progress. Might get Groovy over there to join him as well and protect him in the front on Challenge 24 to hold this off. And I'm not sure about this spot, by the way. What's that?
It's not good at all. It's not good at all. And Groovy and Waz, Cabase, they just absolutely wipe so much of Vantix Esports. And look, this is what I was worried about. Hale, you have them held on back. You get that 4 dead. You pick up the EMP, and you're just immediately flying this at that B site. That is a very quick 2-cap coming out from Mass Prodigy.
That is egregious from whoever is Challenge 24 lying in that corner. I don't know what you're hoping for, but I don't think you could have shot a single bullet into that player before he's able to touch the point. Either way, doesn't matter because the second immediately goes in. Third's going to be controlled on spawn as well. Hale yet to be slowed down here. 4 in a row, nearly a 5th. And the damage is done. The third is in. Glorious stuff. Mass Prodigy making light work of this first half.
What is the opposite of parking the bus? Because that's what I feel like we're seeing right now. We're seeing the opposite of parking the bus. There is playing in such a way that you are just allowing yourself to go on the full-on offense. That's 3 caps in a row from Mass Prodigy here, looking absolutely crazy. Has a chance to end this first half with probably a sizable amount of time on the board if they want to. But at least for those first 3, they have kind of slowed down a little bit. Vantix has made their way out of their spawn, trying to push on forward. And, well, Waz, he's actually going to stop one player for being able to play from that underneath, but they might be able to set up a little bit of an opportunity here. But look at Groovy. He's on the pinch.
Certainly is. Danny Boy thinks he's got a route. Almost gets assassinated on the way through. Challenge 24, player that I called out earlier. Can you make amends for what you just did? Answer is no. Don't check your corners. Dropped. And Waz will try and play forward. However, it's 3 in the feed if you are Vantix. So Hale's got it all to do. Nade's going to slow this. You do have a stun in your pocket as well. Cabase is there to provide the initial. And that should at least force you to back this team up. And you do. I'm a fan of not only the defensive push, but then the decision to rotate that device back through mid. That being said, if you drop it like that, it becomes considerably less effective play.
Yeah, feels like that's really the strategy on this exposure overload, right? It's like control the mid side and then kind of work for an opening the second that you have it. Just rotate on over to either site because you could just easily get there from either of these sides. Hale playing from top silo, and he's just going to kind of be a nuisance right now. Get lost in the middle here. Try and cut down some of these players from Vantix Esports. Nice little 3 spree out of him before getting cut on down. So that's 2 dead on the side of Mass Prodigy. Only a couple seconds left on the board. You will have EMP enhanced. That's 30 more seconds on the clock, but you're flying on forward. You'll get knocked on down. It's a nice little 3-0 for Mass Prodigy at halftime.
Casual stuff. I don't know if I'm hearing that from somewhere else, or is the music playing already? Is that the victory symbols coming out? Well, it is.
Ooh, maybe.
Easy stuff for this team. I mean, Cabase, he needed to step it up after the S&D. Certainly did. And it's calm and collected on that right-hand side. But fist bumps are going out. Got to lock back in. Make sure you see out this second half. Hale and the crew. I mean, Hale's 18 and 10. Hell of a start. I'm looking on the left as well. The slaying figures, Danny Boy's down by 6. Zax is down by 4. It feels like, okay, if you get us a solid start here, those numbers don't look too bad. It's just that you can see those two so quickly back-to-back early on.
Yep. And I even think what's scarier here a little bit, Enigma, as well. We've seen plenty of team go pretty quick on the caps on this side as well. So we could even see maybe sprint towards that 8 that we're looking at. But look at Groovy already getting lost back here in the spawn, and he might be able to catch some of these members of Vantix Esports back here And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to pull so many of them onto this side. A trophy system going down over here as well. You're really trying to set yourself up for this goal line. They're going to be able to get it. You get scored on in, and while that EMP spawning on into the north, you now got to play a little bit of defense.
Oh, for Danny Boy here, you're basically by yourself. Okay, not sure what happens there. I don't think it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things, but you never know. The comeback begins with one, and Danny Boy just walks the device home. That being said, the setup is here. Groovy catches Challenge 24 through the middle. Device control is with Vantix, but certainly not feeling comfortable about scooping that just yet, and that's why. Range kills come through. Pressure's here, and Kapase with a lovely little double. That'll actually give you a clean route to A, should you get there quick enough.
And I like this. A lot of teams, I think, would full sprint, you know, trying to be able to maybe get that score here. But obviously, Mass Prodigy having an understanding about this overload game mode and that it's not one wave isn't usually enough, but it's going to be 2 waves. And it's a little bit too easy of a second wave when you have both Groovy and Kapase popping 2 pieces, cutting down those members of Vantix Esports. You'll go up 5-1.
That's a good reply by Danny Boy. I feel like it's delaying the inevitable a little bit here because every time Mass Prodigy have any control over the device, so effective with it. You said it yourself there, it's not just 1 wave, it's often 2 that they're finding back to back. And that as good as secures you a goal in this one. But you do get a wave of kills and you get pushed out. The Vantix Esports here, big fight, and you win it if you're Challenge 24. Instantly traded, but you are missing Hail in this next attack. And that's your Star Slayer right there. Kapase's next to fall, so what can you do with it? You need the cover, you need the presence, and Reba, I'm a little bit worried this is too direct. Yes, it is.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. It's so interesting sometimes. We watch the, you know, the mini-map a lot, and you think it's just a nice, easy, full fly on over there, and they surely can get this cap right. No, it's not always the right play there. And you can see Kapase kind of making that same type of read where just kind of hopping from down low up through mid, and well, the rest of the team, they're going to push out from that top flap side, but you're just not there in time. Groovy, Kapase, they do get dropped. Hail there for the trade, though. You get the score. Let's go up 6-1, 2 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, lovely. Kapase. That extra bit of quality shining through on this masked Prodigy lineup. Kapase is going to be your front man here, your offensive line. And no, runs out of bullets just at the wrong moment, but Hale's going to be there to clean things up with the pistol. 7-1 then. And it goes from awful to considerably worse because Waz is going to rein in the Hellstorm. Hale's finding 2 in your spawn anyway. Mop up the scoreboard, lads. Make the scorecards pretty. Or just call game right here. Either way, don't think it has been a more one-sided overload in some time.
You know, I hate to be critical right now. I would have liked to see them hold the Hellstorm until they were a little bit closer with the EMP, right? Convert off of those 3 kills they were able to get. You know, great, cool, you got the 3 kills, but it doesn't really let you win the map. Say that you're up 7-1 with a minute left. I think you're probably doing pretty okay. You will get a second score if you are Vantix Esports, but we're into the final minute here. You would need a run of God to somehow try and tie this one back on up.
Yeah.
So you'll see that spawn in the middle, but a little bit of a battle here onto the side with Vantix kind of winning on out, but yeah, you just have a couple left in. You get those spawns into the back. Surely EMP gets picked on up and either goes for the score, or maybe you just push on forward and play a little defense like Kapase.
I mean, this is all about racking up your KD at this point, fellas. We've got Ben and the rest of the crew all doing the stats. Make them look as good as you can. Kapase's got a little bit more than that for taste. Bullets into the body. Going to be a drive forward for the 3rd score. Kapase's going to arrive here just to set up the pinch on Zax. Put him out of his misery. Put this entire team to bed. Send them packing. Mass Prodigy. As simple as you like. Talked about their respawn prowess. Well, I think they just exemplified the point there. A real golf.
Yeah, that was a very good overload, right? On that first half, they're able just to really run away with it. and they're on the second. They continue to do the same. I called that out in the middle of that, and I think they really exemplified it. Just being able to control that EMP, control the middle of that exposure map, and the next thing you know, you're going to be able to really rotate that in, get a couple of scores. But enough of this, all right? We've seen the comments in chat. We've seen the hype. It's time. Let's head on over. Let's talk about our alpha matchup here, Enigma, because we know both of these teams. We know the storylines, and we have a banger in store for us. It is a best of 3, mind you, but it's between none other than the Huntsman and Stallions Black.
It certainly is, and we're going to get a look here at the map set. Is Scar hard points, kick things off, and exposure S&D. And then should we need it, it is a Scar overload, because we are still talking best of 3 here. It says elimination round 2. I'm pretty sure that is incorrect. I'm pretty sure this is winners round 3 at this point. Those of you just about tuning in. What I will say, there's a different set of stories for both of these teams. We got to cast over both of them in the Elite. For Stallions Black, that was a entirely miserable experience. There was a top 12 finish. You took 1 map, and it just wasn't very pretty. I will say you lost 2 round 11, so S&D isn't awful, but you've got to be able to close things out. For Huntsman, you've been getting better and better every time we see you. Neum, that is your superstar. Kips and Rispy feel like they're getting better every time. Renegade, I don't think I've seen so much growth in one player over such a short period of time. That man has been very impressive the last couple of weeks. So, can you continue that here? Could be a slip moment for the Huntsman. This is a far tougher task than anything you've faced. But for Stallions, you've nothing to lose. Leave it all out there.
Wait, we're watching Okus already starting this 4-0. Only a couple more kills needed to be able to get that streak, but it's some early time for Stallions Black here on this P1. But we all know it's about the transition from P1 to P2. And if you are the Huntsman, you've already started to get on over here, okay? So some good shots coming on in. Ryan from down below. It's just a pinstripe kill feed all the way through. Renegade will be able to get found out as Okus pulls up a huge 2-piece, and that's going to give Stallions Black control of this P2. You're looking at Huntsman. Where can they come on through? They're responding on that blue side, Enigma, but they're just getting cut on down. Stallions Black in a great setup.
Certainly are. The one map that Stallions did manage to take through the entirety of the Elite was a hard point. However, it was on Colossus. So here, we're looking maybe towards the fact that Huntsman went 0-2 on Scar. Definitely their least preferred hard point map. And it's showing here with a slow start out of pretty much everybody. Renegade was 0-5 at one point. Has now made it back to 3-6, so a little bit of a stabilization out of him. Okus 9-1, a fantastic beginning to the map. But again, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Huntsman will grow into this matchup. That's what Stallions look like in those moments. But currently up by 70. You'll be very happy if you Zoomer in the crew.
Looking for P3. And I like this. You're making this read that it's just going to have to be a bang out from the front. So Renegade's going to try and hold this plane side. Can you rip anybody from this top area? He gets some good shots onto the player in top window, and he slides on out, but Okus does get that Hellstorm. He finds Renegade and Rispy with the clusters, and it's Kips with the final missile. So even though you set up beautifully for that P3, Huntsman get immediately broken thanks to the early success from Okus. And they're going to be able to convert that back into some time. Stallions Black looking like a completely different team than we've seen in the past.
We talked about it a million times. This is Lab, baby. Performs very different. Huntsman, they're the ones under pressure. I think Stallions Black come into this series with nothing really to lose. That being said, 4 of you will lose your heads, and that's a clean sweep for the Huntsman. Is this the moment where they finally figure out the start of this matchup? It's got to happen at some point. Stallions Black are close to that 100-point marker. Don't want to see them sail off into that, but it's a clean setup now attempt for a Huntsman. And you will have Kips pushed out for mid-control. That will not only get you a kill, but also information. And a great pick from Neum to try and lock down that south side for the spawn control.
Stallions Black, they're trying to fly on forward. Seeing a couple of these trades elsewhere. Swag check does a great job. He realized there's going to be a player in the back here. Pistol out. He flies at Neum. Thankfully, you got Renegade in there for the trade, and Rispy's trying to be able to play his life on the point. We'll get found on out, though, from Okus, who's immediately on the point right now. 16-6. Starting this map absolutely beautifully, and Stallions Black do a great job of not allowing Huntsman to really get back on into this game, but these could be some huge kills right here. A couple more points on the board, you'd be okay. Renegade, he's at least able to find 2. Ryan's going to be the last player from Stallions Black. Makes his way onto the point, but look where these spawns come on in. And anyway, you're set up for P5. If you're the Huntsman, a huge P5 here puts you right back into the game.
Big kill through symbols, though, in shop. That's going to allow your team out. Plenty of map presence. Going to allow you to begin to hit this setup instantly and have the numbers for it. Spawn out for Neum. Got a hold. Lose the fight in the back. Got a hold. You get the top window. Neum, all the work to do. Trying to keep Renegade alive in the corner who has company. Big win. Allows you to lock down after wave 1.
Close spawns, though, from Stallions Black, so the aggression will not stop here. A Renegade just being a nuisance, staying in this side pocket alive. 13 and 9 right now. Some great shots, so you can see the arrows start to turn, but gets a little bit shaky there at the top. But now you're trying to hit from the front. If you are Stallions Black, Renegade up in the window will get cut on down. You've managed to hold on for a sizable amount of time here. Huntsman, of a fantastic P5, will put themselves right back on into this game. A little bit of a shaky first set of rotations for them, but on the back half of it, they're going to be feeling good going into second set.
Yeah, it certainly feels momentum is with the team in green. Stallions Black, then. What's your answer to this? We talked about it multiple times during the Elite. When they're hot, they're hot. As soon as it starts to go wrong, they crash out. So, have you figured out how to mature, how to control the chaos in those moments? Whether it's take a breath, your leader speaks through the comms and gets you all on a wavelength. They'll get into P1. Nade will catch Ryan in the teeth. Symbols looking to reply from blue.
Huge 2 kills, and that's 4 dead in the feed. So Stallions Black, such a good job on this first set of rotations and the second to control this P1. And this time they have the spawns for the P2. So as long as they can hold these power positions and stop the Huntsmans in their track, they will be feeling very good. Ocus continuing to find success in the map. 22 and 12. Absolutely helping lead this team to victory. They'll contest P1 for the time being. Huntsman still 50 points behind. We need a huge P2 here. They wanted to keep this game close, but it's going to be tough when you got Swagcheck playing in this upper side, catching some of these players on rotation.
Yeah, Swagcheck going to try and play the trade here on Kips as well. Just about gets it done, so we'll allow teammates to arrive from blue. You also got a big kill there from Okis in the middle of the map. That's going to squeeze Huntsman in just directly through the front. Any more he can do there, and honestly, it's not that much, but you do at least get a trade in the sense Renegade will fall. So, you got to hit the front if you're Huntsman. Not a comfortable place to be, so 40 seconds worth the fight.
Yeah, you're trying to hit through that top side, you're trying to hit through the bottom side, and it is just so hard. You got to basically just iron up, win these gunfights. And it's just going to be a tough thing to ask for. Yet again, it's a team kill that comes on through, but it's Ryan from the top side that does the work that he needs to. But Renegade, yet again, comes on through, and he's able to keep shooting. He's keeping this one mixy. He's keeping it close, but the Huntsman will, unfortunately, just not able to hold on to this point for the time that they need. You have control of P3 for the time being. If you could find some of these members of Stallions Black on rotation, you'll definitely be feeling a lot better.
Certainly will. And unfortunately, looks like we're going to get a reset because, well, those of you in the challenger space, you already know. Not much more we really need to say about that. But I will say Stallions Black looking great off the start there. Really hot to get things moving. You did find that stabilization out of Huntsman. Right? I mentioned it as we came to the turn there for those second set of rotations. What does your answer look like if you're Stallions? In the past, you've had this bad habit of crashing out when things didn't go right for you. You can see a franticness to their play, a panic. They slowed it down. They played very well. You saw P1 there. They did a good job of trading it out. P2 set up beautifully. Swagcheck gets there early to clear things out. Okis locks down the middle. Moments like that makes me go, this team is maturing bit by bit. Obviously, we'll have to see if they can do that in the reset.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good call out. I really like what we saw, right? Through the Elite, we didn't get to see a lot from the Stallions Black roster. And there was also, let's be honest, a lot of drama right after that Elite surrounding the Stallions Black roster, right? It's kind of a little bit of roster mania. And inevitably this team goes, that's a lot of noise. We're running it back as the same four. And I don't mind it, honestly, right? It's easy, I think, to just in challengers, you kind of go through these cycles where you're just trying to cycle through teammates to find the four that fit. But with this roster, they have a lot of resources behind them, right? You got people like Dylan Attach who you can lean on, and Zuma that you can kind of say, hey, help coach us. How do we get to where we're trying to be? And it seems like whatever they did kind of worked, because you're not shooting against the Stallions roster. Granted, land hits a little bit different, but you're coming out swinging there in that Scar hardpoint, and you looked a lot different, okay? So while we get that, of course, all figured on out, don't worry. We're going to keep checking out some of the other games that are happening on those other streams. So let's keep it moving today, but we'll hop back on in to that matchup. Do not worry. We want to check on in how Protocol Dallas taking on Form G is looking right now. And it looks like Protocol Dallas kind of running away with it.
Certainly are. Slicks 17 and 11, KJ 20 and 13. Got to assume that's a big part of the story as to why there is a 70-point lead right now. If you picked up that brief pause, it's because math is hard, and I tried to do it, so I think I got there in the end. But you're going to see as well Protocol, who's 11 and 13, bringing a Hellstorm, so at some point he went on a run. Locked down a lot of P3, 15 seconds left on this. Form G have decided to give it up and rotate in for 3 instead. And Vicious, he's got a lot of company as they try and play for the back spawns.
Get the stun. But is it enough? No. Got KJ and EJ playing together. Gonna be able to swing this as a duo as some of the members of Form G starting to fall. You're still managing stabilize. It's kind of a flip. You know, I gotta worry about the front here. It's a sizable lead already for Protocol, but kind of sort of what we were just talking about with that Stallions game. All it takes is, you know, 1 or 2 mixy hills to put you right back into the flow of it. The KJ flies through the top, pistol in hand, but it is just trade central here on this P3 Enigma. And at least Form G are keeping it close.
Doing their best. Gobbler, well, he'll get a couple more kills here that'll allow his team to take control. One of you's got to stay in the hill for the scrap time. That is very valuable time, and you burn through probably 7 seconds and make that probably more like 17 seconds. As Klo had to cycle back and gets picked up. I understand the play. You got to push out, try and play this rotation. You want those deeper side spawns. You're probably going to get a bit of neither here because Protocol Dallas are all the way deep and Slicks finds one to open.
Good kills. 22 and 16 from Slicks. 25 and 16 from KJ. Kind of showcasing why winning some of these key gunfights are leading to the score line that we're seeing right now. KJ on the side. Oh my god, that's a huge 2-piece, and you got KJ there for the trade to find Vicious. 3 dead on the side of Form G, and you'll continue just to hold this. You can't win it here, but you get pretty damn close.
Certainly can. It's on Gobbler here. He seems to have slipped the net. Does find KJ. Slicks will be there for the trade. That open God forms up. Oh, beautiful work by Slicks. Little 2-piece there. That'll mop up the remainder of this time. Gets you very close. You gotta be perfect if you are Form G. And well, that's gonna be difficult when Protocol Dallas have company from the skies.
Just waiting to see if it connects with anything, but it's at least enough to try and hold you on back. And you start to see already, I mean, if you're Protocol Dallas, like, you don't really have to worry about too much right now. They could get a full 60 here and you're still really not worried about it. Just a little bit of slowdown right now. I don't mind. Ooh, nice nade. Unfortunately, Slicks, he hops right up over the top, and Godforms tries to stay there. It's a lot of players from Form G dead, and that's going to let Protocol Dallas slide on forward into the hill. 8 seconds remaining. You have to win these fights if you want to try and take the map here, but I'm watching them get dropped like flies.
Certainly a better passage to play this from Form G. And there's 2 more kills. Make that 3 more. Unanswered. So the time will open up, but I like this from Protocol. Trying to hit a bit of a wrap. No panic play. You got to set this up with timings in regards to where your teammates are moving from. And Protocol, actually, he's just going to shift those arrows, make them focus on him, and look at the boys activate elsewhere.
DJ, playing from down below. Trying to just hold them on back. You only have 3 more seconds on the timing. Can anybody get on into this hill? It goes for just a quick second, but then goes the way of Protocol Dallas. So, I mean, it got a little bit of an opportunity where they were able to try and almost get back on it if you were Form G, but Protocol Dallas taking it in at the end.
Certainly do. Make it clean the end. I'm a fan of that play from Protocol there at the end. It just send on that wide wrap, right? Shift the defenders around. It's tempting sometimes to just continue to flood the hill, especially when you've slayed out most way through the map. You're expecting to just be able to bully your way in anyway, especially a P1, center of the map. They don't leave anything to chance. They just decide what they're going to do is shift that defensive player out of position and then collapse from there, find the opening pick. So great work from them. Slowed it down when they needed to, just as it felt like Form G were building their way in. Obviously, we joined in halfway through, so we don't fully understand the story, but Slicks in particular, that man looked bloody good out there.
Yeah, he was moving, and it was a couple of those two pieces that we were seeing that really kind of help opens up the map. We kind of talk about it time and time again, right? When you have one player on the team, especially in the hard point, who's really hardcore slaying, the game just gets so easy, right? For your teammates, you just need to get in on the point. We're just trying to hold some of those angles. And if you have a player that's shooting, cutting them down left and right, it really eliminates all of the angles that you need to just kind of watch out for. You can win those gunfights a little bit better. So congratulations, Protocol Dallas, for winning that first hard point. Can they take the search and destroy? Keep their bracket run moving. We're going to check on that in a little bit. We just have a couple of those other games that are continuing to go on through. We are just waiting to get confirmation from the admin team about what's going on with that match number 1. So don't worry. I know we have a lot of fans in the chat here who are going to be hanging on to that as well. But let's talk a little bit back about this alpha matchup, because these are, finally we're kind of into that part of the bracket anyway, where we get some teams with some history and some information on them. I want to go back to it because I think they need a little bit of credit. Stallions Black, dude. And I want to highlight Okus specifically, because it's that opening spray from Okus that leads into the Hellstorm that helps them build up that lead that they had in that map. And that's something that we haven't really seen out of Stallions Black in sort of an official challengers, sort of match setup in a very long time.
No, certainly. The elite was painful, but it can definitely be a case of growing pains, right? It's a case of you hit a new level. No one expected you to qualify. You had to beat your sister team, the quote-unquote, what was considered the #1 team at the time, to get into the elite. So you're stepping up to a whole new level, and they found out that there is a golfing class there. They found that out in a most brutal way. 1 in 15 map count ain't good. However, if you can VOD review, if you can grow, if you can become a better team and set of players off the back of that, then you can come to LAN and do great things. And they're certainly showing signs in that map 1.
No, we're really looking good. Kind of a little bit of a stalemate here, friends. We're going to figure out what's going on with that match 1. Other matches getting set up, so we're going to go to a quick break. We come back, we're going to be hopping on in with more of the action, whether it be on that winner's bracket side or on the loser's bracket. You do not want to miss this, because it's still keeping on rolling, baby. It's Call of Duty Challengers. You know how we do it. We roll with the punches. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be hopping right back into the action. All right, we're right back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't shoot me, I'm just the messenger, but it's a full reset. So let's jump right back on into it here. Stallions Black continue to show the prowess that we saw in that first matchup. And so far, it at least looks like maybe a little bit of the same story here. Is that maybe this time, except Okus, it's a young swag check going on a 3 spree over there on that P2 side. Meanwhile, Symbols holding down the P1.
Look, we talked about the way in which Stallions Black can be sometimes with their mental side of things. You just gotta set up, understand that you did everything right. What you could control, you did to your best. And go again here. You looked great last time out. You can certainly do that again. Renegade will get Huntsman in for 2. Swag checked, whose POV has been something to watch so far. Flies out, gets cut down. So Huntsman will be in control, but not from the preferred side. Black will be able to hit this with numbers.
Listen, I don't care if it's cooking on social media or cooking in challengers. The young man knows how to make it work. Kickstarting this map on a much different pace than we saw on that last one. Continuing to be a leading reason why. Ryan doing a great job. Making sure this upper balcony that no members of the Huntsman will be able to find themselves on into it. It's a little bit still closer of a score line here in this game, but you're just allowing no opportunity for Huntsman to get close to this point. 20 seconds left on the hill. You'll fight for it. You'll fight for the scrap, but you got to start thinking about P3.
Certainly do. Huntsman will be partially in control of that rotation, but Symbols with 2 is going to allow numbers to punch out quickly. You've got Okus here to contest. Kips will rip him, however. But the weird spawn coming for Rispy, I don't think you're going to read this. Not that you necessarily need to, because, well, 3 players fall anyway. Kips under pressure on the hill, cleaned up, swag checked. Having himself yet another moment in this matchup. Beautiful 2, get your boys in.
And just look at the Huntsman. They're all flying in from this side, and there's a team kill that comes on in. You're ripping. It is just feels like it is breaking apart for the Huntsman right now. I gotta be honest with you. Renegade gonna try and maybe turn that back into the sides of the, I don't know, we call it the green wall, the forest here. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that there are axes out for Stallions Black as they are galloping their way forward with this lead.
Certainly feels like they're bringing the power that they had in that match 1 into the reset. Symbol can be tagged up. Kips and Rispy will find a couple of kills. And Renegade and Rispy, who had spawned out, have managed to get their way back in. So Stallions Black will get themselves the last couple of points. They'll have to figure a different way to lay siege to blue. And Neon with the open will not make that much easier. Neither will the second. Great spring up from him. Kips with the 3rd. You're still trying to track where Swag Checked has gotten to. Another clean 4 dead, but the spawn actually flips in. You're too aggressive if you're Huntsman.
Look at the spawn coming in from Stallions Black and Swag Check. He's going to spawn P2 along with Ryan. They're close enough. They can start flying at this. Thankfully, Renegade and Neem, they're going to be able to hold on in, but that's just enough time for Swag Check to move on through. He's able to find a kill. He's cutting him down. Pistol in hand, whips a little too fast. A couple of love taps into the teammates, but you might have done the damage that was needed. It's still some close spawns for Stallions Black. Maybe feeling a little bit gifted on that one. Symbols will be able to slide on through. We're going to hold the front line. Him and Okus. Gotta make sure you cut down a couple of these members of the Huntsman. They're not gonna be able to get close. You get a lot of that time, and it's all up to P5. And well, Ryan, Enigma, he's already found his way on over here.
Yeah, quick rotation going to be shut down by Rispy, who needs to come online for the Huntsman. 6 and 14 is not the start you expect from a player who's looked so good in recent weeks. Minimap's a bit all over the place. Huntsmen are looking for space. There's going to be a spawn, potentially not red for Okus. He's going to get to the plane heady. Unfortunately, this is going to force Stallions in directly through the front, unless Ryan can find this kill, and he does not. Shut down by Neum. So you got a flood, and you do get at least some kills, but the pinstripe fee is going to favor the players in green.
Kips finds a nade, finds another one to follow it on up with. Great P5 coming out of the Huntsman right now. Maybe finally waking up, showing some signs of life here. Swag check through the top side. We'll get a little bit of a heat check from Renegade. Gotta just find this one last player, and it's a nice little wall hop. You'll be able to find it, but thankfully Kips with a 2 huge, and Neum is there for 2 himself. Bailing you out if you are the Huntsman. It's still a lead in the side of Stallions Black, but you're only down 50, getting ready to head into the second set of rotations.
It is, but the 3 times we've seen this hill thus far between these 2 teams, Stallions Black have locked it down without problem. And we'll find the majority of the kills here and be happy to leave it neutral considering the lead they possess. Okus will open it up with yet another. Okus then tracks Neum into top church. Great impact from him. And honestly, right now, you wouldn't know which team is the favorite coming into this series. Stallions looking every bit the team that are worthy of the elite and being in this matchup.
Gotta give some credit to the Huntsmen, though. They looked a lot worse, and they seemingly brought it back. But I think if the Stallions Black, they could do what they did on the first set of rotations, make this game look a little bit more in their favor. P1's been mostly towards their side. You got an idea that Kips is here in this market side. Ryan, though, won't be swayed, but Renegade, he's good for a huge two-piece. Won't allow the Stallions Black to have as much control as they would have liked. Final 10 seconds on that P1, and I'm looking at that mini-map, Enigma. It's all green over towards that P2 side.
It is. Swag checked. He's going to get on his belly. Might get timing on Kips here. Do you see each other? And well, you get the timing if you're swag check. The aggression pays off. The timing lands. Has backup. Doesn't need it.
Oh
Doesn't need a damn thing. 3. Big break. You're in if you're the Stallions.
A huge pivotal moment from swag check. It's the patience into the aggression that lets Stallions Black spear their way into the front. And it's all 4 members of the Huntsmen just flying on in. And there's some kills going their way. Swag check does all of this work just for Huntsman to answer on back. You're still down 80 points. But if you can chain some of these hills together, you might find yourself on a different side of the scoreline. Ryan from up above, though, he keeps shooting. He keeps ripping. You bring down Renegade. You know you got one more player at the gen down below. And it's a team kill that actually comes on through. And Kips is able to find 2. P3 getting ready to pop on up. Huntsman, they're on the rotation.
Yeah, this hill's been a weird one thus far. Last time Stallions had to break, pulled it off, probably split it in the end. What do you have in terms of a hit here? Okus can try and play through shop, control the middle, beats Neum to the punch, and swag checks will find Renegade with yet another one of those beautiful nades. That's 3 in a row. All 4 dead. Stallions Black send Huntsman packing and look ever closer to the 200-point marker.
If you're the Huntsman, you know, you can afford to maybe keep these a little bit mixy, but you cannot be getting 4 dead and just giving Stallions Black strong control and then letting Symbols pop a 2-piece alongside swag checked. Oh, you're funneling in right now if you are the Huntsman. Stallions Black cross the 200-point threshold, and they're going to look to try and full sprint at a map 1 win here. Ryan on the back. He will get found out by Rispy. And you just have a couple of your members fall, so it's a little bit of scrap time right here for the Huntsman, and you get blessed with the spawns here. Rispy and Renegade, they'll spawn in on new, and Stallions Black, they're pretty deep in this top left corner, and Kips is not making it easy to get some of these moves on rotation. Huntsman, they might just have a strong positioning here, but nobody's on the point. Finally, you'll step on in. You got to continue to hold.
Yeah, Huntsman, got to be careful about stepping out too far. Last time they gave up that back spawn, Stallions will have to hit this from the front and find 2 kills, make it 3. They will. They're in. 1 in the back to try and hold. It's Rispy. He's had a poor game so far. You need him to light up here, and he doesn't. The break, 30 seconds needed. You can win it here if you're Zuma's crew.
Okus trying to hold the front line. Look at all the arrows from the Huntsman who are trying to find any opening into this hill if they can. Renegade, he might be the man to make it happen as his POV is looking insane right now. Hopping up over the top. Neon and Kips from the backside. They'll continue to break this on in. It's a little bit of scrap time though, Enigma. This is the problem. They're getting the breaks, but it's just a little bit too little too late. We got to turn our attention. Start thinking about this P5 area. You see it starting to spawn on up. Kips, he's trying to make his way through top church and maybe hold this power position. He's looking to clear it on out for the rest of the team. Okus gonna hold this back line, try and hold the spies, but he is found on out. Renegade, he has an idea there's a player in this back line as well. You're searching, but you will not find them. Swag check and Ryan answer back.
Ryan does very well because that kill lets you into the back, which will flip the spawns out and also forces the defensive line to turn and look at you, and it allows Stallions in through the front. 10 seconds needed. They can hold, and, well, instantly answered by the Huntsman. Team kill comes through, so defensive setup not going to be great. Renegade, big job for the mid-cut.
Yeah, you get the close spawn, though, so it's really not that much of an impact. A little bit of a luck for the Huntsman there as Renegade continuing to shoot, holding the P3 plane side, but the spawns flip. Number 2, number 3, they're going to spawn in the back, but it's red. Immediately cut on down. You're trying to fly on forward. Only 9 ports needed for Stallions Black. The Huntsmen have to be perfect here on out.
Stallions need to take a breath. You've been great at this P1 every single time we've seen it so far, and that's more than most. Just simply go about trading. You've been way on top in that department, and that would be enough to get you over the line. Do not allow Huntsman the moment, and there's 2 kills that favor.
Renegade tried to do his best to contest on the P1, but will get found out. The rest of the team spawning in the back blue. You have 3 more seconds. Make it 2. Make it 1. Can anybody get close here? It's going to be Kips, and the trades are through. You've cleared them off the point, but you have 50 more points that you need to 1. And Swag Checks might be hitting the wrap right now that you need. It's nades up over the top. It gets a little bit shaky onto Neum, but Ryan is going to be the player to get those kills, slide on forward. And you can see for Stallions Black, that is the energy that they were looking for, especially after that reset.
Look, it's a statement, right? Let's bring the reset into it. First of all, we talked about their mental and how sometimes they can be shaky. Have they matured? Certainly seems so. Not only that, last time you played Huntsman in the Elite, you were 3-0 swept in some fashion. This is a way into this series. This is the Huntsman's worst map in terms of hardpoint, but still, you're putting them as favorites in the respawns. For Stallions to come out, do that not once, but twice. Suddenly everybody just paying a little bit more attention, a little bit further forward in their seats. Gotta go to Okis again. Great in that first map that was reset, but matches it here in the second. Consistent all the way through the map this time. Not that just that bang out start. The Swag Check, can we get a damage check on that guy? He was frying from the very beginning. POV was looking fantastic.
POV was looking crazy. A couple of stats from that game you asked for. 35 and 30 out of the young man. 3,700 damage. 23 non-traded. But we gotta also look at the Huntsman, dude. Kips is going 40 and 26 with 29 on non-traded. A couple of shooters in this lobby. I think you got to be looking at that stat line, realizing these games are not going to be easy. These are all very high caliber players.
100%. I mean, look, you hate to single anybody out, but it is not going to be a map that Rispy wants to look back on. 14 and 31. Even if he makes that kind of like a 25 and 31, that's a very different performance. And Huntsman maybe make this a very close game. For Kips and Neum, it's a great map. They've just got to keep doing what they're doing. Obviously, we slow down when we move to that S&D, but you should be feeling quite hot. And yes, Renegade, he's kind of middle of the pack when it comes to the numbers. But he's been getting better every single week that we've seen him. This is a man that's moved from Halo, had to do a lot of growth. This is your first time online, question mark, it's your first official event online. And as such, we've got a few things that we're asking about him right now. I'm certain he'll deliver through this weekend.
And you know what I did love, though? We saw a little bit of the shot of the players at the end of that game, and you're seeing some of those Stallions players, man. It's all smiles. It's the energy, right? We hear some smack talk going in up over the monitors as well. And I kind of wonder, it feels like we have 2 different camps here. On the side of Stallions Black, it's these young guns. They're excited. They're going to be the embodiment of the Passion Pit. They're going to stand up, shout in your face the second that they're able to get this win, especially if it's against a team like the Huntsman. On the Huntsman, it feels like they're cool, calm, collected. They are composed. They're going to shake off that hard point. Looks like they're probably going to get locked in. Hopefully they can answer back in this search and destroy to bring us to that overload.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That changes everything all of a sudden. All that momentum, that energy that you could feel from the room out of Stallions, that has to be tempered now into a search and destroy, considerably slower. Going to be all about those smart plays, those leadership plays. It's all about how much VOD and hard work you've put into your playbook. However, while we wait for them to get that going, let's go and check in on some of our other games because, well, here for the Challengers broadcast, we are not exactly lacking for action. We're back into that Form G and Protocol Dallas matchup. One apiece. We're in overload. And, well, to start things off, Form G are going to get control.
Yeah, this is the first half, by the way, so still early on in this exposure overload. See Slicks getting back on down here. And it's just going to be a back off for Form G. You can see Clo, EMP in hand, will get caught on that upper plat that's there, and nobody's been able to really make some moves, but you have a couple die in the feed for Protocol. Love to see a couple more of those waves go your way. 3 dead. Okay, it's just Clo last alive, and at least we'll be able to find some trying to make their way towards this middle side. Just be annoying. Don't let the transition happen. If you can, Godform is going to sit top window here. And I think this is a great spot for Form G. You find 1, you find 2, grab that EMP, start moving.
Green tile. Oh, Godform's with a weird one. And Protocol finishes it. EJ picks up 4 in a row. And he's farming through these backside. Problem is the device hasn't moved, so it's going to allow a respawn for Form G, a wave of reinforcements. It's all on God forms initially. Clo takes Protocol down eventually, but not before you get the device in. So 1-0. Great start from Protocol. Form G, what's your answer? Well, they are prioritizing the spawn. They're setting up. But do you read this pinch coming through?
I don't know if you do. Losing some of your teammates in the front, and EJ, the bullets start firing. They're going to know you're coming in from this pinch now. Slides on out. That's a huge win from the front, though. Looks like off spawn. They're going to continue to fly on forward while the rest of Protocol just tries to come on in here. Maybe back on up if you can. But you're going to get cut on down. So we can see already some moments of this overload for Protocol Dallas. Seems like some early success, but I think we're getting ready to head on into that search and destroy back over on Alpha Enigma. So if you want to keep watching this, make sure that you're checking out all of the streams on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/COD Challengers. 4 streams, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. Pick your favorite match. Sit back, relax, and watch. But for us, let's go on ahead. Let's get back into that search and destroy.
Yeah, this is where we want to be, right? Huntsman, Stallions. Huntsman must answer, or they'll be punching an early ticket to lower bracket. The rollout looks Southern heavy for Stallions Black. It's more of a mid-hit if you are the team in green, but the blood is there. Smokus.
Huge first blood, but it's not going to be for long because Kips, he answers back. Against Swag Checked and Symbols was a huge map 1 hard point out of Kips and is continuing to keep that gun hot. Okus choose to invest the sniper on the first round, as is Neum. You can find Okus here. This would be huge, but you do get that bomb down. You're going to plant it at B. We could see if Neum just turns around and maybe holds the flank. This could be a little bit crazy. And Okus, he's just looking for anybody to push into this back spawn.
Okus is hoping Ryan activates. He's hoping Ryan finds at least one. Then he can begin his attack. Ryan will get damage into Neum. But Neum does enough to reposition. Okus is found anyway. And well, I guess the one silver lining for the Stallions is that you force Neum to give up the sniper in 1 round. That being said, you also lose yours.
I was going to say, look, you also lose one.
Look, I was trying to give him something. All right, it was pretty clean from the Huntsman. You get the first blood off of Okus's nade, and then you just lose that fight in the middle of the map. Bit of timing goes against you. And from there, it's cool, calm, collected out of the Huntsman. All credit to them for the way they post-plant setup too.
Yeah, I like the call out there, like Neum being able to play his life. You can tell the second they find the one in the front, it's just immediately flipping around and looking over. And even though Neum does die, he's making the call that, hey, he's top solar, right? He's their side solar. And all you got to do is have somebody look on out to be able to make that trade. Really good stuff. But yet again, we're coming on in. It's another first blood nade, except this time on to Kips and Swag Check. He's going to be able to help out in the mid. That's Rispy also getting dropped. It's just Renegade and Neum. And well, Renegade, he's already been found out by Ryan. So a little bit of a lackluster defensive setup that's there. Let's see what they can make happen.
Well, looked like somebody was about to walk into someone's sniper rifle. So it sounds like we had a bit of an issue. And we'll figure out exactly what that situation looks like and keep on moving. I mean, straight back into action will probably be what we're headed to, my friend. There's so much going on here for the Challengers broadcast. 4 different streams all at the same time. You've kept calling it out. If you're looking for those, ladies and gentlemen, head on over to YouTube, COD_Challengers. You'll find your Alpha, Brawley, Charlie, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta right there. Brawley? Sure, whatever, brother. But here, obviously, on the Alpha stream, we're going to continue to keep an eye on what's going on with Huntsman Stallions. We'll be back to that, I'm sure, soon.
Yeah, we'll be hopping on in there. Do not worry. Just a little technical hiccups. It's all good. We'll get back on in. And yeah, we're just, our observer crashed. We're going ahead. We're getting them back on in. But like you said, a couple early rounds there in the search and destroy. One thing that was definitely coming on out of that, Stallions have those set nades ready to go on that map back to back in those rounds. We're seeing those early nades catch some of the players of the Huntsman. It looks like a little bit off guard. I wonder if we see some tactics that we saw, you know, think back to earlier, right? Where we saw some of those set nades on raid, and then you're watching some of these teams make that read and then say, okay, we're going to delay our pushes, or maybe we're just going to hit a completely different side. I wonder if the Huntsmen make that adjustment or not in those later rounds, right? Be very, very curious to see if they can manage to make that happen. That was there. So we'll be getting in that game. Do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get there very, very soon. But man, it's been such a great day of Call of Duty, at least the first day here of the Challengers Open. A lot of banger matchups, some teams making some losers bracket runs, as we're very excited for all of our matches that we have here tomorrow. We're gonna go check out though some of the matches on Bravo while we are waiting to get back on into that alpha. Just kind of keep hopping around, keep checking in on some of those games. So on Bravo, of course, we have Galaxy Exos taking on the Telluride Bush. And as we come on in, well, the Bush, they're not getting shaved today. It looks like here in this map number 1, 199 to 67 with a Mr. Spart himself, 18-9.
Bush looking great in hard point. Spart double positive. Death, taxes, 4 things you can guarantee in life. These guys are frying out here on exposure, to no one's surprise. Spart continues to wrap a couple up. Then again, Capsule as well, 20 and 14, not to be outdone. We said we want to see the version of Spart that we Capsule that we saw at the very start of the year. And well, he's answered in every showing we've seen so far. He'll obviously face tougher tests than Galaxy Exos, who answered back, finally shutting Spart down. But Bush, well, they can't win it here, but they're very bloody close.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to kind of hold on, set yourself up for that P3 window side, and well, with the way you're shooting, you're probably not worried too much about it. Again, for the Bush, I like that they have these series, Enigma, because I think that one of the things that we've come to know about this team, very momentum based, right? So I think if they can have some of these matches earlier on, even if it is against maybe a team that they're expecting to beat, just being able to have your guns hot and be in these positive mental states when you're in these hard points, I think it's something that's really going to benefit them later on in these tournaments. Coming out swinging against this Galaxy Exos team, and you're really just kind of look, as long as they can keep playing fundamental COD through this and not just turn this into a TDM.
I think one of the important things as well is just making these series quick. You've got 3 long days when you are these top teams. You want to get them over, you want to get back rested, you want to get your VOD review in, all of that stuff. There's a very weird fight between server and pro loot. Goes the way of Galaxy Exos. You get the break in. Rotation's going to begin for the team in orange. Spart though, Dravik's out, flexing as per. And he's going to start to lead the charge across the map.
It ain't no Volk, but it'll do. Andy trying to play through mid. Players, they're going to be able to find a couple dead here against the Telluride Bush, and we're seeing basically almost a full 60, it feels like, coming on through on this P3 for the time being. Still have at least one wave if you want to try and hit this if you are Telluride Bush. And you're just kind of trying to look for maybe some of these players. It's a pinstripe kill feed going all the way through. Pro in the back might be able to find a little bit of a timing, but as we look towards that P4, it's going to go ahead. A lot of time going their way, and Spart, it's a huge 2-piece. Help get Telluride Bush onto that point. And all they need is just 5 more seconds. Pro Loot, he'll be here alongside Fire. They're trying to cut down through. It's Andy through the side. Can you get there in time? No, you cannot. A clean map number 1 for Telluride Bush.
Yeah, as we expect, business handled from that side. So good at hard point. 12 and 4 in the elite, which, considering you are against the best teams in the world, is quite frankly a terrifying thing. It's the other mods that we need to see what they've done. S&D, they were 6 and 6 there. Overload 2 and 7. So should we see any map 3s, we want to be able to see that teamwork come through. But hard point, yeah, these guys are so damn good at this mode. There's so much talent littered through this squad. I don't think you could be anything but good at it, especially with the experience that they possess as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you said it earlier, it's never been a question of are the Bush good at hard point, right? It just seems like sometimes when they go up against the real, like, you know, creme de la creme of challengers, sometimes it can get a little bit mixy. So I'd love to see them be, you know, a really good, strong roster in hardpoint, especially when we kind of look down the line, right? You know, we've talked about this team's struggles in Overload, right? But it feels like they're starting to figure it on out. So maybe we'll be able to see, that game 3 here in the future, at least tomorrow, hopefully, to see if they've hopefully been able to get better. That's there. But we keep the action moving, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue on moving. It's going to be a great time. Let's see, who are we hopping on over to? It's Overtake Sector against our friends Mass Prodigy. Hardpoint on Colossus, just getting ready to get started.
Again, set it up a little bit. Mass Prodigy, Waz, Kabase, Hale. Done a lot of talking over these boys in the Air Force League. Hale in particular, a slayer. Man who puts up big numbers typically. Well, as Carver say, the three of them got a lot of experience alongside and at points against one another. Ruby's a newer face to me. On the opposite side, we saw a little bit of AJ Beams earlier in this crew. AJ in particular looked pretty hot. Interesting to see what they can do. But, well, 4 clean dead if you're Masked Prodigy. They'll not only get the bit of scrap here, they'll also begin the rotation and hem Overtake Sector into these back spawns as much as they can. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
A little gross there. Little bit of a gross time. You'll win the fights that you need to. Don't worry. 4 streak right now. 4. Hale, make it 5. Okay, Groovy in the back as well. I mean, Hale and Groovy have themselves a hell of a start to this map. 9 and 4, 7 and 5. As there is another nade down below. Masked Prodigy looking very solid right now. Unfortunately for you, Groovy gonna slide on out, get caught by 2. Boss playing on the backup, trying to be able to cut down some of these members of Overtake Sector, get yourself back on into the hard point, but Overtake Sector, they're just hanging this one on from the front, and they're doing a great job finding these kills, continuing to move on forward.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to say his name earlier. 5 ISO? CISO? I might go with CISO, but either way, whatever he
makes
did...
a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Sounds better. If it's not your name already, son, I got a branding proposition for you. But that move that he pulls to get his team out of that back spawn helps him so much in that rotation is honestly what's probably helped him get the lead here. And now you're applying pressure to this backside as well. So great map control out of Overtake Sector, manipulating it at will. Masked Prodigy will be in control of the hill, but they've got company.
Rizzy on the back will get found out by Hale. You have P4 ready to go. You made your way on into it if you are Masked Prodigy. It feels like maybe the kills have been going more the way of Masked Prodigy, but Overtake Sector is doing a much better job of taking their kills and converting it into hill time. You're gonna see 2 lost here on the back. Trying to maybe hit some type of wrap, but Groovy gonna be privy to that. Turns around, will be there, and well, for Overtake Sector, I'm not really seeing a lot of just like teamwork right now. I'm watching your team. You're getting cut on down in mid. You've had somebody take a wrap. CISO, he's here. That's great, but it's 15 seconds left on the clock. So you get a little bit of scrap time here, but Masked Prodigy, they're already kind of having their eye over towards that P1. They're setting up beautifully, and they're taking you off hold.
Let's say we'll have to... Nade never... Well, I thought for a second it hadn't got out of hand. It does eventually go off. Doesn't matter anyway. 4 clean for Masked Prodigy. You will get Waz as well, pushing through this backside, looking to control this blue lobby. And also catch players, pin them in, finds 2, make it 3! Glorious work. CISO will be the only one remaining. He's going to try and play out a tunnel side, won't get anything. 5 unanswered from the team on white. And Waz is looking to play out for P2 spawns already.
Yeah. Beautiful play from Waz, and he maybe almost tries to go for the second time, but Overtake Sector, they're not going to let that happen. 108 right now for Masked Prodigy. We've got a 10-point lead, though, so you got to play this one tight. Still anybody's game. Overtake Sector, they'll get a little bit of scrap time here. Well, that's until Groovy has made his way on up. And you can see it's a pinstripe kill feed all the way through. We're looking at that P2, and it's some close P1 spawns for Overtake Sector as they're starting to fly up through that top mid. And you've gone wide if you are Masked Prodigy. An opportunity here for Groovy to maybe wrap on back, hit a little bit of a timing.
Big 2 kills here from AJ Beams. Will mean that Groovy has to continue to just wait for reinforcements. He wants to play for these deep spawns while his teammates hit the front of this hill. And, well, actually decides to punch through the side, activate as his teammates find the rest. And, well, this feed will slightly favor Masked Prodigy, let them in, but it's too lost to control his side. And, well, hopefully let his team spawn on him, and they do.
Just haymakers after haymakers between these two teams. Could really be anyone's game. I'm looking for who can manage to hold on to a point, just play some very strong defense. 2 loss will get found up towards that P1. Rest of P2 will go to the way of Overtake Sector. Give him a lead by just a couple of points. They've already set on up for P3, but look at where number 4 spawns in. Rizzy's in the back. He might just be able to lay in wait here, but are Hale and Groovy, are they going to maybe make any of this read? Rizzy, he's there. Starts shooting. Immediately tries to turn for the back push, but it's not there. He turns the sights forward, and just like that, Overtake Sector. 4 dead in the feed. You push him back into the spawn, and you're going to control P3.
And we said haymakers. 4 wipes seems to be the theme of this one for either side. That time it's overtake sector, making it happen. Then pinstripe. AJ Beams turning up again. It's only 19-19, but I feel in the moments when overtake really needs someone to take over, he is there. You can also watch the heady back this Max Prodigy team down. They need someone to arrive through tunnel or maybe pinch this. Front hit's difficult. And overtake sector, they're taking these fights very happily.
AJ Beams trying to be the first line of defense right now. Groovy answers back with a huge 2-piece. You're just trying to shoot. You find CISO as well. Groovy 26-14. Helping bail out his team left and right. Trying to push through. Mid. You get the turn onto Rizzy as well. Was there for some trades. Mass Prodigy absolutely shooting right now.
Shooting's not the problem. If you look at the top right, the scores are... The fact that it's this score, considering the number of kills, is ridiculous. You got to find more impact with it. AJ Beams, he has 2, looking for a third to break this hill wide open and answer back. Does enough to soften up Hale, who falls. And it's moments like that. Mass Prodigy, yes, you get the opening 30, but then you probably lose the last 20. And the gap's too big for that to be a thing right now. You can't let that happen. Hale's going to be back for another serving. Door slammed in his face. Team kill will not help. We will head to a next P1 with overtake up by nearly 40. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at those scoreboards, top left, top right, that's not the prediction you'd be giving me.
No. This is just overtake. Doing a much better job of getting into this hill and finding the kills that matter. So a nice little solid lead from them will apply the pressure to Mass Prodigy. But as this P1 pops, they've already made their way on in, and we're seeing Groovy start to try and hold this statue side, just kind of flexing from that P2 to P4 area. Make his way in the back. This is a huge kill if you can manage to get there, but you've already taken a lot of damage. But I think you've done what you needed to. You find the kill on the stairs. You let Hale hang on out. It's a solid nade. As you find 1, you find 2. You know there's more coming on through. The stun will be able to land, but Rizzy, he hops up, answers on back. 2 kills of his own. Overtakes sector. Will not let this P1 go completely into the way of Mass Prodigy, but hey, Prodigy, you've done the damage. You've made this one close.
Overtake. Wanting it to be scrappy. Groovy Wolf. Oh my Jesus. He just got shotgunned. As Groovy finds his 35th, nearly 36th of this matchup. Got pressure coming into the back spawns from Waz. You're going to hit the front though if you are Hale. First kill's there. Is the trade on top? Yes, it is. So you break, but you haven't read AJ Beams in the back, who finds another big 2-piece. And he's set up somewhere deep. Either way, he's done the damage. Teammates can arrive from the front and break straight back in.
CISO, lone man on point. You got some close spawns for both teams, though. It's going to be a bang out, trying to fly your way on through here. It's going to be a Mass Prodigy coming out on top, though. You immediately turn your sights because you know you just flipped this around in the mid. Hale is good for 1. Get some good damage on AJ Beams, but it's all 3 members of Overtake Sector starting to fly on forward. Can they manage to break their way on through here? Mass Prodigy making it very difficult. You get the big kills. You get the big wins that you need. You start to look over towards that P3. It's a tie game.
This is more like it. If you are a fan of Mass Prodigy, the kills are finally having impact. That being said, Waz, you got to finish your food, and Rizzy turns and burns him. So Cabasay then trying to hold the tunnel alongside Groovy. You do enough to swat away the supporting cast. 2 lost next to Bat, and he's homered. The third is going to be here in numbers, and that is a break for Mass Prodigy. Can you hold?
Busy finds 2. That's 4 dead on a Mass Prodigy. A huge hold. Can they win here? It's going to be very, very close. Might be one of those that it comes down to the very last final tick of the clock. You unfortunately will step off for the time being at it. So yeah, the Hellstorm that comes on in that I think drives them all inside. You get a little bit of scrap time, but it's all 3 members. But I mean, here's the reality, Enigma. You cannot let this just go that easily. You'll retake, fine, cool, but P4 is ready to get here, and Mass Prodigy, they might be sighted on up, and well, there's a couple trades on rotation that's going to leave Overtake Sector on the hard point.
3 big kills from 2 lost. This takes you not only back spawns, but into the hill. 10 seconds required. Mass Prodigy gonna have to swing this. 1 last hit. You fail here. Map's done.
Can you you manage to find it? Can you manage to find it? You gotta fly. If you are Mass Prodigy, not gonna be able to get there. Big fist bumps coming on out from the teams. A very close hard point there, my friend. Neck and neck all the way through, but you called it out. It's 2 loss. A huge 3 kills that you need to ensure that you can hang on to it. You know, you love a good win on the scoreboard. You love being able to see that victory, but I think the one thing that we know, this is a very nice, evenly matched team.
Certainly is. I mean, with Mass Prodigy there, it's just a case of I'm just looking for more purchase out of the kills. The slaying is clearly not an issue, but we value the fundamentals so much in Call of Duty for good reason. And it felt like Overtake Sector understood that. AJ Beams, for example, he would have these little 2 pieces every now and again. His KD, it isn't going to look phenomenal, but when his team needed him to maybe harass a back line or a spawn or find a quick break or maybe just be a pain in the ass on the map, he did it. And it's kills like that that often turn into points win games. So yeah, for Mass Prodigy, hoping that they can bounce back. Got a lot of love for those boys, but Overtake Sector, they're making fundamental COD look great. That always sets you up well for an S&D.
I mean, Mass Prodigy, they looked really good in the S&D that we saw them play earlier on. So, you know, like we said, I think just seeing how close that game number 1 was, Mass Prodigy, I hope they're one of those teams that's going to look at that hard point and say, hey, we made some very simple mistakes. A-okay. We understand that. We're still into this. Let's go ahead. Let's win this search and destroy, because we know if we get to that overload, we definitely still have a chance to take this series in a little bit of a reverse sweep. So we'll go ahead. They're going to continue to load on through that one. Do not worry. We're going to kind of continue jumping around some games here. I want to give a little bit of update to those in chat, because I knew there was a lot of people coming on in. We did have an observer crash in that alpha game, so we weren't going to be able to check out the rest of that search and destroy, but I will let everybody know the Huntsman did take S&D, okay? And I gotta say, it wasn't close. 6-2 for the boys in green. So we do have an overload coming on up, hopefully on that alpha match, so we'll be able to jump into the second we can is our hope and our goal. So we'll keep you updated on that for certain. But feeling good, Enigma. We're getting to that bracket. Every game feels really close. All of these teams are firing on all cylinders, especially as we are just late in the day. We've been here for 8 hours. So have these players been playing Call of Duty all day for 8 hours in this bracket?
Certainly have, and that is Call of Duty Challenge. That is fine. It's a gauntlet. You've got to keep on finding your way over the next hurdle, which inevitably gets tougher. So all these players right now running on pure passion inside the pit, making it happen. And I'll be straight with you. The closer the games, the more I'm enjoying the day. And I'm very glad we're seeing a map 3. Not because I have a horse in the race, so to speak, but because obviously with that observer crash, I get the opportunity to check them out in an overload. And I know that you want to do the exact same. Huntsman, Stallions, lots to settle there. I think Stallions have already shown an improvement just from what we saw in those 2 map 1s that we basically did. And then Huntsman bouncing back in the S&D. That's what we expect from the senior team here at Overload. All the pressure's on. All the eyes will know that'll be pointing towards them.
No, it's going to be a great thing to look at. Very, very solid to see them coming on through. I mean, my friend, give me a little, nice little heat check on some of the matches so far that are going on, because I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see them go all the way through. I'm actually being told, real quick before I throw it on over to you, while we wait for that alpha match to get ready to get started, we're actually going to go check in on Charlie. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's see what's going on that Charlie stream as we jump back on in. Because, okay, we're right in that Search and Destroy. Still the same series. A matchup that we definitely wanted to watch.
Certainly did. 2 lost. Not quick enough to hit Cabasay. Doesn't need to. Cecil finishes him off. And elsewhere, Rizzy found Hale. Anywho. That nade hold was long. Nearly actually drops it straight at 2 lost. I think it was purely to check the bomb. It didn't return anything. The defuse comes through anyway. I'm not sure if 2 lost gets a very fortunate bounce on the nade or if he hopped it immediately afterwards. Either way, very ballsy. Get himself on it. But ladies and gentlemen, look, we know you want to see Huntsman. We know you want to see Stallions Black. So why don't we get into the overload, Dan? Let's get this thing moving. Let's settle this.
Let's fly on forward. We can see Ryan already 2 kills to his name as you were starting to push on through that middle. EMP so close to the Huntsman goal. And all you got to do is find a couple of kills and you're going to be able to score it on in. Okus going to be the one to slide into that bomb. And Ryan already on a 4 spree earlier on. Are we going to see a little bit of a deja vu from the hard point where the Stallions get a nice and early Hellstorm? No, we'll eventually get cut on down, but you've done the damage. You got the first score.
Yeah, not sure if the Stallions are sipping their electrolytes between maps or what, but they come out the gates hot every respawn so far. So, yeah, looking pretty great to start things off. Scoring nice and early. Huntsman will now be in possession, though. Trying to play one through the flank, and actually it's going to be mid-map. Pressure gained. Renegade, great work from him. Olkis going to try and catch up here, but you will have company in Neum. Shuts the door. Kip's trying to make the run. Can you get there? No! Stop to the goal line.
It was a little bit of a hezzy, but you have the teammates. They're there for some of the trades. Renegade with another 2 huge piece, and that's the space you need. Rispy picks up the EMP, slides on it, and ties us on up into the 1-1. I don't know if the hezzy had me nervous, but thankfully, it's just what you need for the teammates to come off spawn and help you there, Enigma.
I guess that's just in time. John with a huge 2-piece. Again, Renegade just looking better every time I see him. 8-4 right now. To temper the Stallions' momentum, their flow. Can you regain it? Something a few teams can match once they do get going. Pinstripe feed slightly favors Stallions. Will be in control over the spawn location, and Ryan's done very well to find a second out of that as well. But while it sits open for now, look at this reposition. Everyone's going to fight for a little bit of presence, a bit of position around the device, and then decide when to scoop it and make a move.
You got Neum. Kind of playing through that backside, though. He might be able to pop and find some huge kills. He does get red, though. 2 dead for the Huntsman. And unfortunately for you, Kips also getting drugs. That's going to be the EMP picked on up, but you got Rispy tucked away into a corner. Stun into the Semtex. You'll stop that EMP in its tracks. You slide on up. The rest of the Huntsmen are here. But if the trades could go your way, it could be huge. No, Symbols tries to get slick with it. Thinks he can maybe have a little bit of an opportunity to slide this one on in. Gets stopped in his tracks. Immediately picked up by Kicks and rotated on over to the other side. Now can you work this A-bomb yet again?
Rispy and Neum do so well here to punch a gap and allow their device carrier to move through it, but... Oh, I was about to say, you had Swag Check tucked off in a corner, and well, Kips does enough work with a pistol. Ooh. And great stuns out of Stallions. I think Kips gets hit by 3 at the exact same time, and that will allow you to stop, slow, retrieve, and figure out your next move.
Yeah, it's always tough when we're watching these, because it's like those moments where I'm like, dude, just run. Just slide it in. Go for it, right? But they unfortunately don't have the same view that we do. Realizing there might be an opportunity there, but look at this. Rispy, he's going to pick up the EMP and all of that chaos in the back spawn there. Get a second score on the board for the Huntsman. Put them up 2-1 with about 1:20 remaining.
Yeah, the problem there for Stallions, you do manage to retrieve that device. The problem is Swagjict has nowhere to go but the bottom of blue, and as such, essentially drops it on the goal line. And as such, Huntsman just have a tap-in waiting for them. Ryan cleaned up. Kills all over the place. Again, this is all about playing for safety. Oh, good lord, I thought for a second. All about playing for safety. Can you get a bit of a blanket buffer to your opposing team and then drive with the device? Well, Kips will pick it up, get behind his teammates, and ask them to find him a path.
Yeah, I think that's what the Huntsmen are really good at doing. They understand how to work this A-plant site and just kind of trying to work it, find the kills that they need. They let it get a little bit mixy, and then they're going to go ahead and fly on over. But you do have Symbols through the mid who might be able to be in a nice little spot here. Trying to find where you can. Dagger in hand, won't manage to find it. 20 seconds left here. Renegade's going to be the one to pick up the bomb. Good shots up into the window onto Swag Checked. EMP will get dropped, though. But you have all 4 members of the Huntsman. They're spawning. They're here. The Stallions are going to pick it on up. They've backed on up for the time being. Starting to rotate on over to B. They basically have to find this wave of kills. They'll have 30 extra seconds on the clock as long as you hold this EMP and Symbols. Looks like he's going to be the front man. You're finding the kills that are there, but the Huntsmen are spawning close, and you're not really playing with the momentum that you need in this little bit of overtime here.
Oh, but they might have figured it out. If the 3 of them can just punch through. If you can get the protection. No, probably went a little early with the device. I think if you let your teammate out the window first, he can play that fight. You manage to tie things up. Either way, it's close. It is also the least preferred side if you are the Stallions. You're only down 2-1, and it took a Huntsman comeback off the start there to get themselves this lead. You don't have to be sat in Dallas, my friends. You can feel the tension at that desk.
I can see the sweat from here.
Apparently it's
Heating
very
up.
hot.
Hey,
in there.
we've been told it's basically a sauna in there between the bodies and the PCs. Listen, you're feeling the pressure, that's for certain. But we're gonna go ahead, swap sides. You made a good point there. There is a kind of a good side and a bad side to this map. So Huntsman, they're only up 1 score right now after that first half. By no means some type of magical situation for them. So if they could continue going here in the second half, that would be great. Bring them on down. Tries to slide on out to get the EMP if possible, but just no quarter given. We'll stay down there in the middle as it's a little bit of TDM going on right now.
Symbols does very well there. He's hit through plane uncontested, gets himself to sandbags, and as his teammates fall, Device is scooped by the Huntsman. He's there to put in a couple of bullets and just cut off that attack at the knees. Ocus with 2 will be picked up eventually, but Symbols might have a pocket of space to work in here, kind of between the lines a little bit. Watch for Rispy coming through shop. Do you get picked up? Yes, you do. Called out, back down, cleaned up. And if you deal with Renegade, you've got yourself off and away. But no, his turn now to be a bit of a thorn, a bit of a pain. I think you're just sending it if you're the Stallions.
I think they are. They're just kind of hoping that it's maybe a wave of kills that go their way and that the last person alive can grab that EMP and slam it on in, and that's kind of what happens. You just have all the players drop, and it's just Ryan with the EMP in hand that will be able to score it on in. Ties it on up 2-2, 3 minutes 30 remaining. EMP is going to spawn on that P3 side up towards Plane, and Stallions are going to control all of this area. Huntsman trying to flip this map 90 degrees, play through Market, play through Blue, and stop them in their tracks. But it's all 3 members of the Stallions. They're starting to fly on forward, and a kill is starting to go their way. Ryan gets backed on down. But pushing all the way out is the Huntsman. So Kips with a huge 2-piece. It'll give you control of the EMP, and you're starting to come back to mid.
Symbols will find the Rispy find Swag checked in return. Swag checked who needs to find his way into this matchup. Had a incredible map 1. But he's one of those players. Very hot, very cold, plays at a pace. When it's good, it's good. When it's not, he needs to find a moment to take a breath. Huntsman, speaking of which, they're trying to assess their next move. No security on this push just yet, but that'll hand it to you. 3 in a row. Swag check, last man standing. Not anymore.
Pistol in hand, and it's Kips just trying to do their best to shimmy his way across. Will be able to do it. Slides on in that EMP. 3-2 for the Huntsman. About a minute since their last score. Good job for them to be able to do it. What can the Stallions do to answer?
And their pushes with the device have been far more direct. Rispy tucked off in the corner here. We'll find one. Will be traded, but... Oh, I was about to say Renegade's there, but Swag Check says thank you very much and puts enough damage into Neum to back him down. Then again, Kips, he'll be over the top. Finds the double. Device actually resets. That's a good thing for Huntsman. Drives it forward into their path. And Kips decides, to hell with this trade fest. I'm grabbing this and getting the hell out of Dodge. Problem is, he doesn't actually have very far to go. So if anything, all you've done is drive it further back towards your own spawn. But now has the numbers.
I think if Rispy can find Ocus here in the mid, that'd be huge, but it's not what happens. Ocus that's there, and a little bit of a hop up from Kips to try and manage to get that score. You get so close, but Renegade from the back here, he'll make Symbols pretty weak here, and you do have the Huntsman are spawning on close. This isn't out of the woods yet. 4 Stallions black just yet. Time starting to tick. Unfortunately, do see a team nade come on through. That might cause the Huntsman to just go on to the defense. You can see number 4, Symbols. He's already moved on up. Swag check, EMP in hand. It'll get dropped right outside Market as pinstripe kill feed. That will go into the way of the Huntsman. It's actually spawning closer to the Stallions black. And they manage to pick up this EMP and drive it further into the Stallions offensive zone. Swag check, he's going to be there. He picks up the EMP. A little bit of a slowdown, regroup with the team.
No, Swag check did well there as well because the device was about to reset and you did not have wood control. Then again, 3 kills give Huntsman a bit of room. And watch Renegade now. He's looking to play for this reset, I think. Huntsman don't necessarily want to drive this device forward. It's not parking the bus, but it's certainly passive play. And actually, Neum's found you a gap. So Renegade, what can you do with it? Well,
Okay,
Neum and Rispy
that's it.
do everything. Huntsman 4-2 up, just like that.
just like that. I mean, you only have 15 seconds and you just, play some aggressive defense basically right here. If you are the Huntsman, you're trying to watch for these spawns. You're cutting them down left and right. And the Huntsman, 5 seconds left. Nobody from the Stallions near the EMP. A little bit of a play from behind. And for the Huntsman, it's all business as usual. No chatter. No talk. It all gets up, fist bumps, GGs. They know they should have won that hard point. They know they probably should have had that in a 2-0. But in a 3-game series, they'll be able to send Stallions Black to the lower bracket, and they will move on. One more round on our winner side.
Yeah, it's a weird one, this series. It feels a little bit like both teams come away feeling better. I feel if you're Stallions Black, your hardpoint game looks glorious, especially Okius out there. He looks like he's a very dangerous individual on LAN. I think you do better than expected. I think this is evidence of growth and elements of maturity coming into your play after having to deal with the reset situation and so on. Meanwhile, for the Huntsman, you overcame what could have been a big banana peel here. You made it look comfortable in the S&D. Overload, again, it was a bit shaky at times, but you had to overcome hurdles. And I'd rather be doing that now and figuring it out on Friday than when we're up against the bigger fish tomorrow.
Brother, Neum, 4,100 damage, 22 non-traded of the 34, 13 assists. This guy is everywhere on the map right there. He is just trying to do it all to help bring his team to victory. And a game mode like Overload, if you have somebody on your team shooting, you are going to make the map feel so much easier. But good work out of the Huntsman in this Overload. We saw them play both sides of the EMP on this map very, very well, Enigma. We said there's quintessentially a sort of quote-unquote good side for this, but for the Huntsman, it didn't really feel like it. They very much understood how the different paths of play you needed to have, no matter what side you were on.
It feels like Huntsmen were very effective at what we're seeing in this Overload mode, which is that it is a mode of moments. It is waves. It is, can you pick up a 3 down, that kind of thing coming through. And Huntsmen consistently managed to locate that. And if they were ever in a difficult spot, they just turned it into a trade fest. They made it messy, made it mixy, much like how teams in Hardpoint who aren't necessarily the Slayers managed to keep themselves in those matchups. So yeah, great stuff out of them. Also the device control late on, they were very happy to let it sit and rot in a corner and then just sit around where it was going to spawn up next and be like, okay, we'll just play around this, don't worry about it, and force the Stallions on the front foot. So yeah, great stuff out of them. Very impressive. And again, you called him out there, Neum. This boy has to be in the league at some point. He is absolutely gross.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the the underlying theme, it feels like, of this weekend. Well, obviously Challengers is going on, and we have some players really making a name for themselves, showcasing their abilities and that they have what it takes to really be a superstar, right? We're watching some players in the CDL maybe not feel very good, all right? So what we're going to do, though, we're going to keep the action moving. Let's hop on in to our next game that we got to go ahead and check on out. It is Telluride Bush against Galaxy Exos. I don't know why I struggle with that. But this is second half of this Overload here, Enigma. The biggest question mark that we have from the Bush was their Overload. I actually, when we watched that hardpoint, did not expect to see them in this game number 3. But here they are, tied up 2-2 on the second half. I mean, if you're a Telluride Bush fan, yeah, you got to be crossing your fingers right now.
Yeah, is anyone getting me a Jersey Jerry heart rate check or what? Because, I mean, you're tied up, minute 50 to go, and while you would still lean on Bush as the favorites, we shouldn't have been in this position to begin with. Now, let's hand plenty of credit to Galaxy Exos here, because they've obviously won the S&D and are keeping themselves very honestly in this Overload. There's a couple of moments here and there where, I mean, you look at your scoreboards, it's not exactly a blowout for anyone. Everyone seems to be contributing pretty evenly. And so we got ourselves a very good one here. Minute 20 left on the clock. You will have possession if you are Bush. You're going to leave it there for a moment. Try and find that security that allows you to drive forward. Andy, middle of the map, needs finding. He's a big kill. Prolute gets it. Does that open you a rotation opportunity? You got to stop Cryptic first, and he rips you.
Spart with a huge 2-piece, though, in this middle of the map, and that could be what you're needing. You pick up this EMP. Yup, you will. You start to move on forward, but the second your hands get on it, you are just cut on it down. Fire will continue to shoot. Find the kills that you need. Over through the mid, going to be able to Find some more. Fire picks up that EMP. Wants to keep it on this side of the map. He's trying to fly on forward, and Prolute could be the man to help give you the space, and he is. Telluride Bush, they'll be able to get their third score of the game. 3-2, 30 seconds left. And look at this. Fire. He's going to be able to call in the Hellstorm. This could be clutch, Enigma. Pick up that EMP. This could be the opening that you're looking for. Starting to see some of the spawners come on in. They all find their way into blue, and Fire, unfortunately, will take himself out with his own Hellstorm.
Bugger does very well there to find one. Will be traded. Device going to be moved, and Salt into Wound for all of the hard work from the Galaxy Exos. Telluride Bush clutch up when it matters most and see it off 4-2. It'll be victory for Bush, but well, tell the watch party that, because no doubt the Unshaven needs to go for a lie down after this one. This was far too close for comfort.
I will say, though, it's tied, right? I think we've seen time and time again sometimes where Bush can get into this mode where they're kind of just flying in one by one. They think they can win it by just their gun skill alone. But we actually see just a moment where they take a pause, they grab the EMP, and they have a plan, right? Fire gets the EMP, and he's just holding on to it, right? He waits for the rest of his team to push on forward and just to be able to find that gap, find that opening. Those are the small improvements that we like seeing in teams, especially in a new mode like this, right? We know that in the past, Telluride Bush have not been good at overload. Seeing that moment tells me they are spending time in this game mode because they're understanding they're losing series because of it.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. I love that you've called it out. We've talked a lot about how Bush tends to struggle with overload against the Galaxy Exos team that will have had a lot of wind in their sails. You're telling me you come into the final 2 minutes, you're 2-2 tied. This is an opportunity to upset one of the top seeds in the tournament. They would have been feeling it out there. Those comms would have been flowing. So for Bush to take a second, slow it down. Okay, how do we find a path here? Let's work it together as a team is signs of growth within them. So yeah, I mean, again, I would much rather face these tests now, overcome them, and know what we're looking like headed into the top teams with you will walk into now going to winners round 4. It's going to be ever tougher from here, and you know what you need to do next.
Yeah, and I think this is a good little warm-up, a good little test from them, right? I mean, they kind of have to go through that. One thing I was worried about the Bush, right? It was like, okay, you 2-0 your way, you know, into the best of 5 series, right? And you managed to get there, and it's like, okay, well, you never really played an overload on your way on in. You know, even if you have been working on it, if you're not tested on it, you might just kind of be flipping a coin on that first series, right? That's very important. I'm glad that they're able here in that best of 3 where they have to ice on up, and that's a tough overload win, but they're able to do what they need to do and get it done. Love being able to see that. It's been some fantastic COD all day long that we've been able to see, just from that Huntsman Stallions Black game to that Telluride Bush game to even some of the matches happening on the loser side, right? With maybe some more unknown squads of people who are showing up to the open and just trying to sign up and make a name for themselves. It feels like every level of competition here is continuing to heat up hour after hour as we're getting deeper into this bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Again, classic, old school, beautiful COD at its finest. We saw a team earlier called the 1972 Dolphins. One of the players is called Fins Up or whatever it was. It was one of those moments where you're like, this is glorious. Have a wonderful time, gentlemen. It didn't go great out on the map, but I'm hoping you're enjoying the rest of the event. Meanwhile, we've got some new blood suddenly showing up in the pipeline and announcing themselves. I still want to figure out who the hell Lucho is. That guy dropped 50 plus for the win earlier. We've got as well, of course, our big side showing up more and more, and for every round that we step forward, we're opening up all those storylines.
Well, we are getting down to some of our final matches of the first day of the Call of Duty League Major 1 Challengers Open. We're going to take a quick break. We're getting some of those matches queued on up. When we come back, we are going to see who is making their way further into that bracket and who, unfortunately, has to be watching from the stands. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We have just a few games to wrap up our first day of Challengers. So, Enigma, let's continue running it on through. There's a couple that we might just catch the very tail end of, maybe a little bit of a idea of what we have. Let's go ahead. Let's check on the Delta stream to see who we got over here. And, well, look who it is. It's Project Notorious against Trauma Org. I gotta say, are we surprised to come on over here and see a Project Notorious up 100+ points on another team?
No, the boys in gold were glittering through the elite. Took it home in stunning fashion. Dropped 8 maps only through the entire elite, not a single series. And well, we're expecting them to cruise into the later stages of this tournament. And it turns out they're going to cruise themselves all the way through this damn hard point. 250 to 110 in the end. That team, I think, going to be a lot of people's favorites. I think if you ask the community to do their pick'ems, do their predictions, a lot of people are going to say that they're taking this whole thing home and looking good against Trauma Org with a couple players towards the middle portion of your North American teams. A lot of kind of top 32 placings for those boys. So no slouches by any means.
No slouches, but I think it just goes to show how much Project Notorious is maybe just one step ahead of the competition. I mean, looking pretty good. And I mean, I don't think there's any question of would they be able to, make it to maybe some deeper parts of the bracket there. But, we have a couple of minutes while we wait for our next sort of matches ready to get set up here in Enigma. Maybe let's highlight a couple of teams that maybe we've seen today that we're really excited to see them tomorrow and how they managed to play. Because it's been best of threes most of today. But tomorrow is where we get more into that standard best of 5 format in Call of Duty that we've come to know and love.
Well, one team, I mean, you're all expecting like Huntsman, Bush, and so on. And yes, of course, we are very excited to see all of them. One team to highlight here, StrikeX. They managed to beat out #1 seed Clutch Rain to book their ticket on through to Winners 4 to play Omit Noir, who beat Light Unlimited. Gotta say, as a man from the European region, this has been a tough showing for our teams thus far. But yeah, StrikeX looking great. Really want to see a hell of a lot more of them and find out just why they beat that #1 seed. Because it could set them up for a hell of a run. You beat Omit Noir, you're waiting in what's that, winners quarters? So looking really good.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good call out, right? That StrikeX team is one that we are kind of like, okay, this is one that maybe we're not as familiar with, but are kind of turning some heads in this bracket. Maybe this day #1 is really the heat up they need, because as they get ready to face against some very tough opponents on day #2, you kind of need that confidence of playing on land, right? It's the beauty of kind of making it through at least here today is that you kind of get on some of those land jitters, right? You play enough series, you know what to expect, you know what the settings are. Now tomorrow you can just come in, sit down, play the best Call of Duty possible, okay? But enough of that. Let's talk about our alpha matchup that we're about ready to have here. Enigma, we have none other than the Stallions of Black taking on 94 Feet. And let's get a little bit of a look at that map set. It's a double Colossus, so if maybe Colossus isn't your thing, you got to try and take out one of these hard points or search and destroys to make it to that Scar Overload.
Look, the only map that Stallions Black won in the Elite was the Colossus hardpoint, so I'm expecting them to look pretty damn good here. Also, we know Colossus, it moves at pace. These boys like that. They're shooters for sure. It's the slowing it down in the right moments and fundamental bits and pieces that I sometimes look for. But honestly, with the growth that we saw from them in that Huntsman series, I think they're looking really good there. It's on about that S&D and then into the Overload for me. Again, Stallions Black going to come into this as your favorites. It's all about that mental side to them, though. You've just come off a tough loss. Don't let that rock the boat. Deal with this 94 Feet team as business. Remind everyone who you are and that you're going to make a lower run.
Yeah, and I think that's really what this is. This has to be a statement match for Stallions, that if they want to make a lower run, it kind of starts here, obviously, because this is, of course, our elimination side. So loser of this will go home. But I'm kind of looking for Stallions Black. I want to see a nice 2-0 out of them, man. I want to see that they still have the fire in their belly, but they're going to be able to come on in, really win a Colossus hardpoint convincingly, and show me you got something in search and destroy, because we missed the search and destroy on the upper side when they went against Huntsman. It was 6-2, which kind of shows me, I don't know, is that the Huntsman being god tier at search and destroy, or is that maybe Stallions Black not having as much of the strategy that they would like to see? I think we get a little bit of the answers to those questions here in this series.
It's a fair question, and it's only something that's going to be answered from following evidence of exactly what Stallions Black can bring. Honestly, Huntsman, they are a solid S&D team. They're very good when it comes to their opening duels in particular. They're a team that likes to open up around, especially around Kips and Neum with solid first blood counts. So that always makes them good in S&D. That might have been Stallions Black undoing, because Their numbers in the elite were not pretty, but also, that being said, again, it's about the growth in this team. What do you possess? Can you fix that? I'm with you. I want to see a clean 2-0 here, 94 feet. If you do anything better than that, I think that is a positive for you. For Stallions Black, of course, that amounts a lot of pressure, but burst pipes, molds diamonds, which one do you want to be?
No, it's a good point. I'm looking at people like Okus and Swagcheck. I think we saw in that series against the Huntsmen, they were two players having a lot of just takeover moments. And that's what I'm kind of excited to see. You know, can they continue to have that dominance? Because there's been some questions around some of the, you know, players on, of course, that Stallions Black roster. You know, mainly, you know, typically Ryan is a player that I've kind of looked at saying, do you deserve the, not deserve the spot on the team? That's harsh, but like, you know, are you earning your spot that you should be here? And I think in that last Huntsman series, Ryan definitely did, really kind of showcasing up in some huge moments, being able to come there. I know when we were preparing for the elite and kind of looking through some of those first days of group stages, his KD was not great in any game mode or overall in any way, shape, or form. So I'm glad to see that this team, after kind of maybe going through a little bit of a camaraderie moment of having to stick together, that I think they've started to figure some things out.
I agree. And there's something about being on LAN, right? There's something about being there with your brothers and being able to just talk to each other, sit down with each other, be able to chat around with each other. And this is where we've talked about it before. They need a bit of a leadership in that team. They need someone who steps up and is that person who, okay, calm it down. What was good about the Huntsman series? We know what we need to fix. We need to kind of build ourselves back in this positive mindset and yeah, come out and dominate in this next matchup. I think you're right about Ryan. I like that you call him out. For me, it's swag checked. I feel like that boy's ceiling is ridiculous. The problem is his floor. If he can lift that, find the little things, the timings, the moments to take a breath, and lift that into something where your worst games, you're kind of going just around even, I think he becomes a really good player for not just Stallions, but any potential side in the future.
No, I mean, listen, kid ran the under 18 league for a reason. Is able to finally turn 18, compete in challengers, is now looking beautiful. But we're gonna have to wait to see, can they deliver on some of those questions that we have? So get ready to move on into Stallions Black to 94 feet. Like we said, it's a double Colossus and then a Scar Overload in this best of 3. Stallions Black, they love the pace, they love the high energy maps, and we know that Colossus is going to be one of those maps that will deliver.
I sure hope so. You want nothing more than a bang out, come down to the flying numbers. But, well, it's all pretty positive for Stallions Black off the gate. You find 6 here. Swag check, the only player to fall in the initial engagements. 94 feet, will have to figure a hit for P1.
They're trying to just continue to slide on out. Okus will open up with 3, puts him on a 5 streak. That's there. If he can manage to just find a couple more, I mean, a little bit of deja vu from that Huntsman series. If he can manage to do it, that's huge. And he is firing right now. Earns the Hellstorm with that. Holds down P1, and he is continuing to find success here. Has both the Dravik and an M15 now in the back pocket. Stallions Black will continue to earn some points onto that P1. And as we look over to the P2, they've already got it under control.
I don't know too much about Ox's previous competitive history. I know he played in Fortnite. I don't know how much LAN time he had. Either way, I don't think I've ever seen this boy look more comfortable. Putting on was great in that series against Huntsman. And starts off really hot here as well. Feels like every single map, particularly the respawns, straight out of the gates. Knows what he wants to do, applies pressure. And as such, helps his team gain these really solid leads. Up 60 if you're Stallions. And we're only just over halfway through P2.
Yeah, I mean, kind of feels like Stallions are starting to run away with this one. Okus finally gets brought down in the midst of that. Has the Hellstorm in the back pocket. Gotta imagine definitely going to hold on to that for that P3 break. I mean, they might just be able to kind of run forward with this Enigma. I mean, already over towards this side. Okus starting to cut down some of these players. Meanwhile, Ryan on hold will continue to get points there. 87-6 right now. 94 feet, not really finding any amount of success. Jay Forgiven gonna be the one to try and be the front man on the way through, but it's a pinstripe kill feed that will leave symbols here earlier on the hill. And well, as P3 begins to pop, I mean, Stallions Black, they are just looking so good right now.
Yeah, this is tough for 94 feet, and React is 0-10. And to take a line from Bryce earlier on, we are not playing Search and Destroy, so that is tough showings. Forgiven's 2-9. Riz is 5-10. Honestly, with a name like Riz, I have a little sympathy for you. But Sky's at least putting up some numbers. 9-7, 4 in a row. Trying to answer back here, but Symbols and Okis will go to work. Smash the hill back open. They're happy to get out the scrap time. They've got the rotation. Stallion's black. Yeah, this is the kind of pressure and presence we wanted straight out of map 1.
Yep, this is what we would like to see. It's a little bit of scrap time for 94 feet, but you're already continuing to hold the line. P4 will get popped, and you're good. Well, hey, React finally trades in the donut for a breadstick. That's something to maybe feel confident about, you know, feel good.
Well, anywho, you try and pick yourself up something more on the board here. As well, Riz will get himself 2. React doubles his tally for this matchup. Stallion's black. Won't care much. They're 120 odd points in the lead. And yeah, we're pinstripe feed. So right now,
hey man,
yeah, look, I'm trying to figure out how not to talk about that 2-15.
Listen,
right? Okay, give me something else to look at.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is that the biggest gift Stallion's black can make right now is give Zuma a 4-23. You know, thankfully not on their team, but you can make somebody else go for it. Hey, I think that's a nice little gift to give the Bosch. But
does that count though? Does that count as upsetting Zuma's record if it's a challengers event? I don't know. We'll have to let Brian Stats decide that one.
I'm just saying that I think it's nice if the players on your org are able to give that stat line to somebody else. You know, I think it's a nice little thing, especially after a heartbreaking loss to the Huntsman there, and the winner side showing like, hey, you know, you still got resiliency. You're still doing great. And especially when you got Symbols making plays like this out through the back.
Look, even if that does happen, all right, I can't forgive Zuma for the emotional scarring that I suffered that day, having watched that go on. All right, you can talk about his controller all he wants. All right, that was a tough map to watch. Either way, Stallion's black continuing to look bloody glorious out here. Swag check picks up 3 more. Third one was a snapper. Riz, to be fair, has found himself a nice little 2. And Sky has unfortunately been slowed down just a little bit. But feels like those two fighting this one a little bit unaccompanied. You will have the spawns technically for P2 here. You are 94 feet, so an opportunity to get closer to the 50-point marker. But Stallion's black will try and hit this from lobby, and Swag check falls, so just flooding the front.
You're trying to get there. It really feels like Sky and Riz are maybe the only players finding any amount of success for 94 feet right now, but as the second P2 will come online, Stallion's black, they'll continue to hold. They can win it here if they manage to rip down some of this push from 94 feet, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Swag check, pistol in hand. Unfortunately, hops right up over that player, but you got Ryan there for a nice little 2-piece. Only 2 more members remaining. Trying to push through that front. 20 more seconds is all the Stallions black need. Unfortunately, I don't think they can close it out here, so I kind of worry about that P3, but you at least can put yourself within 1 or 2 points in order to secure the map.
I mean, look, this team have beaten 3 different teams to get here. 94 feet have had to beat 3 sides. So there's certainly something about them. It could just be the Stallions black are coming out so hot after the matchup against Huntsman. But yeah, it will be a cruising. Can 94 feet at least break into 50? Make it happen. Sky gonna back Ryan down, who's on a 4. Let's get a little bit too fancy with it. Symbols is going to sneak his way forward. Trades go about. Ryan, what do you have? And we will hit 50 if we're 94 feet. Okis going to try and contest this next. You got a pinch coming on through. Well, actually, no. You're just going to decide to flood this. Trades are in. You're staying alive.
I mean, you're keeping it mixy until, well, you don't. Stallions black. They're there, and maybe a little bit of look at defeat for 94 feet there. Fist bumps, they're out. You're feeling good, and it's all a laugh for Stallions black right there. They know exactly what they said. You know, at least you didn't get 200 point clubbed, and that's you know, that's something that you can bring away from that series.
Yeah, sure. You get over that 50-point marker. I don't think we saw less than 4 kills. I think you did at least manage to get over that. So, unfortunately for Zuma, no gift coming through. But Yeah, the Stallions Black. Look, we said to them, we want you to make this a very comfortable 2-0, right? Like, just go about business now, make this lower run happen, get yourself up amongst those top 12 teams, and then start to mix it from there. But while we are waiting for that S&D on Bravo, let's go check out some hard point on Alpha. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Challengers Action never stops. Production just cycling us from game to game to game. Sweet Kittens, the best name in this entire damn tournament, are going to be up against Team Evictix. Now, this was a squad that was upset a little bit earlier on in winner's bracket. They're trying to prove a point. And Sweet Kittens, well, they're here for damn good reason. They've also marched through a couple of teams.
And this is a solid team of kind of just Challengers pros, as I like to say. They've been playing through Challengers in the last couple of years, and maybe, you know, not exactly super excited to find themselves here in the losers bracket, but will continue to try and make a run either way. And what we're seeing, maybe not as strong of a stomp as we just watched Stallions Black. It's a very strong start indeed. So you can see as we come towards halfway through this P3, they are already up almost 60 points already. It seems like Sweet Kid is just struggling to maybe get anywhere near the point. Lazy, only one positive.
And Kex will stay up. Clicks can try and provide the cover. Conway's nades, though, will flush Kex out. He finds a second, wants a third. Will do enough to at least make Click very weak. Gets a little bit tunnel focused on it. Sets him up easily for waves, but you won't mind too much right now. That kill there, though, could allow Sweet Kittens to push through this north side of the map and then flood those back spawns. As long as they actually take that route, that is. But Challenge 11, we'll try and find out who is on what account. We'll ensure that you control the front, and those spawns are locked in. Team Evictix cross 100, looking comfortable here on 4.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know, those two other members that are on Team Evictix, those are going to be Seawads and Cootie. Definitely names you've probably heard before if you've been watching Challengers or even the College COD League.
Yes, good comms.
Hey, thank you.
I'm going to assume SMG, that's Cootie. So is Challenge 12 running in AR? No, they're both... Okay. All right, maybe
It's
one's flexing then.
Colossus, man. You're full running at
Yeah,
everything.
you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But I don't. I'm 32-year-olds with Child. I'm going to be AR and everything. You'll find me being your hill kitten, brother. But, like, yeah, everyone who's actually able to shoot, you'll be SMG in, sure.
Okay. See, new set of rotations coming on through. Sweet Kittens, they found sometime through that first set, but I mean, if Team Evictix, they can just do what they did on that last round, and they'll be a-okay. Conwell from the top, he's gonna at least get in some good damage. Have to back on up. Unfortunately, the team nade comes in up over the top, but maybe that's the space you need. 3 more getting dropped from Sweet Kittens. Is Kexrat going to try and just fly in from the top? You get some kills going your way. 38 seconds still on this P1. Start to wake your way back on into it if you can manage to hold this time.
Certainly could. Huge 30 seconds. Conway's going to try and set up this hit alongside Cootie and Wads. Choco will find 2 anywho, and well, just like that, you walk in. You will... yourself. I mean, Lazy's literally stood on Choco's head. I think if Choco was trying to do the stand animation there, he wouldn't have been able to, which is kind of insane. But 8 seconds left on this one. Got us then hit P2. Be Evictix in control. Kittens to hit from the front.
Yep, well, while this one is going to go ahead and try and play on through, we do have that alpha match loading back on up. That Search and Destroy. I believe it's Stallions Black at 94 feet, so we might be able to watch the rest of that series. Getting that one loaded on up. Do not worry. Hop on over, and here we go. We knew it was going to be a double Colossus. It was a shellacking on the hard point, because Stallions Black continue to ride that momentum here in the Search and Destroy.
Expecting experience to shine through here. Stallions, find the bloods, use the numbers, make mature decisions, play this intelligently. Riz is gonna try and take his time here around the bomb site, but I like what Stallions are doing immediately. Slow this down. We're on defense. Force this opposing team to play to us.
Already starting to see some movement. Focus, sees the smoke, and he's watching the bomb get planted. It is somehow able to full sprint in smoke, kill the guy planting, and get over free. And just like that, Sky and React are going to be on the outside. You find symbols, okay, but trades are in. A little bit of an egregious round number 1.
Egregious is kind, my friend. Egregious is kind. Yeah, Okus just walks into a smoke tree and finds the first blood. That's tough. That's tough. I'll credit Okus for a very ballsy, brazen play. Sure, why not? Good stuff from him. Again, Stallions, they slowed it down at the start. Did a really good job of forcing 94 feet into some decision making. But now it's their turn to be on the attack side. I'm seeing a sniper potentially get pulled out to begin with here. So look for that to come to the outside lane.
Trying to be able to make something happen. For Stallions Black, it's just a little bit of a patient play here. I like this. Get that bomb. Maybe throw some hop-ups. And it's just slow moving right now for Stallions. I think they're just looking for maybe that opening, right? You're going to see some shots go on through and through P1 symbols. He's going to be able to find Riz. Backs down. Jay Forgiven. Smoke will get dropped onto the bomb. No plant coming on in, though, so maybe you're trying to bait this on out, but it's a 2v4. And I do like what we are seeing out of Stallions Black here at Enigma. I think it'd be easy for them to be in the mindset that we could full run at this team, but they are still playing good search and destroy.
They are. Calm. Casual. Victory music on over the top. Stallion's probably already feeling that way about this series, but a couple more rounds to check off. Yeah, as we get a glorious look at the pit, by the way. Always a wonderful sight. These monitors back to back. I'm told it's quite warm inside the room. I think you can understand why, looking at all this equipment. Good lord. 2-0 up. For Stallions, though, light work thus far. Only dropped 1 life. Still got the 4 rounds to find, though.
Trying to be able to make some moves here. Holding on this outside. 94 feet. Maybe just trying to figure out any amount of strategy right now. So far, React's the only one to actually get a kill for your team. So how do you start to play this? Where do you want to play through? And I think Stallions Black kind of have this on read. They just kind of are both on both sides of the bomb ending, where they're just like, yeah, well, we're just going to make you play to us. Have fun. We're going to let you make a move here. You know, we don't have to force anything. Super defensive, and that's already what you're starting to see. As some early shots from Sky over towards that A bomb site that'll pull some of the Stallions Black members over, but you got to win these.
Lucas will find Forgiven. So this will basically trap 94 feet into a little bit of a rotation here. You do find one. Sky will find Ryan. Riz, what do you have? Can you clean up Symbol? Oh. That's going to be final kill as well. So all 8 of these players will get to watch that back on their monitors. We get to tune in with the Stallions players looking considerably happier than the 94 feet players. I got to say, though, for 94 feet, I mean, again, you've punched your ticket through 3 different teams to get to this point. If you do fall here, and I'm using the word if as lightly as possible, you can be very proud of your performance turning up at this Dallas Open and falling to an elite team.
Yes. That's kind of what I was thinking. You know, you managed to make your way all through this bracket. You know, I mean, they are 9 hours deep in gameplay, right? You could feel good. You had a good day at COD. You spend your weekend, your Saturday, your Sunday watching the major. Definitely should not feel super down on yourself, especially against a team like this. But Sky's actually going to be the one to claim first blood against Ryan. And Swag checked. Gets a nice little nade up over the top onto that P2 side. It's a trophy system there, and then see some players down in tunnels. That's a lot of information gained out of him. This is the bomb character. Now, where do you start to move? You think you are just going to try and lurk your way on up, get this bomb down.
Does have Okus over the top for protection. Symbols is trying to keep an eye on both P1 and tunnel. Lots to juggle, but once Swag check gets out, should make the situation much more manageable. Do you read Riz coming through lobby? Actually, it looks like he's going to play P1 here. Looks like there's a double hit.
React. He might be able to find the timing here. He is into the back. He's able to find Okus and Riz up towards the top. Those are some good shots. And Well, you've managed to take down all 4 members of Stallions Black and get a round on the board before this one gets away from you. Okay, it was all laughs and smiles from Stallions Black before, and now it kind of feels like they're locking in.
Lovely retake, I will say, from 94 feet. They weigh it up, find their timings. 2 hit through P1 and then 1 through each lobby. Hit it together. Doesn't leave Stallions with any exit point. React gets a beautiful bit of timing as well. So yeah, good stuff from them. Put 1 on the board. Stallions Black now going to go back to this defense. It's been very passive, which I've liked. No need to throw that away just because you dropped the round. Stick to what's been working, basically.
He's getting invested as 94 feet start to make their way on over towards this A bomb site. It's all 4. Symbol's only player watching that B side. You could kind of take it to more of a 3v3 setup if you can, but you can't really afford any trades in the process. Starting to see some shoulders get thrown, some headies propped on up. Oak is currently 4-1 as Symbols. On a nice little rotation, will claim the first blood against Jay Forgiven. Smoke will go on down, and it's immediate back on up. Sky has managed to hit a little bit of timing here, is finding Symbols, with Symbols still playing their life beautifully. And while this battle is happening on the outside, the rest of the team is losing their life. Another round on the board for Stallions Black.
Great answer. Exactly what you wanted to see him reply. Up 4-1 now. And just got to figure out what they want to do on the attack. Last time, they allowed a retake to come through from 94 feet. I wonder if part of the answer to that is if bomb gets down, you got to punch out one side together and work it from there. Opportunity to test your setups. 94 feet, they're happy to retrieve the device in those moments. Looks like an outside hit for Stallions Black. Not seen much of this so far through this map.
No, haven't. Maybe this is an opportunity to kind of get some reps in on how do you want to try and play this, right?
Exactly.
Especially if you're kind of talking about deeper in a bracket, you may have to have some tricks you pull out. Getting reps on them is never a bad idea. So it's a full 4 players on over towards B.
Sky on the flank, though.
That is true. Sky. Do you find the timing here? You hop up. That's good info. Good trigger discipline. You're going to hop on up. You find Okus, and now Stallions, they got to win these gunfights, and you just manage not to be able to find them in time. 94 feet. They're showing some signs of life. That's a pretty heads-up play to have Sky go on that full wrap, and for you guys to be able to stay alive and let him be able to hop up and find those kills. That's how you keep yourself into some of these games.
Yeah, I think Stallions just a little bit surprised by time. I think that you are so aggressive if you're Sky on that wrap. He clears out so much of the map, gives all that intel. Look, there's no one here. This is where they've got to be, so it allows his teammates to set up on one side. And as he comes through, not only gets all that info, as you said, from the discipline, but then finds the opening kill as well. It looked like Okus had just read it, but as he's turning, gets gunned. 94 feet. Again, it wasn't technically a retake. Bomb wasn't down, but it's good as. Beautiful work from them.
Yep. Just a little bit of heads-up play. Make this into a 4-3. I think that's a lot different, and they're going to have a little bit of the same sauce right on the return. Jay Forgiven is good for the first blood on his Symbols, but it's an immediate trade, so put this into the 3v3. Swag check immediately through the middle. Gets 1, gets 2. That's bomb down. You get shot by the third, and oh my god, get this kid on a t-shirt because it's a mixtape tour. That was a little gross. I'm not going to lie.
You could tell already, as soon as he lines up the second, even though he's getting bullets in the back, always going to chow that. Man's confidence is sky high, and it should be, the way he was performing against the Huntsman in that hard point in particular. Absolutely had everybody on skates. So, yeah, great stuff from them. I'll put them now on series point. Stallions Black to close this out and handle business as we damn well demanded. Clean, comfortable. But 94 feet. They've looked great on the defense so far, especially on these wide wraps, and React's going for another one.
Yeah, but it looks like an aggressive push through that A side. You're just trying to get control of this bomb, but Riz and Sky, they'll work together. They take down Symbols and Okus. It's going to be Ryan and Swag Check now into the 2v3 to try and close out this series and let them get to bed. Swag checked in the back, though. Shots just got a little bit too shaky. Trades are there, though. Ryan brings down Riz now into the 1v2. You don't have bombs, so you have to kind of go on a little bit of a quest here to retrieve it, get it back on in. And he might have just seen React in the back there. This could be the information that he's looking for to just kind of push back through the tunnel, maybe take a flank that they're not looking for. And he's got a Dravik as well.
Oh, he might find the timing to react. Oh, just about against him. You can see the heads on hands there. He has both of them basically in his sights. Should he be able to isolate one of them into a gunfight, you feel pretty confident about him mopping up the next. He was on a 4 spree, but you get it done. And again, 94 feet, good on the defense. That's 3 rounds in a row now that you've managed to seize in that fashion. This time, no bomb goes down, but aggressive into the Stallions' hits. Happy to punch holes from different directions. Stallions can just clean this up here. Their defense has been great as well. But, well, 94 feet, keeping it very honest, at least keeping them on their toes.
5-3 curse is a thing.
Yes.
Might be able to happen. Like you said, it feels like it's only on the defenses that 94 feet have really been able to find their success. And already, some early trades coming on through, and that's actually going to just leave Okus and Ryan. A 2-man defense now for the Stallions. That's 94 feet. They're going to continue to hold on. Sky's going to be the one to push on forward. I mean, a kill here would be huge. Unfortunately, you do get found by Okus. Evens you up into the 2v2. React gets back down statue, and he's just trying to check. Make sure nobody else is trying to pop out from bottom mid for that trade. But React and Jay forgive it. It looks like they're going to rotate back on over to B. And if you're Stallions, you might be in a little bit of a retake situation.
Okus does so well there, by the way. He shouldn't be handed one for free, but then not only the initial shots, but the nade, but the hits here already. Never mind forgiving shots Ryan down. So Okus 1v2, bomb down, got about 30 seconds to work with.
Got time. Okus doesn't have to force anything here, and he might be able to isolate this into some 1v1s if he's careful. He slides on out, unfortunately sandwiches himself in between those final 2 members of 94 feet. 5-4 Enigma, 5-4 at 94 feet. Figured out maybe some of the strats of Stallions Black here are we getting a little to him at 3?
Are we getting a little bit shaky leg up here? I sure hope not. Stallions Black. The comeback is on. And again, 94 feet will now go on the defensive. They've won the last 3 in a row on that defensive side. Stallions, I think I'm looking for less of a direct hit. Every time they've had this really instant push, I'm looking for someone to slow this down, find a pick.
Ooh, some early nades. We'll stop, I think, some of this aggressive push from Stallions Black. And Sky, first sniper we've seen, I think, in this map, pulls it out in a pivotal round. Finds Okus. That's a huge pick onto that side, and Forgiven catches Ryan. And just like that, Stallions Black, they let players drop just a little too fast. Now into the 2v4, onto attack. Gotta have some highlight moments here. But Symbol's up over the top. He finds 1, he finds 2. And Swag Check is going to be here as well, just trying to look over the top, making sure there's no aggressive push, but you've turned the tides back into your sails. And it almost looks like it's going to be a wrap back to B.
I think it's a fake out. 94 feet. Heads up play from them, but we'd be countered by Stallions and their own. And again, actually, they both kind of double bluffed. Did anyone spot the cross from P1? Not sure. You'd get a look at that B site if you're 94 feet, so you know it's not there. We'll square up at A. Bomb going down. Symbol's got to provide protection and doesn't.
React, huge kill, and just like that, you kill
my God.
React. You know there's only got to be one place that player can be hanging on out. They got to be planting, and definitely, I think, maybe a little bit of an overthink there from Stallions Black. They had just control of both bomb sites at 2 different points. Decide not to plant it either. It's a full wrap back to A, and just, I don't know, a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think you either drop it at A, or the first time you consider rotating to B, you instantly pop the rock down there. Once you're starting to double bluff, you hand all the timings to your opponent. And sure enough, they get aggressive. Close it out. Round 11. What's the setup here? It will be 94 feet on the attack? Yeah, it will be. So Stallions Black will be glad about that because their defense has been solid. Then again, they won their last attack round. What's their reply here?
I'd like to see Stallions Black go back to that more controlled defensive setup that we've seen them do so good with. Riz is going to try and maybe slide on out. Get up in here into P1. It is being watched by Ryan, I do believe, though. So there's going to be a stun that goes on out. No connection. No info. Do you see some early shots here already? And Swag checked. He's playing the stairs. You're seeing all these nades fly out of this window. You know somebody's got to be on up here. It's just when do you decide to pop? When are you trying to push on forward? Time is ticking, though. 45 seconds left on the clock. 94 feet. Got to get moving.
Take your time. Make as little noise as possible. Oh, Forgiven, I think, goes for the slide there. Unfortunately, clips the wall, so it doesn't get the path. 25 seconds, and you got to go.
Ryan, guns up. Trying to hold on. Just been able to hop out, though. He might have been able to find a time, but Sky's actually going to be the one to claim first blood on his symbols. Ryan, he's trying to throw some shimmies here on the other side, but Okus finds React. Bomb does get planted at A, but it's swag checked from the top. Finds Forgiven, finds Riz. Sky, he's the only one left alive, and it's a little bit of Mouse and Cat, and will get found on out as Stallions Black will be able to win. And maybe a little bit of banter going on across the monitors there, but hey, you brought it all the way to the round 11. It was looking super, super good. And Stallions Black, I mean, man, I kind of thought they should have gone in and absolutely just wiped the floor with that, but I gotta give some credit to 94 feet for keeping that one interesting.
Definitely feels a little bit of both. Of Stallions thought this was basically done, lift their foot off the gas a bit. Whereas 94 feet, they figured out a couple of different ways to unpick the Stallions, right? There was those direct attack rounds that would come out of the Stallions. So 94 feet would send one on a long wrap or maybe one through tunnel. Kind of punch a hole from a different point. Doing a great job there. And also then on their attack rounds, happy to play around trades and such. Stallions maybe overcomplicate it late. But honestly, Swag Check there, he basically pulls off not technically a 1v3, but as close as you can really get. It saves the team from being forced into a map 3. So yeah, glorious from everyone from the outside perspective. Wondering how the Stallions fans are feeling right now. Is the heart rate going just a little bit? You dominated in the map 1, so maybe you're feeling very comfortable about an overload. Look at the scoreboard here. Business as you kind of would have expected for Stallions Black. I got to give a lot of credit to Sky. 11 and 9, 1800 damage. Fair play, young man.
4 first bloods as well. I mean, just kind of maybe was the only person who maybe could find some success on that team. And at least you can be feeling good for themselves, even though, yes, you are knocked out of the bracket. But I think at least you go out with at least a little bit of a banger there. So not too shabby for them. But for 94 feet, we will be bidding you adieu. And for the Stallions Black, well, they get a little bit of revenge from that earlier series against the Huntsman. You go down, of course, against the Huntsman, but now you're able to make sure that you are going further in the bracket. But let's keep the action moving here, Enigma. Let's go check out some of our other games happening as we come on take over. Overtake Sector going against Light Unlimited. And it's a search and destroy. And it looks like Overtake Sector were able to win that hard point. Light Unlimited, one of our EMEA teams, coming on over and looking to participate, show they have what it takes. And, well, it's do or die here.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Bad weekend for Europe. Continues to get worse should Light Unlimited lose this. Came in as 17th seed. This would be a pretty rough way to bow out. They do take another round in the S&D, so keeping themselves alive. To make it clear just how much of a gap there should be here. Overtake Sector are the 47th seed, so 30 teams should be between them. But we've already seen Clutch Rain, who were technically the #1 seed coming into this tournament, be dumped into losers as well. So the European team's trailing right now. Either way, you at least make this S&D a little bit more comfortable with a 2-round lead. We've seen plenty from Overtake in the time we've gotten to witness them on the main stage, my friend. They've been good in especially AJ Beams.
Yeah, they've been looking really, really solid. I liked what we saw out of this Overtake Sector roster. We're watching Aiden. Some early shots through mid. A couple of wall bangs, but won't convert into any kills. Just Kiwi throwing some shoulders. Getting some hop-ups, trying to gain some info. Anything over towards that ring side, I don't believe has seen 2 lost yet. As It's just kind of a little bit of a patient play right now for Overtake Sector on this attack. And it looks like they finally might start making their way over towards this ringside. 2 lost. Ugh. COD timing at its best.
Yeah, we've all been there. As you're pulling the pin on the nade, witness a play across, and it goes, well, from bad to worse, because Kiwi actually then slides into Laundry and finds Rizzy. So that will drop it to a 3v4. Bomb retrieved, though. 2 lost going to push out Laundry.
Nice to be able to find it. Trades are there. Kiwi with a huge 2. Aiden finds the cleanup. Light Unlimited, they'll take their 3rd round of S&D here. So, all right, showing a little bit of energy. That's what we like to see. Still here in the pit, still doing a great job as everybody still locked in all the way through. But up 3-0 on the S&D, I think he's definitely showing some chops.
Absolutely. I gotta say, that round's gonna be a painful one to watch back for anyone on the orange squad. At the end of the day, the player who gets out by the skin of his teeth finds a 3-piece and is now on 5 in a row. It's very close to the Hellstorm. It can go out through mid. The only player that could potentially click is Rizzy, but nope, nothing happens. So potentially a free B hit here. You can get through. And I don't even think that stun connects either. Smash Glass, though, should give you away now.
Bomb gets planted very quickly. I am seeing Aiden way back garage. This might be your opportunity to find one. Kiwi yet again for 2, and Aiden finds Rizzy. AJ Beams at least going to be there for a trade, but you're now under the 1v3. And you're just trying to make something happen. Yeah, you're found on out those stairs.
I feel like this is a showing from Light Unlimited of a team that made it elite over in EMEA. Did go out in groups, but I feel like when you're that caliber of team, you've had a bit more time work on your S&D playbook. Certainly feels like the cruising in this one. Obviously, concern is going to be how you look in the respawn should you make it through. We don't know the difference yet on that map 1, but well, right now you got to finish off this map 2. And for the squad on the left, currently leading 4-0, rolling out on defense. Kiwi with these set nades again. We'll find nothing there this time. And actually his teammate drops in mid, but there will be that instant trade at the very least.
Nothing on that A side, but it's a fast movement through mid for Overtake Sector. They're going to kind of push up through kitchen pretty fast, maybe make this push out into basketball, but you got Cleamsy, who's here, maybe could find something. Has actually kind of pushed on out there. Kiwi finally getting dropped. The hands of 2 lost. AJ Beams trying to find Cleamsy. That's some good damage. And oh, not ready. And that's actually a pickup of the sniper. So that's pretty solid if you are Overtake Sector. It's just Aiden now. Left alive in the 1v2, but time's ticking. You gotta get this bomb down.
Aiden doesn't finish his food, and, well, to be fair, it would have been a pretty tough clutch regardless, but you probably want that one back. Rub of the eyes there from Cleamsy. It's been a long day of COD for everyone involved. You're hoping to just get through this, get yourself to bed, up fresh in the morning. For Light Unlimited, you're hoping it will go a little bit longer for now because, well, you need to not only take this S&D, but the one after too. Light Unlimited have been so much better in the first Bloods than Overtake of what we've witnessed. Need to continue that. I'm seeing a lot of these set nades come out of Kiwi and go, we're going to be on board with him again. Nade trophy first. Doesn't decide to nade this time, but we'll get a lot of info and somehow trades that. What the hell?
Woo! Rizzy trying to play through driveway. Maybe clear out this art side. Good shots. That's Cleamsy dropped. So you'd see Light Unlimited on the retreat. Gonna kind of make their way back over to B. Bomb starting to get planted. I don't know if CISO is going to be able to bring down Aiden. Post plant doesn't look like it. He's able to rotate back to Tiki, and look at that. It's another player from Overtake Sector taking on down the 2v2. AJ knows that you got to be in Tiki. Takes down Aiden. That's now AJ in the 1v1. And shots going through window. Unfortunately, won't be able to win that. So a great job clutching up that round.
Certainly getting it done. You get through. The European squad on the left here. You can see they're deep in conversation, whereas I feel the team on the right, I'm not seeing much in the way of mouth movement. That's the difference on these breakoffs right now on this playbook. Light Unlimited, they clearly have a, okay, do we want to hit this? Alpha strat, Bravo strat, and so on. For Overtake, it feels a little bit like they're making it up on the fly.
A little bit. Give an update, because I know we had a lot of fans in the chat. Stallions Red did win at 2-0 over 5 Fears. Give you an update on that, but in this matchup, we're already starting to see 2 members of Overtake Sector dropped. And, well, make it 3, and you got 1 last player left alive. It's Rizzy with Bomb, and, well, you're playing an Art, and you're just not going to be able to win that. Light Unlimited will take the search and destroy. Whew. I think there, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that will push us to a game 3 here.
Certainly shall, unless the scoring marker at the top was wrong. But no reason to believe that, so we'll see an overload between these two. Now, we don't know what the difference was in the hard point. If it was convincing for Overtake Sector, you're still very concerned if you're Light Unlimited going into that overload. While our map 3s always tend to try and blend a little bit more strategy in certain ways with your slaying, they're always going to be a bit more slay heavy, and that always favors your hard point side. So for Overtake Sector, this could just be a case of extending this series out, but you're only delaying the inevitable. For Light Unlimited, you're hoping that whatever it is you got wrong map 1, you fix it come map 3.
I mean, hey, being at least able to come out swinging, though, in a 6-1 in Search and Destroy definitely shows that you got some promise that are there. Let's head on over to the Bravos stream, though. See what's going on over there. Check in, because we only have a couple of these final games here in Enigma that we got to watch wrap on up before we get ready for tomorrow. Team Invictus, they won the hard point convincingly. And we come on into an S&D where Sweet Kittens are currently up 2-0. So maybe a little bit of a deja vu from that Light Unlimited game that we just watched.
It certainly feels that way. You will have plenty of map presence here, though, if you are Team Invictus. Answer this back, though. Click nearly gets caught. And actually, Choco's going to turn, find Kex. And stays alive, so you turn it into a 3v3. You are very pushed up, though, if you are Click. Trying to protect the bomb carrier. Big fight off screen. Lazy and Conwa. Lazy comes out on top, hands you the numbers advantage.
Click. You will be able to find Choco, and yeah, you're just going to wait for the last player to push out server. And that will be a nice little round on the board.
Obviously very early in.
Yeah.
Plenty for us to figure out.
I don't actually believe our names at the top are swapped.
Yeah.
So Invictus is actually up 2-1 here. Okay.
But wait, so then did Sweet Kittens beat Invictus in the hard point? I thought... Wait, we might have the score flipped entirely. This might be... We'll get confirmation. Don't worry about it.
We'll figure it out, chat. Don't worry. We're with you.
Gets that bomb down, and... I was about to say get out, but Lazy does plenty of damage. Con will have to flee, tail between his legs a little bit, and you've got the blood. So numbers advantage, you try and flood this if you're the Kittens.
You have to. Click is here. Tries to be able to find one, but Choco. Gotta find one. Put you into the 2v3 yet again, kind of playing from behind. X sees that the bomb is down. They made their way onto here. You might just start defusing this. Yeah, 12 seconds remaining, but Choco, you can hop up here. This is huge, but unfortunately, we see a team kill come on through as Lazy is also here. Whew. Rough scenes.
Certainly is. Getting a quick look again at the pit. I love that we've got these cams. Checking everyone out. It's the stress on one side. I mean, we got nail biting and all of it on the other. For Victix, the comms flowing. And names at the top is 3-1 currently to Evictix, Conwa, Choco, Wads, and Cootie. And they're going to widespread this, a 2-1-1. Again, you're likely to leave mid-open relatively and stack one site, but you're going to be met by 3. Could be overwhelmed with the numbers. Need your opening pick.
Choco's going to be the one to find it. Waves getting dropped, and I don't know if you make this read that you got a player kind of slipping into your spawn.
Click.
I think you're maybe just worried about that, a player in the back.
You got such a lack of intel, and with the timings, you're thinking maybe someone's done the full wrap, but either way, we'll get a number answered back. So 3v3 now. Choco's going to play close. He's hoping for Conway to be able to provide protection. A little bit worried about the angle he's on. And challenge 12, just trying to dance a little bit between your server connector and mid, but bomb going down should tell you what you need to know. And you're just going to flood the front sides of this.
Choco trying to hold the line here, and you have some help as well. You know there's a player to the left in Glacy, and Kex go huge, and Conwa not able to hold on to it. Whew! And it was looking good for Evictix, but some nice solid back-to-back rounds coming on out from Sweet Kittens.
Making it happen. Suddenly, the nerves shift. Looking at this right side of our screen now. Unless this is the old football strat, cover over your mouth so that you make sure you're not giving anything away to the other team. But Lazy currently on a 5 spree, by the way. Keep an eye on him for potential streaks and moving things forward. But it's a big roof hit if you are Team Evictix. 3 players there. You're going to drop challenge 11 into spawn in case of that big long wrap. And right now, Kittens will lack any intel, but that being said, so will Evictix, so they're just going to have to back off for now, reassess this push.
You got Conwa with bomb. Make it happen. Ooh, some solid shoulders coming on out here towards that B bomb site, but Lazy will get finally brought on down. You're starting to see the movement come on out from Team Evictix. I'd love to see a little bit of help here. You do lose one player in the back. Choco through mid. You catch a player flying towards Broken. You're able to back them on down, but you want to immediately come back on over towards the bomb site. Starting to get planted. You have this into the 2v3, and Waves gets some nice tags up with that nade, but it won't actually convert into anything. So I like this spread right now from Team Evictus. No matter where they push from, you're going to get a little bit of info.
So, final bit of info needed is there. 2v1, Conwa, Choco. Just put your hands in each other's pockets, gentlemen. Instead, no. You're going to hand 1v1 fights over to Waves.
Find it. Waves. Coming on down. And whoo-hoo! Not going to be able to clutch that one on up.
Oh my god, I was a little bit worried when I saw Conwa back off there. Choco playing front side. Thinking, okay, we've all seen this moment happen in the past. But you get it done. Close it out. The confidence reinstilled for the team in white here. What do you do on this offense? We saw a big outside hit last time round. Oh, no, wait, sorry. Colors throwing me off. Will be Kittens on the offense here. And they're playing for B, which will only be guarded by 2 players from Evictix.
Oh, good shots from Conwa. You'll find Click and a little bit of that spray. That's just going to stop Sweet Kittens right in their tracks. They don't want to let this team Evictix get on series point. coming in from Dojo. You know that Kex is in this side room, and well, Conwa tries to manage to get some type of step on out. Thankfully, the trades are there. Lazy slides on out to the stone side. Is this going to be enough? Choco. Try to get in here, and you watch the knife come through. Woo!
Let's trim the little hair off the beard. That did. That's one of those where you kind of take a big breath out and go, how the hell did I not just die? Incredibly close. What was a perk back in the day that let you lunge that little bit of extra distance?
Commando Pro.
That's, yeah, if you had that on, you're closing it out. But, well, Victix looking good here. See the coach deep back, nod of approval. Challenge 11 on 4. That is either Cootie or Wads. Make this tidy here. It was a Victix that won map 1. So you do this, Sweet Kittens. Wonderful name, been lovely to have you. Dallas is done. For Victix, it's marching on for a loser's bracket that you didn't expect to be in this early.
Huge round here. Victix, you just need to win this offense. They go one round further. Starting to see some nades come on through. Connor's going to hop across. Does get stunned. It's just trying to stay alive here. And the rest of the team come fly on through. I mean, you have Kex kind of more on that B Dojo side. So if you activate at the right time here, if you are Team of Victix, you can very easily put yourself into the numbers advantage. But Waves in that server, sitting on top of the printer, he's going to see some of these shoulders getting on through. Conwa has managed to maybe slip on past here. Checking all the corners. You slide on in here together. You see Waves in the server room. You back him on down. You get the plant. 23 seconds on the clock.
The answer is no. Bomb gets dropped at the site. Victix will retrieve. Plant now coming through. You gotta hold the fights. Unfortunately, you're losing everything. You just gotta find a hole, punch out, hope for the best. On Choco. 1.
You see the defuse. You almost wonder there, like, if he doesn't worry so much about that guy, he almost can get the slide out across and kill the diffuser, right? And there's so little time, he might be able to get a nice little wall hop up over the top just to cause them to maybe get a little bit lost in the 50-50, and maybe it's enough time. But solid little round there. Sweet Kittens, they're going to keep it interesting. 5-3.
Certainly shall. I'm not gonna lie, I would have loved to have seen that come through. I feel like you're just hoping your teammate stays alive a little bit longer on bomb, though. You need those extra few seconds to get into a better position for those following engagements. Victix on defense. They're actually flooding mid here. Don't see this too often. Want to get aggressive.
Hold it on out. And oh my god, Conwa opens it up with it. We can't even look at what's happening before we see a Victix win that search and destroy. And more importantly, they win the series, punch their ticket one round deeper on this elimination bracket side. Some good stuff from Sweet Kittens there, but unfortunately, I think Victix looked just a little too good. And this is a team we have to keep our eye on, my friend, because we know just how good these 4 players are.
Yeah, 100%. They get. We'll call it upset. It's not the golfing class that we're looking at. For example, Clutch Rain and Strike X was supposed to be, but it is one of those where the lower seed certainly overcame them. And I think this is an earlier visit to the lower run for Victix. That being said, is it a team capable of knocking a few more teams off, finding themselves some more scalps on that route? Definitely. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing more of them. We are wrapping up last couple of streams here, guys. Still a little bit more action for us, though. Deep into the day. We're off the Charlie stream. Light Unlimited, Overtake Sector. They're in an overload. Overtake Sector took the hard point. Light Unlimited took the S&D. I was a little bit worried about if that meant easy for Overtake Sector. No. Light Unlimited up 5-2. Oh, my lord. This is basically done.
Yeah, and obviously this is the second half here, it being 5-2. So as we come on in to let people know. But I think you've done the damage that you've needed to. Light Unlimited looking apparently very, very good in these overloads. And, I mean, the time is ticking right now. I mean, if you're Overtake Sector, I don't even know what's, like, mathematically possible
No.
Aiden just playing a little bit of defense, making sure that nobody is going to be able to get close to this. You find 2 AJ beams. He's going to be able to answer back in kind. 10 seconds on the clock. But it does look like Light Unlimited. They're going to try and just play a little bit of defense. So he's picked up the EMP in hand. And okay, you're finding some 2 pieces here, but it doesn't matter. Not any opportunity. You are going to see Light Unlimited. They will take that win and be able to yet again also continue to punch their ticket further into the bracket. Just wrapping up a lot of these games here today, but love seeing the Light Unlimited. We talked about the EU presence in this bracket, and I have to go ahead. I have to spot check, but it's nice at least seeing one EU team, you know, be able to take out a formidable squad and keep moving on forward.
Yeah, it's European look. I don't try and deny any of the claims coming into this tournament, whether or not Europe are going to be able to hang. I thought we'd be doing a little bit better than this, but at least Light Unlimited will find themselves deeper into the tournament. We've still got a game for you to finish off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head to Delta and wrap this whole thing. Cabal Noir against Trauma Org. Trauma Org have taken map 1 and are currently tied up in the S&D. Crow will be the man rushing the bomb forward, and it looks like we're headed over to the panels.
All right. Just some solid movement that we're already seeing here, and it's kind of more of a 3v3 around this B bomb site. Oh, that could be a huge nade here that might catch the damage. It actually doesn't. You're able to see a little bit through that smoke, and I like that. Shots up top, immediately look bottom, you catch Lieb. Now just trying to stay alive here as Prod pushes on forward. It's a nice little 2-piece for him, and it's just a nice little 2x2, but a team kill comes on through. Precision last alive in the 1v2, won't be able to make it happen. That's a nice little round on the board, 4-3.
Gonna get a look here at the cleanup that comes through. It's just a pinch. Precision left with nowhere to go. Such an effective move. And Trauma Org put themselves 2 rounds from closing this out. For Cabal Noir, gotta find ways of answering back. Precision and Croak here. I'm curious about who's gonna start to run this forward. For Prod, he's gonna take this ring. I'm not sure what was that, a check of mid? I'm not sure what that was meant to be.
Still some good shots. Go back Prod on down. Jet though through the mid is at least able to find one, but Crow is there for the trades, and as is Prod. So just like that, you get Precision and Cabal Noir down into the 2v3. You're going to use that opening, start to move this bomb over towards the B bomb site. And you might be able to just get a fast little plant here. Where do you start moving if you are Cabal Noir?
That's a great question, and unfortunately, I don't think there are many good answers. You've got Husk watching the flank here. Lieb's going to be keeping an eye on middle, and Prod is going to be keeping an eye close. Soon as any Cabal player appears, they've got to move quickly, otherwise they'll be smothered.
Good shots. Abe gonna find one, but it's just too much defense coming on in there. Some good shots coming on through. Puts another round on the board, and whew, I don't know. It's starting to feel like maybe for one of these teams, they're starting to run away with it.
A little bit. It's clearly serious. It's got the eyes of a lot of people inside the pit. A lot of bodies stood around. I was trying to see what's going on with the remaining action of the day. And, well, there might not be much left on this station, gentlemen. Trauma Org 1 round away from closing this all out. Cabal Noir tournament life hanging in the balance. What have you got left in the tank?
Nade up over the top. All you gotta do is just win this defense if you are Trauma Org. And ooh, nice little hop up there.
Taking that one for ranked.
Yep. Maybe do that with a sniper. Might find a little quick peek. But it's going to be precision. He might actually have a sniper in hand, just seeing the way he's kind of walking this. But Jet slides on out. Is on the other end of a Dravik. Gets dropped on down. So Cabal Noir doing a great job of just slowly playing this offensive round. We see that shot come out, and this is exactly what I was looking at, was precision. With the sniper in hand, and is looking for this player that's top side, but Lieb gonna be able to find one and trade immediately on through. Trauma Org in the 2v3, but you still have yet to get this bomb down. Husk going to find precision. That's your sniper taken on out. Time continuing to tick. It's a 2v2.
Challenge 13 might be the surprise player here, but then again, Trauma Rogue just decided Husk and Prod were going to get together, run this route, check B, nothing. Okay, bomb must be headed to A, and it must be going down right about now.
Might be able to find a timing though. Husk is here. If he flies with this, it could be what you need, but you slide on out in Husk. Oh my God. A little bit too clean. Pull your pants up, sir. Please. We're on main. Oh my God. But what a fantastic slide out there. Finds one. And then even though the bomb plant goes down, it doesn't matter because you still kill the planter. And we're leaving early. You're getting yelled at by Easy Mac. Oh my God. But hey, guess what? Trauma Org continues to make their way on through. And guess what, chat? That's our last game of the day. Ends with a banger there, my friend.
Certainly does. A belt to ass is the term that comes to mind from Husk there at the very end. Lovely little two-piece. Makes it nice and clean. And yeah, 2-all, see on through to the next round. Great stuff from them. Again, so many teams that are going to be running through this lower bracket. We are going to, of course, be talking tomorrow about so many of our big squads. Your Falcons, your Bush, your Huntsmen, and so on. But a lot of these lower teams, they're there to play just as much as anyone else. So we're looking forward to seeing which names stand out moving into Saturday.
That's what I'm looking forward to, my friend, because guess what? The action does not stop here today. We are right back here. First match kicks off 10 a.m. Central Time, okay? But tomorrow, it gets a little bit spicier because we move from these best of 3 series into our classic best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. So on that winner side, we have some of your favorite teams, like Enigma mentioned, battling it on out. And on that elimination bracket side, people just trying to stay alive, or maybe a chance to fight for the title on that Sunday. That's all we got for you here today. So make sure that you are tuning right back here, like I said, yet again, at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. I'm Dandro. That's Enigma. It's been a blast being here alongside all of you here today. Huge shout out to Bryson Ton as well, who were here earlier, who will also be right here alongside us tomorrow, calling all of the action. But we need to go ahead, get to bed, rest on up, because we need to be right back here bright and early alongside all of you for the Call of Duty Major 1 Challengers Open. We'll see all of you tomorrow.